The Scopes meeting for me is just about the atmosphere and the people and the competitors. I call myself a Kiwi and I was born here but now live in Australia, but just the guys out here are so passionate about what they do. They are in Australia too, but it's a very different feeling. Everyone's really together here in New Zealand and they just support one another, and when the chips are down or things aren't going quite right, everyone mucks in to make it happen, so it's great.
Finally get the chance to run at Scopes, there's something I've been wanting to do for a long time, so it's really good. And to be here with the Mobil 1 Mainland muscle cars this weekend is, really testament to the club and how it's run. So hopefully we get some good clean racing, and excited to be here for the Scope.
The best classic historic meet in New Zealand. Wonderful atmosphere, great crowds, it's just a fun place to be.
Scope's always been there, whether you're driving or an enthusiast. It's been a very constant big meeting of the year for classic cars.
And to run with a whole lot of light cars and the camaraderie, it's fantastic. We've got guys from all around New Zealand and around the world.
Just a fantastic event. There's a variety of cars. It's wonderful for the public to come in and view them in their natural glory.
Well, I've been doing the Scope Classic right from the very start. Great event, lots of friendly people.
Scope Classic Day for me is a family day out.
There's some great cars here, great people actually, and awesome track to be at.
It's purely about just demonstrating the history and the amount of, just in these sort of tents along here alone, the amount of European and Australian history is just mind-blowing.
The meeting of the year, as far as I'm concerned.
It gives a lot of enjoyment to a lot of people.
Good morning and welcome to Scope 2024. I'm here with Rob Cope-Williams, standing in a little bit of rain underneath his lovely umbrella. So Rob, what are we looking forward to today?
Well, it's a very interesting racing. I think we've got qualifying early in this morning, which is sort of mopping up after the order of so many classes yesterday. The VCC are out there at the moment and gives everyone a bit of an opportunity. Some of those cars go back a long way. You've got to be pre-65 to be able to be out there. But I tell you what, Adam, looking at the different cars just in that class, and then you go through the Mainland muscle, boy, are they going to be a handful when you get out there in the rain. And you've got so many other classes, and the saloon cars are all matched at their capabilities. Single seaters, we've got Formula Libre, we've got the 5. Just imagine, Adam, strapping yourself into a Formula 5000 with rain like this. I mean, those things are dangerous to drive in the fine weather, let alone here. But anyway, and it looks as though we're going to have rain most of the day, so that the umbrella you and I will get to know quite intimately, I think.
And I see you're on brand there with the Jaguar.
Oh, well, the Jaguars, aren't they, really? I mean, if you go look at the history of Jaguar and sports cars, and yeah, you got to do it. A lot of Jaguars here today. I think there's about 3 or 4 Mark IIs. There's a couple of XJSs, and yes, the Jaguars are very well represented.
Well, talking about the classic racing that's been happening over the years here at the Scope Classic, I mean, we're up to year 34, which is Opal anniversary, which I think is appropriate. What did you see sort of in that qualifying yesterday and some of the things going on around the track?
I think a lot of it was, or some of it, as far as the touring cars, was a lack of preparation, which is sad. Because we didn't see Greg Murphy, for example, and the crowd we're wanting to see Greg Murphy. We'll also be watching to see whether Rowan, his son, can beat him, because by gosh, that's a conversation over dinner, isn't it? And so yeah, we've got some really great drivers. So just a wee touch there, but really I think there's the atmosphere of Scope. Now it's pouring with rain, Adam, and nobody cares. They're all sort of saying, well, the forecast is for daylight all day. This very optimistic, so that's all good.
I think the thing is, everyone was so keen that we saw those gentlemen out in their cars half an hour ago, waiting on the dummy grid in their overalls in the rain. Pretty much every single one of them is an open wheeler, so good on them.
I think there's one car. There's a Lotus Elite that's got a roof over it. No, there's an A30 as well. So, but the rest of them, sitting there, very very wet, very cold, but they're out there now just to sort of grab that pole position. There's a couple of trophies. There's a trophy which we'll talk about later in the day for the fastest road-worthy car. In other words, a car that can be used on the road if it's warranted and registered, but it'll be capable of it. And that's a trophy about a guy who raced in Austin 7 Ulster and the first of the two Wigrams. So that was in the 1950s, very early 50s. So yeah, there's a lot of history sort of comes bubbling to the surface at Scope, which is fabulous. I mean, it used to be known as a BP Alpha, and that was when it started with a very small group of people who decided that they wanted to do classic racing, and it's just grown and grown and grown over the 34 years.
So interestingly, yesterday I was given a piece of paper by your lovely historian. So what was his name?
Sorry?
Your historian for the car club.
Oh yeah, Graham Trevor. Yeah, Graham Trevor.
So Graham gave me this list of classic meetings, 1991 to 2024 for the Scope, and we've got some winners on this list actually. Some people have done 34 meetings in a row. And
the Chapmans, for example,
absolutely,
we fed X19 and the hot ones, the air baths. But yeah, 34 years of you tuning up. But isn't that nice? Isn't that what Scope's about?
Yeah. So that's Dennis and Debbie Chapman. I mean, they've done 34, and there's also Brian Dixon and Keith Cowan who've also done 34.
Well, Bert Govins had his Jaguar. He says underneath the Jaguar umbrella. But Bert Govins had his Jaguar out here for many, many, many years as well. So
32, apparently.
Yeah, well, 32. There you are. I mean, God, there's people who are racing now who weren't even born then. So that puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really cool. Like I was talking to Ronan Murphy yesterday, and he said, he really understood the historic cars, and he's just so buzzed by the fact that I think his words were something like, the history of cars just in these tents throughout Europe and Australia is just incredible.
I mean, well, that's the thing. You'd never put a price on it. I mean, if you went round and added up the value of all these cars that are at Scope, and the guys and girls have got them on the line out there in wet weather. I mean, there's enough oil and stuff out there from yesterday, and now they're out there with the rain. It all lifts to the top.
Well, on that note, so throughout the day, what we're going to do is we're going to bring you some interviews from the pits, but we better show the guys that are watching on the live stream what's happening out there in the rain. So we'll go over to the commentary box and we'll hand to them, and we'll go to the cameras on track and show you guys some of the action out there.
We've got a big day.
Taupo, and the number of 12 that events the boundary position 7 here. Couple of guys have been around
David.
Yeah, good morning, Nate. Thanks very much for having us here at this magnificent-looking park. Absolutely brilliant. If we could get rid of the rain, it'd help, though.
Absolutely. So just talk us through the situation. We've got a bit of a wet track out there. It is driver's choice on tyres.
Yeah, well, that's...
We've got a split between slicks and wets, and to be fair, Kevin Ingram, 147.5 on a slick tyre. You look at that, the difference is just under 6 seconds to the time of Steve Ross. That's a very incredible time on a slick tyre.
Yeah, well, it's obviously not what these guys would like, but there's been a very large shortage of grooved tyres rather than the slick tyres that we would drive on a dry track. Avon Tyres in England, who are the suppliers of race tyres literally around the world, a lot of classes here would run on Avons, have inexplicably gone out of business. There's been talk of it for the last 6 months in England, and it's meant sourcing grooved tyres has become almost impossible. So some of the guys have got them, other guys needed to replace them, and they just haven't been able to do it. The good news is we believe that Goodyear have bought molds from Avon in England, and they'll start producing historic tyres that will, for the race cars around the world, which means us.
Do we know what the time frame is in terms of those tyres? Have they talked time frames yet?
No, I don't think so. There's still supplies of the slick tyres, that's not a problem, but you very rarely encounter wet weather, especially down here.
To be fair, you guys have had a wee bit of weather lately across the weekends. Obviously up in Taupo there was a little bit of weather.
Well, we supported, it was called the Historic Grand Prix, but we were there with the CT Frock, and I actually learned what that meant the other day. But it was a Formula Toyota in my view. But we had declared wet qualifying by the clerk of the course for the Saturday morning session, a bit like this actually. But Blair thought was left it to driver's choice today, which was very good of them, because it's not quite as safe when it's as wet. There's Mr. Kett going around in that absolutely beautiful blue Lola 332. But the point is that they declared it wet, so only two of our 12 cars could go out and actually circulate. In the afternoon, they started in dry conditions, and it got wetter and wetter and wetter. And they did magnificently, because with the big slick tyres, if you get some more warmth into them on a dry track and then it gets wet, it's incredible what you can put up with. But even today, as you're rightly calling Kevin Ingram out there on slick tyres, isn't that much slower than the man ahead of him, Russell Greer, who's on grooved tyres, and Michael Hay, who's not on grooved, but who's on grooved tyres as well. All the rest of them aren't on slicks.
But it is Michael Hay's first time running wet on this track, isn't it? In grooved tyres.
Well, it's his first time out officially in a Formula 5000. He's done some work in a Formula Ford. He's done some practice, and that's his father's car. Fine young man, Michael, as well as an aircraft engineer from and I think he's relocating down here to New Zealand. But he's doing a very good job. But in the wet, they're actually quite enjoyable to drive, if you can get the visibility right, because to see in these conditions is difficult. Big long pedal, very, very light on the throttle, and take a higher gear, lower revs, and try not to let the back end break loose, and it is doable.
Well, I mean, you look at the spray coming off the rear wing there of Steve Ross as he makes his way up into the Euromark here, but these guys are certainly dispersing plenty of water out there, and as you say, the likes of Kevin Ingram, Shane Woodward, Tony Galbraith, Bruce Kett, absolutely, as much as they've had a couple of wee moments, they're doing very well in this wet session.
Well, I just watched Kevin Ingram there in that lovely Lola 332 down into turn 1. There's quite a bit of water on the track there, and when you see a rooster tail off the back of a car that's running slicks in these conditions, I think you need to take your hat off to those gentlemen.
Yeah, I think you need a brave course. That's what they take, isn't it?
You're quite right. We're a little embarrassed about the lack of numbers here as well, but we've had a perfect storm. We lost several cars at Taupo mechanically, and our programming for the next event after this is in Australia at Phillip Island, which everybody's looking forward to, with wharf strikes in Melbourne, which have been well advertised. We had to take a conservative view to transport, and unfortunately we lost a critical week, which means some cars that should be here can't be here because we're shipping out of Auckland at the end of this week coming. So we're very disappointed about that. But these guys are already showing that they're going to have a show on for everybody, even if there's only a few less than usual.
Oh, okay. It's still going to be a great weekend of racing for 5,000s. I mean, screaming V8. Who doesn't love that? And especially in the Formula category.
Yeah, well, they're big, hairy-chested old beasts, but they're actually quite lightly sprung. They're big armchair to drive, and so the experts of the day said. But enormously capable. They just have so much acceleration. They actually turn and brake, and they look good. And of course,
they sound. They sound. I mean, you just down the front straight. That sounds magnificent. So we're just over 6.5 to go. Is Steve Ross 138.836 for him. 2.9 seconds ahead of Russell Greer and the Lola 3T332. And Russell's done 141.811. Michael Hay has jumped up into third. And here's Craig GM1 144.0. That's his best time. Kevin Ingram holding in there as well, 144.6. And we've got another spitter off to the right-hand side. Just trying to look, is that Russell Greer?
I think it is Russell.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That's the ex-Graham Lawrence T332. It's just lovely. We had Graham with us at Taupo 2 weeks ago, and he presented the Historic Grand Prix trophy to Steve Ross, who won in the McRae GM1 that's just going by.
Of course, we're running this weekend for the Birkenhead Cup.
Hugely important, that, with all its local context as well. So sad that we're not celebrating Bert with us here, that he tragically lost his life in Europe many years ago.
It's great for the family to be involved with this meeting.
Well, your co-commentator Lindsay Kerr's had an awful lot to do with making that happen, and so we're very honoured to be running for that particular trophy tomorrow.
Yes.
These old cars are about the cars. It's not about winning and losing and trophies, but it's nice to remember.
It's the gist of it. It's the fear of the weekend, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's not about the race itself. It's about the cars and celebrating the history across all the classes.
There's huge history here. You know, the car we're looking at there, Graham Lawrence's car, he was runner-up, I think, in 1974 in the Tasman series in that car, you know. And that's the special thing about it. Over there at the hairpin, we've got Shane Rindleburn and the only Lola T400 out there. They're sponsored very famously 40 years ago by the London Rubber Company. You know, you weren't allowed to mention these condoms in those days. But some great drivers, including Keke Rosberg, drove that car. It doesn't get any better, does it?
Definitely not. And then, of course, we've got the McRae GM1. We've got two of them out there in the hands of Steve Ross, the purple Quicksilver car.
Well, that came out of the States, and Ted Wentz, I think, painted that in period. So all these cars have got a racing history. Oh, there we go, Russell. He's going to get giddy, Russell.
He's had a wee whoopsie across the curb backwards, so hopefully no damage done.
When you cross the curbs in these things, because they're so low, you really have to be a little careful and be observant of what you might have scraped as you went past, mainly the sun. So you do not want to be laying oil down because you've just broken a pipe or given a bit of a whack, because the curbs are pretty good. In fact, very good around here, but you have to be careful.
So we're just starting to see cars coming in here. We've got just over 3.5 minutes left of our qualifying session. Steve Ross is pretty happy with his 7 laps in the book, 138.8.
I think maybe some of these guys in their brave pills may have sort of run out before the timing for the session ends, so I don't actually bemoan them, I think.
20 minutes is a long time to sit in these cars.
Yeah, it's a good period of time, and we're very, very pleased that the club here give us a good time, because it's hard usually to run these cars up. You need to get warmth into the tyres and into the brakes and the engines, of course. And that's why you can have a good go at changing a few things through that 20 minutes in a good practice series session.
So let's talk about Tony Galvo's car, the Lola T332. You see just coming the CMG motorcycle sweeper, Speedway racer. dabbles in the muscle cars with a bright orange Dodge Charger, but he's got the yellow Lola T32 there, David.
Well, that's got a very interesting local history, because if you go around about our local 5000 Clover, in fact, he started it off with Mo Sinclair and really getting things going again for the revival of this class back almost 21 years ago, because that's how long we've been running. So Ian drove that very car out there, because it was built in April 1974 and delivered to Carl Haas in the States, and then it was raced by Tuck Thomas during the 74 5000 Championship. It was damaged and repaired like all of them. There's certainly, new parts there.
They're definitely not all original.
No, and then he handed that car on to Sefton Gibb, who now lives in Australia, but he was a Napier man, but ran from here in Christchurch. And then Sefton sold it to Tony, who runs a very large company called Fluidex in Auckland, by the way. So most of these guys have got serious businesses on the side as well. But it ran, this car ran a sort of a series of bars that protected the driver 40 years ago, way before Formula 1 and Formula 2 and Formula 3 got to think about their driver protection now that look ungainly and stupid. But the first place you would have seen it in the world would have been on that yellow Lola 332 out there.
So we're getting to the final minute here of our qualifying session. Just 2 cars left on track. Tony Galbraith and Michael Hay. The rest of them have decided to end the run. So we'll see our Formula 5000s out for their first race, which will be an 8-lap rolling start, roughly about around 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, hopefully in the dry, that will make all the difference. But only a small number they'll make a good race of it. They're not out there just to go nicely around. They'll make sure that they get down to probably Steve Ross in the dries. I think got the record round here at about a 1:18 or something like that. So you can see they're considerably slower than they are.
Well, we'll have to wait and see with the looming weather. We've got clear skies at the moment.
Yes.
So let's fingers crossed that.
Well, thanks for having us along, and thank you to the Canterbury Car Club, all the members, all the volunteers, and everybody for having us along here. Once again, we've had a perfect storm with a bunch of stuff and a lower number of cars than we would like. But lovely to be here. Thank you very much, Nate.
Thank you, David. No, brilliant stuff. So the checkered flag out for our qualifying. That rounds out our 10 qualifying sessions for the weekend. And we'll be into it very shortly with race number 1. It'll be over 6 laps, and that will be our John Osborne Saloons.
Jim Wallace, a pretty wet track out there, mate. Is it very, very light right foot?
I'm reasonably happy in the wet, but it's probably not wet enough to have wets on. It's too wet to have dries on. So I'm in amongst a whole lot of Porsches, and they're difficult in the wet, I hope.
Visibility is going to be pretty rough because there's a lot of spray out there, Jim.
Yeah, I've got fast windscreen wipers.
You just got to get out the front and stay out the front there.
Yeah, it's a pretty fast field.
Very briefly, tell me about the car.
It's an ex-Italian that was in a Superstar series. They all had to be V8s and they all had to be built in Europe. I think there were V8 Mercedes. This is an M5 with a 5-litre V8. There are Audis, those Chrysler sort of mafia cars. They're built in Italy, and Jaguars. And they had a real good series going. I bought 5 of these. I'd probably have too much wine.
Yeah, that could lead to it. It's the 4th class, isn't it?
Yeah. So I've raced 2 of them, and I sold the other 3 to friends. I was hoping we'd all sort of race against each other, but it didn't quite work out.
So very briefly, what's the magic of Scope?
Of what? Of Scope? Look, I've been coming here for years, and it's just a wonderful, warm meeting. Canterbury Car Club run it well. There are a hell of a lot of good people here. It's a dumb sport, this, but it's very good for meeting good friends.
You go out there and show those Porsches.
I will.
I think it's time to move out. It's got to get very, very noisy here, and I'm just going to be very still.
Josh, here we go, our first race of the weekend, and the weather has stayed reasonably fine. Track would be moderate.
Yeah, moderately wettish, but it's looking really good for a great day's racing today, and we've got also tomorrow as well to keep the excitement rolling. John Osborne Saloons to start us off.
And John Osborne, well known here to a lot of us at Rutherford. Lost John 5 or 6 years ago, sadly. A real character, former Oscar champion, and he raced a fair bit here in the classics in a Nissan 300 ZX, I think it was. He ran for a few years. So here we go. I noticed in the field here 2 car sixes, one being Don Elvey in the Capri, the white Capri. Don Elvey, Oscar champion back in '89, I think it was, in a V8 Victor. And he has built this Capri, 1971 Capri originally, and he has rebuilt this car lovingly, and with a fair bit of patience, I understand. So good to see Don out here.
A lot of history within a lot of these cars, as you mentioned, Don Elvey, but you've got like with Guy Stewart and that Porsche 911 running that fantastic car that he's run quite a lot in Scope, as well as Lewis Lowe, our Canterbury Car Club president, running that Datsun 240Z Scarab. He's working on another one, I've been told. So
yes,
looking forward to seeing him on the track.
This is the first time he's been out for a while. He had issues with that car. Has he gone out there?
Yes.
I see it. It's club president Lewis, of course.
A lot of V8 supercars and super touros in here as well, Lindsay. It's a mixed bag.
Yeah, these are for the saloon classes that we've got. The Osborne, Ron Silvester, Harold Heasley, all names of people who have been significant contributors to racing here at Ruapuna and over the 60 odd years, and it's good to recognise them in this way. Of course, they've tried to group the cars in the various classes, like the Harold Heasley are the smaller ones and the slower ones, and we progress to the quicker ones. And then the historic touring cars are in the class of their own, really.
Yeah.
Class of their own, meaning, hello, someone's got a bonnet up there.
That's Randall Diggs in the Holden Commodore Super Tourer.
He's got a bonnet acting as a windshield at the moment.
Hopefully they can get that back to pits. I don't know if he's moving or not. Yeah, he's stopped over the side of the track there, so we might just have to wait on getting that one sorted to start this one. We also do have a car off by Euromark. It's the Castrol V8 Supercar liveried car over there. I'm just trying to figure out who that one is.
Larry Perkins ran with the Castrol livery.
Yes, he did. Hayden Knighton and Richard Atkinson, both in old Ford FG Falcon supercars. You can see those guys in the Orcon Tools cars, the silver and white cars in the back there. Looking forward to seeing what those guys.
We've lost two already. I see Don Elvey coming in.
Oh no!
Spoke too soon.
Yeah.
And also Chris Hatton in the Camaro, the Oscar car of some note over the years.
How good is it to see Paul Kelly back, Lindsay? We don't see
it's
him
been
very
a
much.
while since Paul Kelly has raced, actually, so it is good to see him back. Just an announcement here that for those of you interested, Greg Murphy is a meet and greet for Murph on today at between 1 and 1:30 in the mobile muscle car pit area.
So we've got
it's just autographs, photo opportunities, giveaways, etc. So that's meet and greet Murph at 1 o'clock today at the Mainland Muscle Car garage area.
Just getting everyone lined up. We've got our grids here. It'll be Miles Cockram on the pole, but I don't know if I see him out there. I do not. So Miles won't be starting, unfortunately. So it'll be Hayden Knighton who's on that front row. We've got a start delayed, obviously, I'm guessing because of Randall Diggs's car being stopped on the side of the track in an unsafe place. But we've got, Hayden Knighton on the front row. Then it's Chris Hatton behind him, but he is pulled in. Richard Atkinson behind Knighton, so he's in fourth. Then we've got Paul Kelly, and it will be Chris Childs. Then Guy Stewart and Paul Carter's meant to be there, but he is not. Marcus Stewart, good to see him back in that Porsche 964. We saw him race quite often in that car, especially in a Continental Rennsport class. Good to see him. Yeah. I think, we're just going to have to get Richard Atkinson to push back a wee bit. A little bit out of the grid box there. John Osborne, obviously good to remember him in this way and naming these saloon classes at Scope. And there is Randall Diggs just going to be in pit lane, getting ready to start this one. So looking forward to this one, Lindsay, to start Scope Classic off.
Oh, you've got to start with something like this. It's great.
A lot of wheel spin for...
A lot of wheel spin.
Yeah, so that's for Hayden Knighton. Everyone just starting to get underway. We've got car stalled.
Chris Childs in the Porsche was very slow off the mark, but everyone seems to be away safely. Turn one is a telling one now. There's a bit of spray up there, all right. Fingers crossed that we're all going to get through there safely. Looks so far so good.
You hear the V8 screaming through, just going through Link now. We'll have Richard Atkinson and that Ford Falcon leading us away. Look at that gap, he's already pulled over one of the Porsches, and there's Hayden Knighton just diving down the inside into Euromark. So a bit brave already for Hayden Knighton. Didn't get the start he wanted, but he's already up through the field, and everyone just starting to sort themselves out a wee bit.
Good start by Robert Ralston in the Nissan Bluebird. There's car 151 in the Nissan factory colour, the Fred Gibson colours. There, he's climbed to about 5th place, I think it is.
Yeah, Robert Ralston, one of our keen Scope competitors, comes here quite often to race that car, and it's good to see him out there making some early moves up.
But meantime, it's the two V8 supercars that are got quite a margin now over Mike Baker in the Porsche.
It's 3 Porsches in a row there.
Yeah, there's Guy Stewart.
Marcus, yeah.
Marcus Stewart, beg your pardon.
Robert Ralston just made a move up the inside, trying to get...
Well, we've lost one, have we? We've got a bit of a problem here with the scissor lift in our road here, so we've got an issue.
That's Hayden Knighton, I'm pretty sure. Yes. So Hayden Knighton's off. And that Mark Winterbottom V8 supercar.
Oh, back on again, okay.
That's good. He's rejoined. Paul Kelly just coming through. He's following up behind Lewis Lowe. We've got a bit of a 3-car battle in there between James Hotman, Ian Jones, and Jim Wallace. Those guys are quite close together up the front pack. You see them actually behind the Porsches of Guy, Marcus Stewart, and Mike Baker.
Yeah, most of these guys have been We've done a few scopes now, looking at our names there, but there's also some new ones entering the fold, which is great to see. That one car, that 325 BMW of Matt Irvine, I think. I don't recall his name being here before.
Yeah, a couple of new names in our fields and a couple of returning faces. It's always good to see everyone out here, especially in the wet conditions, Lindsay. It's always good to just have such a...
Well, it's a drying track at the moment.
It's still raining, I think.
Is it still raining?
Yeah.
I reckon. Oh, I beg your pardon, it is too. Well, if it doesn't get any heavier than this, we'll be okay. Any heavier than this, then it'll start to cause real issues. If it carries on, there could be some ponding, which won't help things.
Across the line goes Richard Atkinson. Good to see him back. We didn't see him last year at Scope, but really good to see him back here in that Ford Falcon.
So this race over 6 laps, so there's 2 in the book now.
So there's Mike Baker, the Porsche 964, Guy Stewart, Mark Stewart currently works well with Martin Irvine.
There's a big group of them now as they go into turn 1.
4 wide
for the
almost.
third time, foremost 4 wide, you're right there.
Here's another group.
Not recommended really, but they're all through safely.
Another group, Hayden Knight trying to make his way back up the field. He's trying to fight with Lewis Lowe, Chris Childs and Ian Jones.
I don't think it's Ian Jones, the former All Black either. he wouldn't fit into that car probably.
Yeah, Ian Jones, that BMW M3.
We shouldn't laugh about people from other sports into motor racing. We talk about the speedway across the road. Well, we don't, but Josh does a bit. And, the name of Astral still rings a bell over there, and that's a name I associate with cricket more than motor racing.
Chris Childs in that Porsche 996, that GT3 Cup liveried car. Having a ball out there. It's good to see him here in that car. It's there's a lot of Porsches in this field, and it's a lot of
yeah, it's like all the field. Oh, look at that group of 5 of them there.
There's Robert Ralston.
Jim Wallace is in there as well.
But yeah, lots of Porsches, and it's a lot of history within the Porsche brand, and especially in New Zealand motorsport.
Oh, worldwide motorsport.
Yeah.
Josh, the Porsche, various Porsche marks, particularly in Europe, obviously.
GT3s and
being of German manufacture, but yeah, you're right. Even today, still with the Porsche Cup in Australia is a big category.
Yeah, the Porsche Carrera Cup internationally.
And with our GT series here,
and Pirelli Porsche.
Next weekend, there's a few Porsches in that field.
Don't forget the Pirelli Porsches racing across New Zealand as well. Those guys. All sorts of Porsches. Hayden Knight in our fastest rider at the moment after that early off.
Paul Kelly trundling through in the lovely Pontiac Firebird car number 90. Not doing anything silly. We haven't seen Paul for a while, so it's good to see him out there.
I think last meeting for him was Scope last year, so it's really good to see that Pontiac Firebird back. You don't really see many of the Firebirds. I think the other one we have in the field this weekend is Rod Heyman.
And the muscle cars.
Yeah.
Now that's a good category to have on our program this year. I mean, we do like muscle cars in this part of the world, and it's good to have the Mainland muscle cars as part of our program.
Richard Atkinson far and away our leader, 17 seconds is the gap between him and Mike Baker. So he's really been putting in nice consistent laps in that supercar. Oh dear, Guy Stewart. Big off for Guy Stewart
Big
at
off.
the S's.
Oh, he pirouetted off really, as opposed to having a big whoops.
Yeah. But back onto the track, so good to see that. But those the Parks S's, they will be treacherous in the wet. They have been in the past.
Now Mike Baker's under threat from Hayden Knight.
And
now as they go into turn 1, I would suggest that Knight will get through as he goes under him. turn one.
Yep.
Mike Baker from Picton, a regular competitor here at many events, comes down with another Porsche that he runs as well, and he's here most of our meetings actually.
Yeah, Mike Baker having to cede that position to Hayden Knighton. He's now back up to second after that off, so I'd say pretty equal between Hayden Knighton and Richard Atkinson in terms of car performance there.
Yeah, I recall these guys coming out and doing some demonstration laps a few years ago, just when they bought the cars, and they seem to be pretty similar lap times. And,
different years, of course, but very similar chassis and engine.
Different years, yeah. And the drivers themselves, different experiences. Like Richard really comes from a rally background and a co-driving position.
And Hayden's a GT.
Being John Silcock's co-driver for many years.
Hayden obviously racing the GT class.
Hayden's driven quite a few vehicles.
Yeah.
RX-7s, I think he's started out in.
That's right.
That was Rob Cope Williams trying to speak to us, was it?
I'm not too sure.
The sound of his voice has changed quite a bit, hasn't it?
Oh, another off. I think it's Guy Stewart again at the Parks S's. He's just getting back onto the track now. So, yeah, Guy Stewart not particularly happy with the conditions, I'm sure. Struggling a bit with the handling of that car, but he gets back on and muscles his way back through.
Last lap border's out. So the two supercars will definitely, are looking favourites. And Mike Baker, looks like he might hold on. Good race, good run from Robert Ralston in the Bluebird, and Jim Wallace in the E39.
Hayden Knighton is really starting to catch up to Richard Atkinson, but it's definitely not going to be enough for him to.
Meanwhile, Jim Wallace is, Baker's really under threat.
He is, yeah.
From
Jim Wallace.
Wallace, who's got by Ralston, who's ahead of him.
Paul Kelly and Craig Marston having a nice battle there.
Lights are on here as they attack the last lap. That does look quite treacherous on the screen, Josh, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
It looks worse than what it does from sitting up here in the commentary box.
Checkered flag is going to go out.
Now, I think Jim Wallace is going to have a crack at Baker as they go into the sweeper for the last time. That Porsche's got a...
He's try look down the inside.
It's all going to be on the exit and how they are.
Oh, he's got him.
He got him all right. And in fact, Mike Baker might miss out on
a podium.
Yeah.
Oh, he has missed out on a podium, yeah.
Yep.
There he goes.
He has.
So he's missed out 2 places.
Yeah, as Chris Childs sneaks through to 4th place, and poor old Mike Baker has gone from 3rd to 5th. And Ralston back to 6th.
So Atkinson, Knighton, Wallace, Childs and Baker, the top 5 coming across the line.
Yeah, good drive from Hayden Knighton to get up there what he was. Mind you, with the car, I guess you kind of expect it, but it was a good drive. All right, that's the first of our races in the books. The next one will be for the Formula Juniors, the little chaps, which we'll talk about shortly. I just got an announcement here to make. There's quite a strange lost and found this. A swinger, you know, one of those dangly things you hang around your neck. An Australian 500. It's a club swinger with Australian 500. Now, I'm not sure why you'd be wearing it here. Mr. Gow might be wearing it because they're quite strange, these Australians, really. But it's got Australian 500. It's a swinger. And you probably wearing it because it does mean something to you. So it's in the secretary's office. So go back and see Anne, and and she'll give it to you.
Actually, I was just reading that note
with a one-fingered handshake. Hello, here's our Australian guest here.
The club swinger. I thought that.
Roger, if I could just duck in underneath here to say hello. Tell me a bit about your car. It's got a huge history.
Yep, it's the first Lola single-seater ever made, just number one. And it was a car with a Ferrari connection lent to them to do space frame chassis development in, June 1960. So, yeah, a bit of history.
A huge history, and you're an Australian.
No, I'm from
Auckland. I looked at the flag, you see.
Yeah, no, I'm from Auckland. It's on the way to Australia, but not quite there.
God, I misread it. Now, how thick is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's almost an insult.
We won't talk about that. Do you get many opportunities to race these juniors up in the North Island?
Yeah, we've got a pretty good series, and we usually get our own grids of cars. We've got probably 30 in New Zealand, probably 13 in Auckland, and we race them pretty consistently. Yeah, so it's great.
Yeah, of all the young guns that are driving Formula Fords, are these easier or harder to drive than a Formula Ford?
Probably harder. We run cross-ply tyres and pretty hard compound, and the car's a bit more agricultural, less aerodynamic, less grip, but a lot of fun.
I mean, basically, it's what is it, 40, about 80-year-old technology.
It's actually these cars are 60 years old. 58 to 63 Formula Junior.
Yeah.
60-year-old cars, still in exactly the same spec as they were back in this one, 1960. And this class was the lead into Formula One back there. So they're pretty good little cars.
Well, you have some fun out there and you've got number one on the bonnet, so I'm hoping you're going to keep that run right at the front.
As long as number one's there at the end, it's okay.
Oh yeah, mate. Take care now.
Say to us all.
It's not very exciting. I just need to get a vehicle moved, Lindsay. So
is that all?
Over behind the Denny Holmes stand, I've got a Mitsubishi Outlander Silver, license plate QHZ802. You're parked in an area that's not for public parking. Can I please ask that you move that vehicle? Otherwise, it will be removed for you. It's a Mitsubishi Outlander Silver QHZ802. And if we want to not just do that sort of talking, Lindsay, what a great crowd today. What a great lot of cars we've got here.
Well, wonderful. You'd be pretty pleased. And, it's a bit of a bad start weather-wise, but what a great sight.
I'm absolutely stoked that so many people have come out for weather like this.
So early.
Yeah, so thank you all.
And tomorrow it'll be even bigger and brighter and better.
I'd say you want to be at that gate lined up at 8 o'clock.
Damn
race
right.
to get your spot.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, thank you.
All right, we move on to the Formula Juniors. Now, this is a very historic motor racing. This is, and Formula Junior goes back to the late 1950s, and were instrumental in getting Formula One into a better position then than it ever was. Bearing in mind that Formula One was fairly new back in those days, less than 10 years old, and it was the Italians that decided that to help motor racing in single seaters to take the next step. They need to have something catering for cars that were bigger than just the little 500 cc's that were trundling around Europe and Britain, and Formula Junior came into being, and as I say, the Italians were the ones that started it. There were so many names of people manufacturing these little cars. 1000cc mainly was increased to 1100, and then the British, or all front engine cars, and the British with the Coopers primarily and Lotuses were the ones that decided that, hey, there should be rear engine were better, and so Formula Junior, as fast as it came, it disappeared pretty quickly too. So in saying that, here we have a good field, a marvellous field really, and you consider that we have got, unfortunately, in Littleton Harbour, I think there's 4 or 5 cars still sitting there from the English guys that are coming out for the three meetings here from here and Timaru and Teratoma. So we could have had another 5 or 6 more cars, but what we've got look pretty good to me.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen Formula Junior make a comeback here to Scope. Lotus, Cooper T59. It's just a fabulous range of cars that fit in the Formula Junior category.
I've got to mention car number 24, Kevin Anderson, and his little Cooper T52. I say mention Kevin because he's been coming here year after year with this car, and it is great to see it back, and with all the other Formula Juniors that are around him. I've got to say I love the front row of Noel Woodford, who's a regular competitor here too. Noel from Auckland in the Gemini. Alongside him, Grant Clearwater in that beautiful Cooper T59, very, very Cooper looking like car. Behind him by himself is Kim Schoen in the Crossley.
He's actually the one who's missing.
Beg your pardon.
It's Martin
it is.
Bullock.
Martin Bullock in the Brabham BT2.
Another vacant grid there for was due to go the 67 of Roger Greeny in the Lotus.
Yeah, then there's Tony Olisoff in the Emerson. What a funny names in there, Nathan. But not many of the Italian ones, really. There are a lot of well, we see the Coopers and the Gemini and the Crossing. They're all Lotus. Yeah, British. The British have arrived.
The Alva,
along with the Australians.
Yes, the Alva Formula Junior there, Gary Langsford, car 21. Another one of those brands you don't particularly see too often. So we're just waiting for the last of the cars to get ready. We're getting set here for Formula Junior. And wheel spin, nice and plenty.
Yeah, steady start from most of them. A very good start from car 21, who's Gary Langsford in the Alva. So Alva's in the house.
Still plenty of spray coming off.
There's no heroics going on down there, I'm pleased to see though.
Lap one, you just want to get around, tiptoe your way, work it out.
Is that Martin Bullock, who's got a very good start there. Martin Bullock in the BT2 Brabham, which I think it is, and he's made a good start there. As they go into Euromark hairpin for the first time.
Looks to be Grant Clearwater there in car 62, the Cooper T59.
Yes, it does.
So the field just working their way through the infield here on lap number one. As you say, these were the forefront to the Formula One.
Yes,
cars.
it was. I mean, people were going from little Cooper Bristols and that, the 500cc's. It wasn't the Bristol, it was the 500cc's. Anyway, a lot of those little, to go from that to Formula One was a huge jump. When you think of what the jumps are now, it's like night and day. And this class was introduced, and yeah, the S8 in the day initially they were all front engine, and then the British sorted this out and the rear engine came, and that was really the end of Formula Junior, really. Nevertheless, it served a great purpose at the time, and was a stepping stone to say where we are now.
Brands over there at the beginning of 1958. See one of them track and Gary Langsford there. Saying got a wonderful start.
But
found himself up in position number 3.
It's Martin Bullock who's made the best of that start in the Brabham. He leads across for the first time.
If you look at the old Mercedes when they first started making those Formula One cars and they were front engine, they took what they saw in Formula Junior and adapted that to start those first Formula One cars.
That's correct actually. It was the British, and it was Cooper really that were the ones that succeeded initially in the late 50s with the rear engine cars, and Jack Brabham was to the fore there with Cooper, late 50s, and it evolved from there really. It didn't take long for the front engine cars to disappear off the front rows of Formula One, and then disappeared altogether, obviously.
From there, with those, once they went to rear engine, you can sort of see that it's carried on and into the Formula Fords that we see now.
Yes.
They have evolved from the rear engine. The start of the Formula
whilst I love Formula Ford and I tend to decry them, I find it a little bit sad that we lost the next step up with these cars with 1,500 powered categories like we used to have here in New Zealand with our national Formula Championship, and Formula Ford took over from that. Maybe a bit more affordable. Oops, we have a spinner out. We have a spinner over there.
Tip to you around here. Just trying to pick up. Yes.
Alfred and stud, yes it is. Up those two cars at the front, and they sound and look so nice. Tony Olisif and the Emerson, I don't know much about that car. Deserves some study on that.
Experimental Alpha Mark 1. Well, it's got experimental. So obviously it was a car that was destined to run in the championship.
Never did.
And obviously suddenly the world of Formula Junior decided that it was best left as an experimental drive.
Yeah.
Roger Herrick just going past us there in the Lola Mark 2 in the front straight.
And this race is over 6 laps. And we have got coming up for 3 in the book.
We're just looking there. We've got rear engine now, the race leader of 62 with Clearwater. So unfortunately he's scored down in the timing system, but he is at the front of the field, followed by Martin Bullock and the Raven. That car's a little bit tricky to tell whether it's rear or front engine.
Yes, you're right.
BT2 because the nose is on the rear as well.
It'll definitely be a rear engine. I don't think any front engine Brabhams were produced at all.
So they're just the leaders coming through the Park Cesars, and you've got Noel Woodford, car 73 in the.
They're all nicely bunched, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we've got a little bit of a miss without timing. On track is a little bit different to the timing system. Front three cars very close. Front lid just starting to
make a wee break, isn't it?
Yeah. Great to see this class is picked up. There goes the Emerson Experimental, Gary Langford, Michael Sexton, and the Gemini. The Gemini's, there's a couple of them out there.
Where they're at.
Are they a car that was sort of towards the front of Formula Junior?
I don't recall. I don't really remember much anyway. We never had them here.
They were a European-based class.
Yeah, it's like European.
Yeah.
I don't recall. Look at this group down the back. All about themselves. Yeah, Kevin Anderson involved there. That car looks absolutely stunning. Roger Herrick just passed him in the Lola Mark 2.
Vernon Williamson and a Malak out there as well. The Malak U2 Mark 6.
Yeah, that's I guess Formula Junior, I'm not sure, but the Malak's known for it's a sports car.
Yeah.
And produced it in the UK. There's quite a few of them here in New Zealand now, actually.
The undeniable yellow wheels of the Lotus Mark Barrett.
Yeah, Mark Barrett's also got a 23C, which he runs in the vintage car class. Got a go at the front there. Martin, was that Martin Bullock who's...
He's dropped back in behind
Noel
Woodford.
Yeah, Noel Woodford there.
He's closing that gap up on Clearwater.
Right, Clearwater, yeah. Clearwater's doing a good job out in front there. Woodford, I think, is pretty used to being well near the top, I suppose, in the double change. I'm sure used to quite some larger engine. There's the attacks in now. Yeah,
Somebody
change
just flipped the rev limiter just on the gear change.
Fingers crossed.
Great little battle. 39. That's Keith FIFA in the tailsman. Jimmy Clark, John Surtees,
Well, there's some wonderful names, isn't there?
that have driven in Formula Junior.
In fact, just that car of Kevin Anderson I talked about, the local one, car 24, the other back, beautiful little Cooper. That car was brought here by Denny Hull. I think it was even built by Denny Hull when he was working at Cooper.
Spin there for car 24 of Kevin Anderson.
He spoke too soon again.
57, Peter Bedrook in the Gemini. No colour on that, just straight sheet metal. Just bend it up. Put it together.
Put together?
Yeah. Didn't need paint. It was all about weight saving, wasn't it?
Throw it around the chassis. Throw it around the chassis, put bolts and wheels on, away you go.
Yeah. Tighten them up.
Yeah, go rest.
Well, a little bit wide there for car 36. Martin Bullock, and he's just rocking the spot now to Grant Clearwater. You can definitely see the rear engine counts. Last lap coming out. So last lap for our Formula Junior for the first race of the weekend.
Noel Woodford in the Gemini. Fastest lap time so far is Noel Woodford with a 2:05.6. Yeah, and I guess considering the conditions, etc., I don't expect to be that fast. That's pretty good.
I've only just sort of picked this one up here, Lindsay, but Vernon Williamson comes all the way from the UK, one of our international
we have
drivers.
got one. We have got one.
So the Malik U2. I think that car lives in New Zealand.
Yeah, I would say it does.
It's been driven by Vernon Williamson this weekend. It's a shame we haven't got some of our international visitors, as you said earlier, like some of Martin Shepherd out of Bristol, UK.
And I think there's an American one. I'm looking at two American entries here.
Out of Texas. So those are some of the guys who unfortunately their cars are now in New Zealand. They just haven't been able to get them to the track. Ian Rowley is the Lotus 22 that we haven't seen this weekend, which is a shame. And Mark McHugh in the Lotus 20-22. So what could have been if they were able to come and join us here on track.
Oops, we have a spinner.
And that's the leader,
That's
Woodford.
That's Woodford. Oh, that's a
Last lap too.
last lap. Oh, he's going to get passed by quite a few here, I think. Yes.
I think he'll be very disappointed with himself after that.
Yes. Okay, as they round the sweeper for the last time, the checkered flag waits for Grant Clearwater, Martin Bullock, Keith Pilfer, Tony Ollis, Michael Sexton, the Gemini, then Noel Woodford, who's fifth.
Sixth corrected. Grant Clearwater system scoring.
No,
yeah, timing system, unfortunately.
All right, folks. Well, that was a glimpse of our former junior lads, and it was great to see them. Next up, we have the John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars, and this is a truly great field here.
We'll go down to Rob in the pits.
Steve Richards, number 2 in the program, but 1-2-1 on your car. Welcome to New Zealand, and a very, very special moment for you with this particular car.
Oh yeah, it is for sure. This car's got a lot of special history for our family, and Dad sort of set up the 1990 Touring Car Championship in Australia for him. So it's a very cool car, and it's very original too. It hasn't done a lot of laps since 1990, and I've got the pleasure of giving it a run today. Although it's not that pleasurable in these conditions, but it'll be good fun.
Tell me a wee bit about the fact that you said it's sort of basic. You've got wind-down windows, electric windows. I mean, for God's sake, I can't imagine that being belted around Bathurst.
Oh, you had to have your creature comforts back in the Group A days. Had to make it easier for yourself to get through some of these bigger races. So, and the engineers weren't too worried about aero back then. They were more worried about keeping the drivers cool. So I get the advantage of that today.
Tell me, what are you doing now? Because you seem to pop up quite regularly on television coverage of racing over there.
Oh yeah, look, my main focus now is my son Clay, and Clay's been out here to Scope. I think his first ever car race was here at Scope with Steve Foster in an open wheeler. So he's sort of trying to climb the ladder in Australia now, and I'm basically his mechanic and his transport driver and everything else he'd come to expect. So it's good fun. I'm really enjoying doing that with him.
This particular car is pretty well known for being okay in the wet.
I wouldn't know. I've never driven it in the wet, so it's a first time for everything. But I think in its day, actually, it was quite a handy car in the wet. So I'm looking forward to every time I get in the car. I just get out with a huge smile on my face. So we'll see what happens. There's a few good little steerers here in New Zealand in their cars, so I'm sure they'll keep me pretty busy.
It's a pretty competitive class, actually, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. The guys over here, you know, I think I've been over here 4 or 5 times now, and everyone's so friendly. They really get the most out of their cars, which is really cool too. We've had some great races here over the years.
Steve, what I reckon is the best thing is that a lot of these cars will be kept in a garage in a shed somewhere and sort of polished every third day, but never seen. You guys are coming out, Peter Sturge and his fleet, and you race them.
Oh, well, Pete loves to get the cars out and have them being used, you know, and he's a huge supporter of the historic touring cars here in New Zealand. And well, that's what they're made to do. They're made to be seen. You know, you very rarely see this sort of car driving around in Australia or New Zealand. So to get it out, it's a real privilege and a real thanks to Pete for doing it.
All right, buddy, well, you take care and have a wonderful time with the electric windows, all nice and snug in there. You just happen to have your window down, so I've come to say good day. Tell me a wee bit about the car.
Well, it's actually owned by Warren Good. He's just nice enough to let me drive it. It's a 1989 E30 M3. It's actually a replica, but it's probably better than the one that he originally owned a few years ago.
Are you happy in the wet, because it is still raining out there?
Well, I don't have a turbo on this thing, so I think we should be able to run somewhere near the front. Just got to keep it on the black stuff, really, don't we?
Just pretend there's an egg under your right foot and between you and the throttle, perhaps. And have you driven it in the wet before?
Yeah, we've had a few races in Invercargill in the wet. It goes pretty good, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it, actually.
I think it's getting noisy. Have a good one, mate. It's bloody complicated up here.
Well, thanks very much indeed down there, Ross. Winning a magnificent job as per normal.
We're getting interviews off some very interesting people that drive some very interesting cars.
Mr. Gow, welcome back to the real place.
Thank you very much indeed, Lindsay.
In fact, you were here before any of us were here, in the commentary box, I mean. you and the late, great Dave Cook.
Dave Cook, Cookie and I, we were very, very good mates, good mates indeed. But it's fantastic at the Canterbury Car Club and you to invite me over. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and thanks very much for the business class tickets over. I wasn't supposed to say that, was I?
I have to tell you, folks, here's a man that arrived at the track this morning and no one knew him, they wouldn't let him in.
But here I am anyway. But these cars, I don't know if the people around the place don't realise that these cars are not just a jump in and drive. They are a very, very big effort to get them to the circuit. There's a lot of work has to go on behind the scenes to get the cars up, to get the oil pressure up, get the temperatures up and everything, and that's why you'll see them just drifting around nice and slowly now. They'll be pumping the brakes and trying to get some heat into the brakes. When we say they're first, second and third, really they're not actually racing that much as such. They are just out here displaying these cars.
I don't believe you.
And I'll tell you what, if you speak to the drivers, they don't believe me either.
I do not believe you one little bit. Anyway, on pole we have Stu Rogers and his beautiful replica GTR Nissan Skyline, a car that he built himself with consultation with Fred Gibson and Jim Richards, and alongside him is Stephen Richards in the model before.
Stephen, the little listen, the HR.
It was George Fury. George Fury
car.
drove that. It was the one before the GTRs came out.
Before the Godzilla.
Then we have Kane Scott. We all know about Kane Scott, our Trans Am champion and also New Zealand V8 champion over many years in the peanut slab.
He was a man, Lindsay. It didn't matter what he got into, he could drive it. He just drove it and drove the wheels off.
And he really proved that with both the Trans Ams and the V8s. Ronan Murphy in the Primera, he's replacing Matt Neal, the British Touring Car champion, who was due to be here, but due to personal circumstances in the team, Matt is not here. Then we have Graham Cameron, a well-known name from the Group A days here, and the BMW M3 alongside him is Aaron Black, who's been coming here for a long time in his M3.
They are just beautiful motor cars. If you get the opportunity to come down to the pits and have a look at them, they're all in one big tent down there, and they are magnificent. And if you get the guys starting to talk about their cars, you won't shut them up in a hurry either, because they really are a superb motor car. An awful lot of work has gone into these guys that have built the replica cars, like the car number 2. It's an incredible job, Lindsay, to start one from scratch and to copy it almost to exactly how it was.
There are some originals out there.
Oh yes.
Pretty certain. I see that car number 20 of Andy Greenstone in the Yellow Sierra. That's a Kevin Waldock. Kevin Waldock from your part of the world, Dave.
Yes, he was.
I think he drove that car.
And look at the Chapmans. The Chapmans are still going. That is incredible to see. Who's driving? Is that Den driving that one? Chapman cars.
Car number 63, Kevin Pateman in the Telstar. Kevin drove that in the New Zealand Touring Car Championship around that era, the era that Craig Baird and the E46s.
Yep.
There was two of them in the BMW, Lyle Williamson's team, because Beardo won 4 championships in the E46. Brett Riley was the other one on that team, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Brett Riley from British Formula 3 fame came home, and he had to play second fiddle to Beardo for most of the era, actually.
It was a pleasure to watch these cars in Taupo just a couple of weeks ago.
Did you see it?
Yes, I did.
Was that televised through?
It was on.
What do you? What?
No, I think it was Sky or whatever.
Was it one of your channels over there?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it was Sky. Fox Sport in KO. Yeah, that's what we have, and it was on Fox Sport.
So Kane is starting from the pit lane. As
remember these things, Lindsay, flying around Wellington?
Oh, I do. Oh, yes, I do.
The Wellington street race. Oh boy.
Well, that goes back in time. That's 30 years ago now too. We've talked about 30 years ago, and they were great days. That won the street race, and really, on reflection, it's amazing they ever took place.
You're
right.
right.
But what a great promotion for the country.
Unbelievable.
But unfortunately, retailers there couldn't see the sense in that because they were closed for 2 days or 3 days of the year. However,
the people that brought them in there,
I felt the Tourist Commission could have done something about that. But
they moved hotels and all sorts of things there.
Yeah, yes,
hotels
they did.
and wheels to make the track the way it was.
Well, I guess those costs now have to go to their water pipes.
It does at the moment.
Yeah.
He's got different. I'm not sure. I guess a lot of these guys will be on slicks, I would say. Well, it's a rolling start, so not too far away from going. We'll get a green light.
Stu Rogers is not there.
There they go.
Aaron Black, good start from Aaron Black.
Heading up into the little bit of gloom out there, just still a fair bit of spray turning up. But boy, oh boy, they are really giving it some up there. They'll be having an absolute ball.
So our pole man, Stu Rogers, is missing.
Yep.
Ronan Murphy's missing. Andy Greenstate's missing. Murray Cleland and Brett Stevens. And Wigman's not missing. He's out there now. Pit lane.
Kane Scott's on his way. Now watch that Sierra go. That's one of Peter's cars. Look at that's going down there. Is it the Mondeo going down there with the Toyota? Now just have a look at the skyline. Look at the thing go. It's just incredible in a straight line.
It's a shame that Stu Rogers not there with the GTR.
Yes, it is. But the BMWs and certainly, someone's gone roundies over there, but safe and sound onto the grass. Of course, you'd have absolutely no chance of catching the car once it got onto the grass, just with a little bit of dampness that's on there. But I think he's fine. Is it Brett Miles? Bruce Miles, sorry, it was too. Running around the back of the field is in the magnificent 635 CSI. Just beautiful. These cars are absolutely magnificent. As I say, if you get the opportunity to come down to the pits, come and have a look. Get yourself a program. They're only about $5, I think. And it's well worth getting some very interesting reading in there about these cars and all the other cars that are featured here today at the SKOPE Classic.
Well, actually, Trevor Crowe out there, right?
Yep.
Has he? Oh, Trevor Crowe limping at the back of the field.
Around the back of the 635.
So it's Stephen Richards that crossed the line. No, he didn't. Andy Greenslade. So I'm sorry, our monitor's not recording Andy Greenslade.
Maybe he's not here at all. Just watching. Unfortunately, it looks like Trevor's pulling into the pits, which is a real shame for him.
Trevor reunited with the 635 that he ran at Bathurst, got fourth in Bathurst did.
Oh man, that's tight in there. BMW's having to leap out of the way.
Well, good job being done by Stephen Richards, who's really pulled that gap back a bit. Pulled that gap back quite a lot, actually.
I love the flames coming out of that skyline. It looks absolutely incredible, doesn't it? As it goes down, he just backs off just that little bit. You'll see the flames, I'm sure. Yep, Stephen Richards is starting to wind it up. And he's going to be right up there with these two.
You could go through every one of these cars, Dave.
Oh, man.
Oh, the side-by-side going through
there.
Here
Brave stuff.
As they go through the second S.
The Sierra gets a bit of a twitch on.
Oh, the Greenslade's going to surrender 2 spots to 3 spots now.
3 spots. Andy must have just struck a little real damp patch there, I think. Now let's have a look and see as they come onto the front, the front straight. We're going to have Graham. No, it's not Graham Campbell at all. It's the little Nissan Skyline. And listen to it wind up. Richards just hasn't got an answer to it on the front straight. The Skyline just takes off and leaves them all behind. But further down the field, we've still got some magnificent cars running around there. The XJS down there.
Well, as we just said, Dave, you know, you go through every single car, and the pedigree of the mark is unparalleled in any other class we've ever had here. We go through various touring car championships around the world, and including our own, and these cars, all the replicas, have been prominent in their day.
Kane Scott's starting to turn the wick up a little bit in the peanut slabs, the Whittaker peanut slab Sierra. Considering he started from the back of the grid, from out of pit road, he's certainly done a great job. Kane Scott, as I said before, he could drive anything at all. Put him in a wheelbarrow and still finish first, I think.
I thought you were going to say put him in a wheelchair, he might drive anything first.
It's just as well he can't hear you.
Correct. I wish no ill on the man at all.
No, not at all. Now look at these three coming down into this little twisty, windy bit, as we used to say. Whoa.
Oh, bit of wheel spin from Steve Richards there.
And there goes that flame.
They are packed together there.
Oh, there goes Richards. Just got through, just went right around the outside.
Aaron Black, Stu Black, actually.
He's got him again.
He's on the outside. He'd have a bad run coming out of the sweeper. Out of the Euromark motorcycle sweeper. I think the pace of that Sierra, not Sierra, that
Nissan will pull it back.
Nissan will pull him back.
Well,
yeah, no, yes, no,
yes.
And the BMW sit side by side. The Beamers of Cameron and
he's got him again. He's got him again as he goes up into there. It's Steve Richards. Look at that. Stewart Black is really having to fight to get back up to the lead car, but the Sierra has just got that extra grunt into the corners, and then when it comes out, of course, with all the four wheels doing their thing, they are unbelievable.
You know, you recall this is like '89, I think. That Skyline with Jim Richards.
Yes,
and it was George Ferry as well, I think. And all of a sudden, you know, they were built to eclipse the Sierras, and then all of a sudden we had Godzilla arrived on the scene, and that really clipped the tickets, didn't it?
Well, shortly after that, they decided.
Yeah.
Wasn't too far after that.
Now, this car here, I don't think that car raced. I think it was built, and it was the number 2 car. It's not the famous quote car, "You pack of bastards" car, I don't think.
Stewart Black's got him off. He's away. Now, Steve. No, I don't think this is the one. Yeah, that was an interesting interview, wasn't it? Interesting conference.
Yes, it was. Never to be forgotten.
Never to be forgotten.
Look at them bunching up there in that scrap for second place. Richards is through. Then there's
Cameron and Black,
and Scott O'Donnell's there in the Mondeo.
Remember when those Mondeos first came out, and Radisich was driving one as well, and they used to scream.
Yeah, well, poor one, 2 World Touring Car Cups in the Mondeos.
Gosh, this timing thing makes the job a lot easier, doesn't it? Matt Martin of the BMW 318i going through there as well. They're all doing a fantastic job for the dampness on the track. Richards has just decided to have back off. I think just may have overheated things a little bit, but whatever they've done, they will fix it, and it'll be out with a vengeance in the next race. I can almost guarantee it. Old Alfa Romeos.
Yeah, that car of Dennis Ham, I believe, he ran that in the New Zealand Touring Car Championship. That same era of with the E46s and Kevin Payton in that era there, which was the mid-90s, was it?
Yeah, Alpha's given it away. He's coming into pit road, so a couple of retirements in this one, but the boys down there, they're all very keen to get these cars out and show them off to everybody here at the Euromark Motorsport Park, particularly under this fantastic day's meeting that Scope put on every year and have done for a number of years, back from the PDL days up to the Scope days, and boy oh boy,
well,
it has just got bigger and bigger.
It all started in 1991.
Was it that long ago?
Yep.
Heavens. Okay.
Last lap brought out anyone's race.
Andy Greenslade dropped well down the field. Not quite sure what happened there.
Yeah, he has.
He's still battling away though. And I see they've got the screen.
Just looking at there, and Kane Scott's done a good job. He's up to 10th place. Just behind Kevin Pateman and Stephen Kelly and Dale Chapman, and that group there in the midfield.
I've snuck the Jag back out there as well, so he's back out, giving it a bit more of a run. A couple of guys that couldn't come out today, unfortunately. We had Greg Murphy in the Honda Accord, didn't manage to turn a wheel, which was a bit of a shame. It's done an engine, and a couple of other non-starters. But I'll tell you what, apart from probably Greg, but the rest of them will be back out there again for the next race of the historic touring cars, right here at the Euromark Motorsport Park at Ruapuna. Of course, don't forget, it is the only place to race.
I can't believe that.
It's just taken off and left.
It has. And the group behind it is all go for second place. I think Richards will maintain that advantage as he gets acceleration out of the ears.
Now look at it go.
Oh, let's all go here. Look at the BMW. Oh. Nothing much between Richards and Cameron, Scott O'Donnell and Aaron Black.
Graham Cameron thought he had him up there. I think he just managed to get a little bit more squirt though. Richards in a straight line. Terrific stuff.
All right, that's it for the historic John Field historic touring cars. Our next race out is the Pat Hoare Formula Libre. Interesting smorgasbord of older Formula Fords and some sports cars.
And I see it's still just raining very slightly out there, which is a real shame for these guys, for everybody concerned. But tomorrow's going to be a blinder, Lindsay. That's it. That's
apparently one of your Brisbane blinders.
Yeah, blinder. Oh,
and we'll hand to Rob Coate Williams shortly, I'm sure, to have a chat with somebody.
You don't want some of the weather we've had over there of like 38 degrees and 79, 80%.
And raining every day.
Yeah, it's lovely. Big thunderstorms at night, but and it's lovely to come over here and walk around in a t-shirt without a jersey. All right, guys, thanks very much indeed. And we'll pass you over to Robbie Coate Williams.
A fair bit of traffic down here, but seriously, where did you get that hat?
Well, I thought it's going to be sunny, so I put a sun hat on.
Yeah, there's probably a bit of a story as we're watching all the traffic coming around here. Hello, guys, good to see you. Hey, listen, you're not going to keep that hat.
No, well, what we thought is for people watching the live stream, we'd do a little bit of a giveaway. So we've got a hat, and we've got this lovely 2024 Scope t-shirt here. I'll just show that. We're just live there, people, so if you could just wait for a second. We're just giving away a t-shirt and a hat.
Away.
And for anyone that wants to come down with their kids, there's a great poster here with all of the different drivers on it, which you can come and grab for free. But for the first person that goes on to the live stream and puts in the Facebook page who won the last race, that's a historic touring car race, you'll get this lovely hat and this lovely t-shirt, courtesy of the SKOPE Classic.
Well, it does suit you, so I'm sorry you're going to be losing it, buddy. But
I'm sure I know someone I might be able to get one.
Hey, listen, seriously, the YouTube, big following for the SKOPE this year?
Well, I think we're on YouTube and Facebook. We've got reasonable followers right from the get-go, which was great. So, but I think next time when I set the camera up and walk away from it, I probably should do it not in the walkway.
Exactly. Well, listen, it's good to see you on this side of the camera because we're both getting a wee bit wet. At least you got a hat, but I hung my umbrella up because it was obscuring the drivers, and it's all about them.
Well, I think the weather's clearing, isn't it? I've got the sun hat on, so it's going to be sunny.
And I'm not sure that my arthritic bones are actually agreeing with you. But next up, we've got some very good racing. We've got the Formula Libre, and really, the Formula Libre is if you've got one, bring it and drive it, but they're all getting wetter than we are.
Yeah, well, they're pretty brave. I mean, it's you're going to be in a wet race suit and on a wet track, and a lot of these guys probably don't drive in the wet too much, so they probably don't even have the best tyres, because I've seen some cars out there on slicks.
Yeah, and the other thing is a lot of the tyres are actually period, which makes it even worse for them.
Well, in fact, someone I know came up, walked and touched one of the tyres and said, "Good luck."
I think that's probably the Formula 5000s came out, and some of them were on slicks because of the lack of tyres available for them. And I mean, those things must be terrifying on slicks in this sort of weather.
Well, I'd say they'd be terrifying for most normal drivers anytime, but it was very brave of them to go out on slicks. Some of them were sliding around, and yeah, you're right, because what's happened, a lot of these cars run Avon tyres, and the Avon factory has closed, so they can't actually get tyres. So until they reopen that factory, a lot of these
somebody
guys
else takes it over.
Well, yes, it's been bought by Dunlop apparently, so Dunlop will start making the tyres again, but when?
Yeah, now that's a very good question. So, yeah, I mean, looking forward, no, we don't know what the weather's going to be doing, Adam, but we've got a lot of racing to come today, and people who are watching need to know that it's on all day, isn't it?
Yeah, well, so I think the thing you'll find is tomorrow's going to be a minter. We're right in the walkway, so sorry about that.
We are right in the walkway. You know, it's nice to see you all. It would really love to see you.
As we're illustrating here, big crowds already, even though it's raining, the banks are absolutely packed with cars. You can actually sit in your car on the bank and see the racing beautifully here at the Euromark Motorsport Park. So it is actually not so bad in the wet for the viewer, and tomorrow the weather is going to be good, and you're going to be able to wear this lovely hat.
That lovely sun hat, yeah. Well, somebody's got to be wearing it, which is absolutely fabulous. But what I'm going to suggest is that we perhaps just take a wee moment and think about the people who are here, the volunteers, the people who do so much work. They're getting wet. They're out there shivering their little ears off, and yet, you know, I mean, it's all for the sport and for the fans.
Yeah, well, we're hoping later on to do a couple of interviews with some of the volunteers and get their sort of reasons on why they turn out every weekend and what enjoyment they get from it as well. So, I mean, it can be hard on a hard day and hot on a hot day, but, you know, they get the best view in the house, don't you?
I was just going to say that, seriously, they're sitting there getting a brilliant view. You don't actually understand the speed until you're on the inside of the circuit and the cars are coming past you literally just feet away.
Yeah, it's amazing some of these spots that they get to stand at. I mean, I know privileged as a camera guy, you get to be in some of those amazingly close. I wouldn't say close because they are actually
quietly
spots.
vicarious.
Well, if you know the photographer Terry Marshall, back in the day, he's got a very famous shot standing on the sweeper with his foot on the corner.
Well, you know, you see photographs of the guys in the European circuits, and some of them are lying down at the apex of the corner to get that shot.
Well, we're all about safety, so well, if you look at our live stream cameras, they're all in particular spots that have been approved as the spots to be in, but hopefully they're getting you some nice footage in the rain, and our guys are getting quite wet out there too.
Yeah, well, I must confess, I think there's going to be a couple of rounds of drinks at the end of the day that you're going to have to be buying those boys.
Well, fortunately, a few of them don't drink, so...
Well, that makes it easier. So not only have you got a sober driver...
Yeah, exactly. But I hope everybody out there is enjoying the footage that we're bringing you to today. We decided Saturday this year because, you know, we really want to promote the event as well, and we want to see people coming out on the Sunday, and tomorrow is going to be the same cars, but there's going to be a bit different formats and some more handicap racing tomorrow, right?
Exactly, and I'm just looking down behind us there. There's a lot of very, very sober-looking drivers. You know, I mean, it really is. There's Board. Can you come here for a minute?
Hello.
This is. If you swing round.
Oh no. We did this.
This
last
is Peter
week.
Grant.
How do you do? I'm meant to be in this race, but my car is broken, and I'll be back this afternoon.
Good, because you're out there for qualifying. You didn't do too bad, I didn't think.
For an old guy, it was all right, yeah.
So we're looking out for number 9, the green car. What do you reckon's wrong with it, Pete?
It's raining.
So it's actually nothing to do with the cars, it's the underwear.
No, yeah, exactly. You're right. Goodbye, Robert.
Bye-bye. He's a lovely guy, and I tell you what, he does very, very good with car racing, he really does. So we're just going to go for a wee walk, and coming in down here. Look, you're on pole position, or pretty much. Tell us a wee bit about your car.
This is a 1976 Royale RP71 historic Formula Ford.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good wee car. It actually won a championship back in the day.
So, you comfortable with wet, or you, like most of us, are very, very cautious?
I'm going to be a bit cautious. This is actually my first time in the wet.
Well, we'll be watching you. Car number 49 it is, guys. And yourself, have you done much driving?
Yeah, I usually race an E30 in the South Island E30 series, so I've done a fair bit of racing, but...
Let's talk to your offsider here, because you keep the whole thing running, don't you, including the driver?
Yeah, it's not that hard. It looks after itself. He doesn't, but the car does.
There's nothing you can say to that, is there? Can you come on, Eddie, we'll go down here and have a wee chat to car number 5, because he's just Colville signs, Wayne Colville. God, how many times have you been around Ruapuna, do you reckon?
It's probably a couple of hundred.
I would say the same car. Tell us about the car for those who don't know it.
This car's a Van Diemen, 1981 Van Diemen, and it's owned by that man there, that's smiling.
Who's laughing because it's not him that's being interviewed, it's you.
And because he doesn't have to drive in the wet.
That's probably more to the point. You have a safe trip. You right, buddy? I tell you, this is a very famous car number 59, because car number 59 has won a championship in the hands of little Andy McElroy. You're enjoying the wee car?
I love it, yeah. Handles like a dream. It's amazing, actually.
Isn't it wonderful to be in a championship-winning car, still in the same colour scheme as Andy had it, and so much history underneath your right foot?
Yes, indeed. And still to have the same owner as well is pretty cool, and for him to let me actually have a spin in it is awesome as well. So yeah, it's great.
Are you comfy in the wet, or most of us are scared witless of it?
Oh, most of the time I'm okay in the wet. I've done a bit of karting in my time, so I'm sort of used to it that way.
That's interesting, because there's so many people start in karting and come into Formula Ford. It seems a natural sort of a pathway.
Yeah, most definitely. Even in the main game these days, most of them have come through karting. So yeah, it's interesting to watch, and it's all about braking, I think, in these things. So karting's definitely a good start point for learning all that stuff.
And I guess the other thing is that karting, you go wheel to wheel all the time, and you do with these as well. So it's a very good training ground.
Yeah, well and truly. Yeah, no, it's amazing. It's good. Wish I'd done it years ago.
Good idea. You have a safe, wonderful race. Only because it's he's sitting here. Can I just interrupt us for a moment and ask you a wee bit about your car?
Yeah, sure. It's a 1972 Eldon Formula Ford built in the UK, exported to the States, and then Gary Tansey from Dunedin imported it into New Zealand, and I bought it off Gary in 2009. Only race car I've ever had, and the only race car I ever will have.
So it's got a nice little bit of history. How hard is it to keep these things running and in top performance?
Oh, they're relatively simple, straightforward cars, especially people with grey hair understand. It's simple ignition systems, no fuel injection, simple exhaust systems, so they're very easy to work on if you're mechanically minded, and that's what we spend 90% of our time doing, fiddling, basically.
Gets you out of the house and into the garage, huh?
Exactly.
Well, you have a safe trip. We'll just be talking to the man who drives car number 72. Car 261, I reckon, don't you? Now, this is all your fault because you're sitting there with a grin on your face. We've come to say g'day. Tell us about your car number 261.
So this is a 1974 Johnson Formula Ford 1600, built here in Christchurch by Johnny Johnson, and this car was raced by his son for the first few years.
I think he built about 9, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and at previous scopes we've had up to 4 or 5 of them all here at once.
South Island Formula 1600 are obviously a competitor around here so long. Do these things handle in the wet or not?
They're not too bad. You can soften them off a bit, but we use the same tyres, wet or dry. It's just a matter of driving to the conditions, really.
Good on you, and you just do that and have a very, very safe race. I just love this colour scheme on this one that we're going to come and say g'day to. It's sorry to disturb you, but two things. I love the colour scheme of the car, and you've got an umbrella. Tell us a wee bit about your car.
Well, we've just gone through a full restoration. This is a Van Diemen RF86. It's a beautiful car, full ground-up restoration. We've gone on the Rothmans livery today. Feels great. First racing event it's been in for a few years, so we'll see how it goes in the wet.
Yeah, exact, but I love the colour scheme. It's sort of very much like the Rothmans colours.
No, it's a fantastic car to drive. So we've got P6 today, so hope we can keep it at one piece and we're good to go.
Yeah, well, you keep nice and dry until the last minute. That sounds great. Should we go over to the sports car, Adam? Because sports cars are a major part of Formula Libre, and it's really nice. I'll come around here. I'm just going to interrupt you guys. But don't move the umbrella away, okay? Hi, look, tell us about your car.
Oh, scratch built it myself. Been on track a few years. And
Where's Adam? I'll just lift that up so we can see you, because otherwise we wouldn't see you both really.
Yeah.
So you built it?
Yeah, from scratch, yeah.
We're talking about car number 28, which you're going to see in the live stream very, very shortly. What's it like in amongst all these single-seaters, you guys?
I'm end up at the back.
You're
I'm at the back of the field, so.
Yeah, but you're racing your own race, aren't you?
Yes, dead right, yeah. Good fun.
What else do you race in? I mean, what other classes are there? Is it just Formula Libre?
And GTs and things like that, but they're getting less. Some people should get their cars out of the garages, so they're hiding away and bringing them out for race.
We are very thrilled that you brought your car out. The conditions are certainly not conducive to good lap times.
Oh, no, it won't be, but won't worry me.
Good on you, buddy. You have a good race.
Thank you, Rob, for the interviews down there. Great to go through the history in our Pat Hoare Formula Libre field. So now that we have a working computer with our timing system all up and running again, we are going to go and have our first race for Pat Hoare Formula Libre over 6 laps. And again, another stellar field, Josh Anderson, for the Pat Hoare Formula Libre.
Absolutely. We think we've got about 31 cars for our Formula Libre field. It's great to see so many of them. Lots of talented drivers and lots of our historic Formula Ford guys jumping in here as well, and a lot of our wings and slicks competitors. So a real mix of those categories, as well as just drivers jumping in for this weekend.
Yeah, it sure is. Ian Rowley, car 67, just making his way out for that one. We'll get that timing system updated. That was one of the Formula Junior cars, actually. So looking at our field here, Ian Clements and the Reynard will be on pole position with a 1:29.9. Steve Donaldson in the Argo FA2000. So the wings and slicks cars at the forefront of our Pat Hoare Formula Libre field. And Pat Hoare Formula Libre has been growing through the years of the SKOPE Classic, and usually see high 20s for them, so another stellar field.
Yeah, great field of Formula Libre cars. We've got the likes of old Formula Fords and Keith Cowan's Johnston, not making it out unfortunately, but that would probably be one of the oldest in the field. We've got road car. Oh, he is out there. Thank you very much. There we go. So timing is just getting itself sorted out. Yeah, Keith Cowan, that Johnston Formula Ford. We see him a lot in our open wheel class in our Mag and Turbo Club race day. So good to see him out here for SKOPE as well. And a lot of our historic Formula Fords. We've also got wings and slicks cars. So Ian Clements, one of our wings and slicks drivers in that Reynard as well. And actually some old road cars here as well. You've got an old Caterham 7 in there in the mix as well, so it's going to be a real barn burner of a race.
And the weather has come back in again.
The
rain has returned. The spray rooster tails are even here on the warm-up lap of coming off these cars. So tricky conditions here for day one of racing for the SKOPE Classic here at Utermark Motorsport Park.
And I've noticed, Nathan, it will be a bit treacherous for some of the drivers. Some don't have wets on, so we might have a couple of slick runners out there as well. I think Ian Clements will be one of those. As far as I remember, just seeing him come out of pit lane. Might be wrong on that one. Just wait and get everyone lined up on the grid for this one.
Well, one's just coming into the pit lane as the field bring themselves to the grid. The Julio safety car brings to the front of the field. It does have a longer name, but we'll stick with the Julio safety car. Don't worry, we've absolutely tried to pronounce the longer version, of course. Alfa Romeo safety car, courtesy of the crew down at Euromark.
There's Ian Clements just pulling up, and I believe that is slicks for him. In row number 4, you can see that's car 59. That's Hamish Carpenter and the ex-Andy McElrea Formula 4, the RF88.
I think some groove tyres there on the front car.
Yeah, you might be right.
Not slicks on the front of Ian Clements as he wipes the rain off the visor. So plenty of cars who have decided to sit this one out in the tricky conditions. So it's a scattered grid for our Pat Hoare Formula Libre.
Yep, very exciting to get this field underway. We've got Michael Hay in there as well, doing double duty with the F5000s. He's running a Van Diemen in there as well. Here we go. 4 lights, 5. And we're underway for Formula Libre. Good start from Ian Clements, but a lot of wheel spin on that outside line.
31. That is Keith Cowan in the Johnston Formula Ford. He's had one of the better starts as the field trail on down, and look at the trail of spray as they head down the front straight. You almost lose them there as they head down into Abbott. He's had a brilliant start.
Keith Cowan up to 3rd.
It's a good
line during a start. He's just been passed by, I believe that's Hamish Carpenter.
Yeah, look at that. Look at them all just tiptoeing through Link here on lap number 1. We did see a problem yesterday in qualifying for Avon Dunn in the Manatee Formula Subaru, the blue and white one, just looking to sniff up the inside of John Mines and the JMR M2.
Speaking of which,
we've got one around, and just about ended up at the flag point there on the Euromark hairpin.
It was close. That looks like it's 49 of Toby Dorber. It's, I believe, his first outing in an open wheeler. Might be,
well, first race in an open wheeler. He qualified yesterday. He's had a couple of laps, but
he usually runs in our Continental Rennsport class.
Mixing it up.
Ian Clements just storming away from the field, is quite comfortable out there, it looks, so he's doing a nice job at holding that. Yeah, you can see the Kilkelly cars, RF88 driven by Hamish Carpenter, usually runs that 49 car, or used to run that 49 car, but he's now jumped into the Andy McElrea Championship winning Formula Ford, and it's always great to see that car at every SKOPE meeting we generally have. It's been a really good part of our Formula Libre class.
Oh, we've got one around, and that
Speaking
is that car.
which, Black Jellybean Award.
Gosh, Black Jellybean early on in the day. Yeah, this is just going to rejoin here. I think getting used to it. Kim Crocker there in car number 5. Another one that Rob spoke to. So I think the main aim for Formula Libre is completing 6 laps without having a moment.
Yeah,
it's going to be forget who's going to win the race. I think we can safely
we can safely guess who that will be, but definitely going to be completing 6 laps without incident, and definitely have to agree with you there. Will be a challenge.
Just looking at the 99 going through the hairpin, the
Michael Hay.
That famous livery, of course, the Rothmans. We've seen that on a whole bunch of cars and throughout different categories, and now that has found its way onto the Formula Ford.
Good to see that car out there and having some fun, I'm sure Michael Hay is this weekend, doing the F5000s, of course, and running here as well. And usually runs in our Formula Ford class. Good to see him out and having a ball out there.
Another great car, just seeing it through the hairpin is number 40, is Peter Bowl of Kawa, and the Lotus 18. Very big car for the Formula Libre field. Very much similar to the Brabhams of the Formula 5000 cars, but just a wee bit smaller and less horsepower on the right foot there for Peter in that Lotus 18.
Hamish Carpenter just making his way past Keith Cowan, so he's trying to make his way back up through the field, but also just trying to keep it. The main goal is to keep it straight without having another moment. That was an unusual kind of moment coming off the CMG sweeper, Nathan. It was a bit of a swapper on him at the rear end, and round he went.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to do that again. He's learnt the limits of that car. So what are we, four laps to go, although the leader's halfway around the circuit already. Just having a look as they come down the straight here. You've got first of the sports cars coming through. There's John Mines, as I talked about, from Wellington, the JRN Mark II, built in 1967.
Just had Ron Wilkin come into the pit lane, so he's deciding to park it in.
There's a beautiful Lotus. Car 86, another one there.
Yeah, Kim Sheehan, that Crossell 30. Good to see Kim out racing that.
Look at Ian Clements. He is just coming onto the start-finish line, and he's going to just about, he's going to get through to the back markers here, because we've got 3 to go. Now Pat Moore Formula Libre, as the rain continues to fall. Brave soldiers out there in Pat Moore Formula Libre.
Absolutely, it's going to be a challenging day for all our drivers, but tomorrow they've got a nice scorcher of a day, it looks to be, so look forward to seeing what the rest of today's action and tomorrow will be for like for this class, because it's always got a good feel to it. Yeah, so many historic and classic open wheelers, and as Dave said, it's the place to race, so
you can't steal his.
No, but
you got to leave that for Dave. That's his line. Don't be stealing that. So yeah, Ian Clements just coming through the back markers. He's just coming up on car 48, and that's Ian Arbuthnot in the Lola T340.
Coming up on here is an Argo, so that's what he usually races in our wins and slits class. So we've got one off, that's 67. That's just to wait for time of screen to flick back around. That's
Ian Rowley.
Yeah, there we go, Ian Rowley. And that Lotus, usually driven by, Steve Donaldson, but he's chosen to jump into car number 26 for this weekend. Ian Clements just making his way nicely around the lap cars and doing a really nice smooth drive at the moment.
Hamish Corbett in the yellow BRP U2, just going into Abbott Insurance, and the leader has just passed the line, so he has 2 to go here in Pat Moore Formula Libre.
We've got currently 11 out on the track at the moment. Oh, there we go, 13. least 13. We've got a couple of drivers obviously deciding to keep it safe and stay in the pit lane, but we've got a lot of brave bears out there running and having a good time.
Just having a look as they come through 261. Just coming through.
Duncan Wright,
the Johnson Formula Ford.
One of our regular historic Formula Ford competitors. It's good to see him out here running that car. That Johnson, a lot of history behind that. Been run countless times around this track.
Julie Greer is heading down into turn number 1. So Julie in the Van Diemen RF80. Out there keeping it on the black stuff.
See Avon Dunn just getting through on Duncan right there. It says Hamish Carpenter just got through on the two of them that lap.
So just going to pick up Ian Clements. He's just come through the second S, and he'll come down to the CMG Motorcycles, India Motorcycles sweeper, where he will pick up the last lap board. He's just coming up on the back of Greg Bowen. And car number 42, which is Easter Clubman. So last lap board out. Oh, we've got a red flag.
We've got a red flag.
So, we've got a car just down at one of the flag points who's pulled up. Not sure if he's spun off into.
It's hard to tell.
He is right up against the tile.
Yeah.
But yep, red flag. So we were just about to start the last lap, but we have gone red. So we see car 28 there, another one of our Lotus 7s. So apart from a couple of wee spins, it's been a pretty fairly consistent race in very tricky conditions.
It has been, yeah.
So we'll bring the field around and they'll stop for the red line. Just going to see if we're going to obviously get the incident taken care of, and we'll see if we're going to get a restart with potentially one to go here, or whether they're going to may call this one early.
Just have to wait on the official word on that one.
Don't forget too, folks, I know it's pretty wet out there, but plenty of food options, plenty of coffee options around. I'm sure the coffee vans will be busy, keeping your hands and your hearts warm with hot coffee, and of course hot food stands as well down in the pits and over there by the various outlets around the track. So the field just pulling up here to the start-finish line. Just waiting to see, we might see if we can jump down to Rob Cope-Williams in pit lane and see if he's got anyone lined up for a bit of a chat while we've got a red flag situation. I won't be crossing down to Rob. We can see him standing in pit lane with the bright green Jaguar umbrella. Oh, he's heard it. He's heard he's been called. Our Rob Cope-Williams. So a lot of these guys have decided to head into pit lane. There's only a handful of cars that have stopped down by the red flag line. So just waiting to find out the official call here on the Pat or Formula Libre race. But still plenty of action to come. Silvester Saloons up next for our fifth race. Then we get into the Mobil 1 Mainland muscle cars. Harold Heasley Saloons.
In fact, it is more than exceedingly wet, but I've got to come down here somewhere in behind all that stuff. Whoop, hang on, wrong side. Greetings, Guy. What a hell of a bit of weather we've got.
Yeah, particularly in this thing. It's like an angry girlfriend with a very sharp knife.
I tell you what, there's literally hundreds of people watching SKOPE Classic on the YouTube and everything else. Mate, you're very, very faithful to this meeting and with sponsorship.
Yeah, we love this meeting. We're very proud to sponsor it, and we love the fact that we get such a huge variety of amazing cars coming out here.
I'm not going to hold you up because you need to get some air onto that windscreen. How the hell can you see out through there?
Magic. No idea. I'll see how it progresses once we start moving.
Yeah, just before we go, there's more Porsches that models than I could ever think of. Tell us about this one.
This is a replica of a 1974 911 IROC, which was the International Race of Champions, the very first one. The guy that started it knew that people couldn't drive old Porsche, well, they were then new, but Porsches well. And so they took a 911 1974 RSR engine, put it in an RS body, and they had a championship. So it's 300 horsepower and lethal in the wet.
Yeah, I know you've raced at Nürburgring in the 24 hours, and some of that was in the rain, so you don't dislike rain?
It scares me. Things happen very fast in the rain, and they're normally bad. But yeah, I've raced at the Nürburgring 24 hour 6 times.
Yeah, good idea. Well, thank you again for your sponsorship. It's very much valued and appreciated.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming.
So we better let him get sorted, I think. Are we just about organised, or can I go and talk to somebody else? I think everybody's getting a wee bit busy, and everyone, that I think most people are getting terribly focused at the moment. We just had a red flag, as you know, at the last race, which is always terrible. We don't like red flags because it means that somebody's in trouble. But in the meantime, it's getting, yeah, what can you say? But these drivers, I think, are very, very brave. I think they're bringing their precious cars out, and some of these cars are absolutely astounding. In fact, if we've got a moment, I might just come in here because this isn't his car. Yeah, listen here. Mark, Jonathan Phillips has lent you his car in these conditions.
He's a very brave man, isn't he?
Either brave or foolish, I'm not sure, but anyway.
We have a great understanding. I need to bring it back in one piece. Otherwise.
No, but you and Jonathan have a wonderful relationship.
Long standing, and I hope that it continues.
You go and tiptoe around the room.
Right, thank you.
Due to go over 6 laps, and as Guy Stewart rightly said, a handful in these conditions as the field rolls on out, and we can see the track has been declared wet. The board up there has got wet race, so all drivers must be running their rain lights or their brake lights, tail lights on.
Yep, so running a wet race for our Ron Silvester Saloons. Looking forward to this one, Nathan. These guys always put up a really good show, and lots of history involved with every single car, and looking forward to seeing what this one's going to hold for us.
Well, I mean, across all our saloon car classes,
yeah.
Just the marks and the models and the brands spread throughout. I mean, you look at HQ Holden out there. You've got Ford Escorts, Porsches, Alfa Romeos,
Jaguar E-types even.
Jaguars, which get Rob Cope-Williams excited, as we always like to wind him up about. Ford Mustangs, Porsche 911, BMW 3.0 CSI, as we just saw Rob having a chat to. The return of the Fiats, the X19s of the Chapmans have returned again. MG BGTs, Ford Capris, BMWs, Daimlers, Jaguars, Fords, Chevrolets. We've got it on track. If you haven't seen it, want to see it, love to see it, it's out there on track.
100%, and we've got everyone going to line up on our grid. A couple of our regular competitors here. We've got the likes of Grant Silvester, obviously the Chapmans, and Brent McCullough, Guy Stewart, Monty McAfee, another one as well. So a lot of regular competitors at Scope.
I guess the question is, like we saw in the Formula Libre, how many are braving the conditions slash not braving the conditions, and deciding these guys are a little bit better because they all have a roof over their heads, so they're going to stay nice and dry in the cockpit. So we see the Giulio safety car pull up to the line, and the rest of the field is going to slot on in by. I see one of our Ford Escorts has just missed his grid spot. That is Leighton Hammond. I think he was counting the rows before he was counting the numbers on the grid, and he's managed to find his grid spot. But I mean, look at that, a great lineup, and the Porsche of Guy Stewart on the front row, Philip Hoffman missing in the Ford Mustang, deciding to stay parked up for this one.
Yeah, Guy had a couple of problems in the last race he did, and hopefully he's got things more sorted out for this one.
Well, he's on pole position, so one would have to gather that he's got it under control.
Absolutely.
So this is Ron Silvester Saloons, due to go over 6 laps. Tony Barr in the bright yellow Ford Mustang on the second row alongside Paul Andrews and the Ford Escort. Car 101 is Brett McCulloch, Jonathan Phillips. So here we go. Ron Silvester Saloons. Who gets the best start? It's Guy Stewart by a mile.
And look at that, Leighton Hammond.
Wheel spin for car 101.
Brett McCulloch.
Off the line.
Yeah, Brett McCulloch just struggling a little bit on that start.
So we've got no Philip Hoffman, Grant Silvester, Cameron Neal, Shane Herbert or Paul Corey. So a few cars missing from our Ron Silvester Saloons, but still a rather class field as they navigate through Abbott Insurance for the first of 6 laps.
Paul Andrews just made up a bit of time on Guy Stewart through Link. He's catching and catching and catching, sends it right down the inside through Euromark. And easy as you like, he's through to the lead. So Paul Andrews in the Ford Escort got it under control, and he's up to the front.
Yeah, he's not mucking about, is he?
Absolutely not, no.
Just looking further back through the field here. And car 41, Paul Panel, and the MG BGT. He's having a little wee scrap there with the 427, one of the Jaguar out in the field, the Mark II Jaguar of Burt Govan. Got Bruce Henderson out there in the RX3, the Mazda. So a diverse field.
Oh, absolutely.
Our Ron Silvester Saloons. So of course we have our 4 fields of saloon cars, and of course we started the day with our quickest saloon cars, our John Osborne Saloons. This is our next quickest field of saloon cars.
We've got our Harold Heasley and Ron Rutherford Saloons still yet to go.
So far, Josh, we have got most of the field, although I see one of the Fiats behind the rescue car.
He's just making his way through now. It's one of the Chapmans. We'll figure out which one. struggled on the start. That's 696. That will be Dennis Chapman. So he's struggled a tiny bit on the start and is making his ground back up.
I tell you what, Tim Stanton in the E-Type Jaguar.
I know. I was just about to mention that.
Tim and Jeremy Stace share that car throughout the weekend, and Tim has always been a very quick pedaler behind the wheel of that E-Type, and it probably doesn't look like it's that quick, but it actually is.
Yeah,
very fast.
It's just closing on that Mustang. You wouldn't think a Jaguar E-Type would be battling with a Ford Mustang at some stage, but here you are.
You got Lindsay O'Donnell in the Alfa Romeo GTA.
Yeah, good to see Lindsay O'Donnell racing in that Alfa.
Of course, he's doing double duty with the John Fairhill historic touring cars. So the O'Donnells always have a great spread of machinery that they have in their collection. And he is just working his way. I haven't seen Tony Barr race in the SKOPE Classic. He's a new addition to the field. Well, certainly haven't seen that car here, so Tony certainly coming into grips with running here at the SKOPE Classic, and he will be having an absolute ball out there in his Ford Mustang.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just been passed by Lindsay O'Donnell. So Lindsay O'Donnell sitting up in, I think that's about a 5th spot there, as Paul Andrews comes across the line to start the second lap, or to finish the second lap, sorry. There goes Guy Stewart in that Porsche 911. So Guy's running about 4 seconds off the times that Paul is. So that's a remarkable effort from Ford Escort. Paul's doing a great job behind the wheel of that car and pedaling that one. Yeah, so Lindsay O'Donnell just up to 4th there. Leighton Hammond in 3rd. Great start he had. He's taken full advantage of that, and he's sitting in the 3rd spot at the moment.
So we're a little bit spread out. I'm just starting to see a slight drier line on the starting to form on the race line. There's still plenty of spray coming off these cars as they come through.
Yeah, the weather's starting to kind of play a bit of a hand in things. The sun's trying to poke out, and but it's still spinning around a bit. So it's all up in the air at the moment with how this weather condition is going to be like for the rest of today. Hopefully we'll get a dry track later on this afternoon.
Just picking up there on the Shane Hubert car 278, another one of the beautifully presented BMW 2002s, and he's just come through the link chasing down Burt Govan, and he's got Dennis Chapman just sneaking up the inside up at the Euromark here. And the Chapmans have been around many years for classic meetings, and in fact Dennis and Debbie have from 1991 all the way to 2024 for the classic meetings. And I say that I think that's
Black Jelly
Debbie. It's Debbie who's just had a wee spin in the middle of the Parks S's, but 34 of the 34 runnings of the classic meeting from its inception in 1991, both Dennis and Debbie Chapman have been around as well. Keith Cowan and Brian Dixon, who we didn't get to see Brian and Pat Hall Formula Libre, but we saw Keith Cowan have also done every classic meeting from 1991, from the inception of our anniversary. 34 years of running our classic event.
That's very, very special, Nathan. I'm sure it's something that, yeah, it's a meeting that probably is very dear to the heart, and it's dear to a lot of racing fans' hearts. And yeah, 34 years is not short by any means, so that's a real commitment, and it's always good to see them year on year.
Exactly. So what are we looking at?
3 laps to go.
Where's our race leader? 2.5. He's already through
the
Parks S's. Brett McCulloch in car 101, just getting past
Shane Hubert.
Car 25. So Tim Stace is out there as well, and he's in another one of our Jaguars.
The Mark II Jag, one of those. They were used back as road cars, I'm pretty sure, before converted to race cars. Look very similar to what you'd see on the road back in the 60s or 70s. Good to see that out there.
So Paul Andrews is certainly putting some times down.
Just had one off. Paul Panel and the MGB GT's gone a bit wide through Euromark.
Managed to gather it up. First visit for he and John Munro in the Daimler.
Yeah, really good to see John Munro in that car. That Daimler, you don't see them very often, or quite a rare brand nowadays with
well, certainly not in race cars.
Well, yeah, not in race cars, but in more. Oh dear.
353. That's Debbie having another spin through the Parks S's. She's getting well acquainted with coming off the track there. Just maybe pushing a little bit too hard. She's rejoined and got going again.
Behind her is the 336 of Monty McAfee. I wanted to mention him for a wee bit because he's raced in the pre-78 class with that Ford Capri, and he's done a fantastic job. He won a race at Tiratonga, and in I think light rain conditions he was really competitive and up the front. So really talented driver and a really great car in that field as well.
Yeah, it's just wonderful. The cars that are spread the marks throughout not just our Ron Silvester Saloons, but of course across all of our saloon car classes. Very, very grateful to have a lot of these machines out there and having a run.
Jaguar E-types are worth quite a bit nowadays, so that's one of the rarities we'll see on the track. But always great to see as the last lap board comes out for Paul Andrews.
Yeah, the Ford Escort there, he's running. Well, he just has a bit of a moment to Abbott there. Of course, a two-door.
Last lap, Paul, let's not throw it away now.
Yeah, the Mark I Escort. Of course, very famous in rallying is the Mark I Escort. And of course, just in front of that is Brett McCulloch in the Mark II. I better make sure I get that right. Absolutely. Yep, Mark II. That one of Brett McCulloch is another one of the two doors.
Yeah, the Ford Escort's very prominent in rallying and later on in racing, so very much a racer's car.
So Guy Stewart in second. He's just coming up to the Euromark hairpin. About to make a pass there on Jeremy Stace in the E-Type. Sorry, the XJS. Tim Stace. Sorry, Tim Stace.
Ooh, big moment for Monty McAfee. He's just had a big moment out of the Parks S's. So Paul Andrews just going through the Parks S's now to round off the Ron Silvester Saloons race number 1 for this meeting.
Jeez, Monty McAfee lit it up out of the CMG Motorcycles, Indian Motorcycle sweeper there. He's having an absolute ball in that Capri. So checkered flag at the ready, and it will go to Paul Andrews in the Ford Escort. He will take the first of our Ron Silvester Saloons.
Really nice job from Paul. You kept that nice and consistent, and a lot of pace in that car and driver combination there. So one to watch out for later this afternoon.
Yeah, Guy Stewart just about to come onto the front straight and pick up second place. As Rob would say, enough time to have a cucumber sandwich and a cup of tea. And Lindsay O'Donnell ahead of Tim Stanton, Leighton Hammond, Tony Barr, Bruce Henderson, Jonathan Phillips, Ed Gawanig, and Debbie Chapman round out our top 10 for the first of our Ron Silvester Saloons. We will see them this afternoon, but up next is our Mobil 1 Mainland muscle cars, and I'm sure Rob Coate-Williams will have a couple of pre-race chats ready to go.
there's the sun breaking through. It's getting warmer by about 2 degrees, so it's up from about 6. You must be very, very happy about the crowd, and in spite of the conditions we've been having.
I'm absolutely blown away by the support and the fact that they've all come out early on a slightly damp day, so it's so appreciated.
Damp, Mark. You're the general manager of understatement, really, aren't you, buddy? I mean, it has been very wet for everybody. Your crews out there, your volunteers, the drivers themselves, and of course the crowd as well. Congratulations to your crews.
Oh, fantastic job. Probably just over 100 volunteers over the weekend to help us make this event possible. They're just legends, they truly are.
I mean, with all due respect, Mark, you've been sitting mainly in an office, but we won't dwell on that for you guys. But whether it's hot or whether it's raining and cold like it has been today, they're there.
They are a very special group of people. I've done the odd day out there on a flag point, and it is very hard. Cold, hot, windy, wet. They're just special. They really are.
And it's voluntary. Nobody gets paid anything. You might get a free lunch, but that's about it.
Yeah, we are lunch. Yeah, we give them a drink, and they usually get some merchandise throughout the year. But we all do it for the passion. Some of us are lucky to have a job in the industry, but we're all here because we're passionate motorsport fans.
Talk a wee bit, if we may, just while we're waiting for the Mainland muscle, because they're going to be very interesting in the wet, aren't they? But the competitors, what is the magic of the SKOPE weekend?
I think it is the history of the event. You know, it's there's tradition. It's built up over the years, and people just want to come to it. It's so unique and it's magical.
It is unique.
Yeah.
And we're going to be anything but unique if we get run over. But thanks very much indeed, buddy. Well, congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you.
All right, Mainland muscle cars are one of our serious races in this weekend. This is part of their championship, and it just goes to illustrate, Nathan, the popularity of the V8 muscle car. You know, we hear all the bad things and wrong things about this sort of thing, but about V8s and what they are and that. But oh gosh, you can't. The factor of the noise, just everything about them, it's just why they're so popular and why people come to watch.
Oh, hands down. I mean, they sound great, they look great, they race great, and these guys love to put on a show.
And I have to say that the Mainland muscle class has grown beyond belief, really. I mean,
hands down.
Yeah, I wonder whether there'll be any amalgamation with Central muscle cars. I think it has been briefly talked about. The rules are a bit different.
Yeah, they are slightly different.
But I guess there's no point anyway. Really?
Well, I mean, you've got a great field down here, and there's nothing as long as if you come from the north class and join the south, as long as you meet the regulations and the rules, you can run. But from when we had Tony Johnston, he'd been up here and spoke with us last time the muscle cars were here.
Yes, he did too, didn't he? Yes.
And he said that there was discussions, there was talks, and that the rules aren't exactly the same, but they're
close
really
enough,
close.
Are they? Yeah, they're really close.
Yeah, I mean, hey, a national muscle car series, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I wouldn't say no.
Oh, I think it would be a big billing.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, we do miss, and I often hear it said that our New Zealand V8 series we used to have.
Yeah.
It was one of the best championship classes we've had in New Zealand for a long time, and it's sorely missed.
Oh, 100%.
And how it fell apart was very unfortunate. It's another story for another day.
Yes.
But to have this now and from both islands, it just proves the popularity. Yes, the GTs that are around now are great, and we do enjoy them, and we're lucky to have them. But at this stage, they haven't quite reached the heights of any muscle car class that we know.
The Mobile One Mainland muscle car field just coming around to the start line. Unfortunately, we've lost a few from the original program. We lost Pete Templeton. He was unable to be here.
We've still got 23 starters, which is pretty good, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Reese Gould and the XE Falcon on pole with the evergreen John Hepburn and the Monaro alongside him, then Graham Allen and that very, very quick Camaro, Brendan Mason and the Monaro, sorry, Allen and the Camaro, and Mason and the Monaro. Rod Heyman done well to be in 6th spot in the Firebird. Dwayne Ingley in the Dodge Challenger.
New name.
Third row.
And Braden Phillips, and to the muscle car class, car 43, one of the Ford Mustangs. Braden new to the class. Of course, we've seen him racing in various other classes over the past few years, and he made the step in. So we're missing a couple of cars from the start of this one.
And a drawing track.
So 6 laps, Mainland muscle cars.
A good start by Hepburn. Gould's bogged down, completely bogged down.
That's a shocker for Gould.
Oh, a terrible win for Gould.
Yeah, Reese Gould with...
he lost 6 or 7 places there.
It won't take him long to work his way through the field, though. That's a very quick car, the X-Dean Perkins Falcon. Already he's just snuck up the inside of Matt Corey.
Look at Hepburn go. Look at Hepburn, like a robber's dog. Now there's an expression I used to remember from somewhere. From your old mate Lawrence, Nathan.
Yes, I'm sure he'll be in the crowd watching on.
Yeah, one of your good ones, Lawrence, that was.
So car 14, Graham Allen, who's returned to the series. We saw him earlier on in the season. He's fighting with Reese Gould, and as I say, he's taken no time at all to get back up towards the pointy end.
And Heyman's doing a good job here too. He's right in amongst it.
I tell you what, Matt Corey in that yellow Ford Mustang, he's doing an exceptional job there. It's not an A-class car either. They have got class A, B, and C for our Mainland muscle cars, and he's doing a stellar job sitting up there inside the top 5 here. Steve McLaughlin.
Oh,
yeah,
Gould there snaking it through the S's.
He's not the only one too. There's looked to be a couple others. Just had a wee moment. Oh, Michael Eden. Hello, I can do it better. Absolutely sideways. Lighting up the rear tyres. Good to see Tony Johnson back out there in the Commodore as well. So the first of 6 laps completed.
Good to see Michael Eden here too. He's a North Islander in the category here. Michael Eden from Wanganui, great servant here of the SKOPE Classic.
Got a couple of new additions to the class. Car 4, that's Colin Campbell out of Tauranga. So a long way for Colin to come in the Holden Tirana STR 5000.
Oh, yes, look at that. Oh, Gould's caught Hepburn. This is interesting.
Yeah, Reese Gould wasting no time sitting on the rear bumper of Johnny Hepburn.
I've got to pay tribute to Dave King, car 71 in the 6-cylinder Tirana. You know, he's amongst all the V8s, and he never misses a meeting, never misses a race. You'd think you'd be pretty, had enough of being beaten by the big boys, but he's always there.
Oh, he loves it, doesn't he?
Obviously does.
Another one out there too is David Berry, all the way from the UK, Oxford in the UK. Great to have international in the field. Car 62, one of the...
You know what, Nath, these leaders have pulled away from Allen. I'm surprised they've pulled away as much as they have from Allen. But Gould is really giving Hepburn a hard time.
Oh, these guys have done plenty of laps around here. I mean, how many laps has Johnny Hepburn done in that Monaro? Reese Gould, is he going to look down? I dare say not yet.
I'm not sure. Gould might leave it a bit, though. I think he just might leave it.
potentially he's going to try and force him into a mistake.
Well, he
I would
is.
say.
Yeah, he will.
He just sit there with
although where he is, the spray won't be that pleasant, I wouldn't think.
It's not as bad as we've seen.
No, it's not.
It's actually a lot better. Looking down into Euromark, this will be one of the opportunities. I think you'll find Burns on the inside, and he's going to make that Monaro as
He's
wide
going to
as
make it
possible.
very wide, isn't he?
He is. Graham Allen all by himself there in position number 3. We go back to Hooper as we see.
Heyman.
Heyman, I should say.
And then
Matt Corey. That's
Matt Curry and McLaughlin and the Mustang as well. Those two are pretty close. I tell you what, the way it is on that track, Hepburn will, both sides of the car, the mirrors on both sides, will all be seeing as a
red Falcon.
A red X-Falcon, yeah.
That's great stuff. This is what we love to see in Mobile and Mainland muscle cars. Fighting it out at the front.
Here he goes this time.
Run on the inside.
Here he goes. Oh, going into turn 1. Yep, got him.
Little bobble though.
As they peel off the third lap, we've got 3 to go.
Ron Heyman, Matt Corey. Brendan Mason in the beautiful Chevy Monza comes through the start-finish line. So we've got problems here for car 4, just parked up opposite the start-finish area on the grass.
It's Colin Campbell from Tauranga, what is it?
Yeah. So, the leaders have just picked off David Berry in the HQ. So we stay green for now. Beautiful car. Car 29, Bruce Tinley, the Monaro GTS. One we haven't seen is the Norm Beachy car number 4. That's usually run out of the stables by Bruce Tinley. Ryan's usually in the orange 29. Son Ryan Tinley, usually behind the wheel of the Monaro. So Bruce having a drive of that this weekend.
Gould's opened up a little gap on Hepburn now. Yeah. Hear that thing wind up, and it sound gorgeous.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, yeah. Could put that through your music system all day long, couldn't you?
Yeah. Oh, Michael Eden. He's just absolutely.
Oh, and again, look at it.
Oh, he's lighting it up, putting on a show. Absolutely loving it, wagging the tail.
Heyman's under threat there from Matt Curry.
Yeah, so he has got a C on the windscreen banner, so that would indicate he should be on in Class C, but I'm sure he is running in Class A now. And Rod Heyman's just dropped a couple of spots to those two who were hunting him down, Matt Curry and Steve McLaughlin.
Quickest lap time is from Gould with a 1:40.5. Interestingly, his qualifying time was 1:29.1.
Yeah, a little bit different track conditions. One would have to guess. It was I was out here yesterday afternoon, actually on the flag point, just as Graham Allen's going past it there into the parks.
So you do multitask, don't you?
I do. Yes. I know one. Chris Fleury was also.
Yes, I heard you say before.
In a flag point over there at the entrance to the Fulton Hogan complex. So plenty of people jumping in and volunteering to jump out there as the last lap board comes out for Reece Gould. he hasn't. He opened up a gap. 4.2 seconds.
Well, when you bear in mind yesterday, his at lap time was a couple of seconds quicker than what Johnny Hepburn's was. So, and Graham Allen him and Hepburn were virtually the same as with Mason and Hayman. They're all very close, but it was good. Rhys Gould was certainly the quickest yesterday by a couple of seconds.
Oh, that Chevy Monza sounds divine as it comes past.
Yes, the sound of the automobile working is you can't beat it, can you? And this is a discussion for the motoring industry and people like us, isn't it?
Absolutely. So,
all right. So Gould exits the S's, and he'll go through the back straight for the last time as he come around the Euromark motorcycle sweeper. And line it up for the checkered flag. Johnny Hepburn there or thereabouts, but pretty comfortable ahead of Graham Allen now. Graham Allen dropped back quite a way. And then there's a real scrap on for the fourth spot between the Mustang and the two Mustangs. Right, checkered flag out, and it is certainly Rhys Gould, and John Hepburn will follow through, and Graham Allen
lighting up the rears
as he finds the exit there. Then we have got Mike Curry and Steve McLaughlin, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, so that'll be a class win for Class B for Matt Curry. He will pick up the Class B victory.
And I think there Rod Hayman just edged out Braden Phillips in the Monaro and the Mustang. Sorry, Hayman and the Firebird eating out Phillips in the Mustang. Yeah, some good stuff in there.
Yeah, Michael Edenholm in second in Class B, and then it'll be the Commodore of Tony Johnson who picks up the class win in Class C. So he will pick up those. That was our Mobil 1 Mainland muscle cars. We'll head down to the pits there and catch up with Rob Cope-Williams before we head into our Harold Heasley Saloons.
Well, one of the names that is renowned for motor racing in Canterbury is the name Milligan. And Grant, you're driving your dad's. God, how many times has this Escort been round Ruapuna?
Someone looked at the logbook and it said that Dad got it back in 1995, so it's been around a few times.
You've got intermediates on. Those boys out there haven't actually cleared much water, so it'll be a tentative couple of laps and then into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, we're racing for chocolate fish, so.
With chocolate fish, yeah, but there's no sheep stations involved. Grant, yourself, you've done a hell of a lot of racing in single seaters as well as sports cars and obviously saloons. Would you come up with a favourite car?
Pre-65 XP Ford Falcon back in the mid-80s.
Why was it so fantastic?
Lots of horsepower, lots of fun, and a beautiful old car.
You can't argue with that, Grant Milligan. Glad you're still flying the family flag, buddy. It's really good to see. We 1600 Sport, that was an amazing series, wasn't it, when everybody had the same cars, and they all had problems at the front mud guards because they kept hitting each other. I'm going to come in here just for a second because, sorry to interrupt you while you're psyching yourself out, but this is a famous old car.
Yeah, it's got a bit of history behind it. So run by a very good gentleman that used to race Oscars years ago. So yeah, it's a privilege to be running it.
And it's based on the bread vans that came out in the 60s, wasn't it, with Paul Fahey and such?
Yeah, sure was. Yeah, yep. So
Junkyard Dog, I think it was called originally.
That's it. Yep, the old Junkyard Dog. So she's still as it was basically when John owned it.
How does it drive?
A bit of a scary thing.
Well, all his cars were absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, it does its own thing at times, but no, it's great fun.
Good idea. Well, you'll be pleased to know, buddy, that it is starting to dry out there a bit, so that's good.
Thank you.
I have seen a Mini, which isn't really a traditional Mini. So can I just come in and talk to you just for a moment or two? Chopped and channeled Mini.
Yes, yes. So this is the Autumn Boys chopped Mini Sprint from back in the 60s.
It's very different. You get a few amazing looks when you turn up with a thing that's not as tall as it should be.
Exactly, especially with a tall driver, doesn't help the situation, does it?
Anyway, front wheel drive, how do you handle that in the wet? It should be pretty good.
It should be pretty good with the lock diff and front wheel drive. I'm looking forward to being out in the wet.
Well, it is drying a wee bit, but I've just said that I've asked you to start up, so you better get into it. And I think I'll just stand here and pull myself in with the tool, because they're all heading off.
All right, Josh, Harold Heasley Saloons. These are the smaller saloons that we have. Harold Heasley was their resident in this part of the world, drove a Humber 80 to the first ever New Zealand Saloon Car Championship back in 1960. And well remembered here, used to come to every meeting at Harold.
Yeah, good to have these Harold Heasley Saloons back. We've got Piers Mingham, Craig Pigeon, Wayne Perkins, and then Tony Pearson, our front 2 rows, all very familiar names to Euromark Motorsport Park. It's good to see them all back, and a lot of other familiar names throughout the rest of the field as well.
Craig Pigeon has been racing Avengers here for over 30 years.
Here we go, 5 lights and...
Oh, wrong gear. Oh, Piers Mingham chose reverse rather than first. That was... Oh.
That was close.
That could have been
Piers
nasty,
Mingham.
couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Very close for Piers Mingham. But everyone just filing their way down into turn 1, Abbott Insurance. Just get them filed through. Looks like it's going to be the 46 car of Tony Pearson, our leader at the start. Oh, it was... Looked like it might have had a bit of a snap there for...
Oh, it's Gavin Jackson in the dear old Triumph 2000.
There we go.
What a great start from Gavin Jackson there as Craig Pigeon with the Avenger hovering and the wee gap back to the Viva of Perkins.
Yeah, Wayne Perkins, regular competitor in the pre-78 class.
Well, one of the ones who's responsible for getting it going, I think, is Wayne Perkins.
Yep, very notable name.
I think he'd be keen for that pre-78 class to be here, but
I think so. Yeah,
but it doesn't work like that.
No.
Unfortunately, we've got that many cars. And the way it's been grouped is I guess the best way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, he had a bit of a moment just entering Fulton Hogan, so lucky he didn't get the second black jelly bean of the day. And but you are right, it's Gavin Jackson, that Triumph 2500. It's great to see that car out there.
I don't really recall the Triumph 2000s or the 2.5s doing much circuit racing.
No.
Years gone by. They did a bit of rallying, strangely enough. A chap called John Metherell from down south did a bit of rallying, John Metherell did, and Neil Johns from the other end of the country. I could be mistaken there, and I'll be corrected, no doubt, if I've got that wrong. Very quickly. And speaking of rally cars and that, there's Gary Cliff and his Datsun 160J, similar to what Timo Salonen won here. Gary's been running that car for many, many years. Surprisingly, he's still got it. Gary with a great record of having some wonderful cars, but turned them over quickly, as most car salesmen do. That's one car he's kept.
Yeah, Gary Cliff, very familiar to this track locally as well. And one car we haven't really talked about today is Raymond Hurst and the Ford Anglia, that 105 box.
Well, I'm not sure this is correct, but I think what certainly reminds me of the Paul Fahey bread van-esque Anglia, one of the first of the bread vans. There's 2 or 3 of them came out at the same time. David Simpson was one. And that one Ray Hurst has got, I can't confirm that, but and someone might like to help us there, but that could be the ex-Paul Fahey car. I'm not sure. It wouldn't be. It was twin cam then. It possibly might not be now. So, but if someone could help us there, it'd be great.
Yeah, it's one of the unique cars in the field. It's different looking Anglia, of course, and you mentioned it's
the fastbacks. Yeah. The bread vans, I mean.
Yeah,
yes.
the bread van, yeah.
They weren't sure, or Craig Pigeon.
Second time he's done that now.
Waltzing through there. I'm not sure whether those aerodynamic changes to the bread vans actually helped. Now, talking to Maury Boner about it, who ran this car for a couple of years when Mike Laney owned it, and Maury wasn't convinced at all that it made any difference.
Yeah.
But back in the day when they won the New Zealand Championship, Simpson and Fahey, they were probably convinced that it did help. Yeah.
Gavin Jackson just
He's
coming
doing a good
across
job,
line.
Gavin Jackson,
He is,
isn't he?
Absolutely, holding off Craig Pigeon and Wayne Perkins as well as Gary Cliff. That's a lot of talent in that top 5 just to be holding off. Piers Mingham as well in there. But yeah.
Well, I just, looking at that of Gavin Jackson, he's going so well, and the old saying about what wins on Sunday sells on Monday. Well, I'm not sure there'll be any PI Triumphs available for sale on Monday. Let alone Hillman Avengers.
Absolutely, yeah.
Gary's holding on there well
He's
in third place.
Yeah. We saw him contending quite well for the lead in this class 1 year ago alongside Bob Denson, who's not here this weekend unfortunately, but Gary was very much a mainstay in that class last year, and it's good to see him back contending for the top spots once again.
We put the kibosh on the Triumph, have we, by saying that?
Yeah, I think Gary Cliff's starting to catch up more to Craig Pigeon.
You
than
and
he
your
is.
Australian talk in the background there. Putting the kibosh on people, Mr. Gow.
Yeah, Gary Cliff's starting to catch up more
On Craig, yes, he is catching up on Craig.
Craig's just more dropping back from Gavin and falling into the clutches of Cliff, and he's had another moment out of the corner, as has Piers Mingham, a little less violent than Craig's, but
Craig, who's been in every event here for the last 30 years.
very well known too.
With the Hillman Avenger.
Yeah, that Hillman Avenger has been trucking along.
Oh, he's had more than, this is about his second or third one now.
Yeah.
He's wrecked a couple. I'd like to comment on Ian Perry in the Imps, in the Sunbeam Imp, car 998. And Ian is one of the few people who's not involved in the motor trade. And the wee Imp, he just absolutely, Englishman who loved the Hillman Imp. And he's run this for quite a while, and sadly he had a miscarriage of justice with the engine a couple of years ago, so it's good to see Ian back.
Yeah, you can just see him crossing the line now. He's fighting with Cameron Laws in the MGBGT. Gary Cliff's just gotten around Craig Pigeon, and he's starting to chop away at that lead of Gavin Jackson.
Oh gosh, if Gary wins about buying cars on Monday, you won't be able to stop Gary talking on Monday. Let Tony Pearson in the...
Oh, Piers Mingham now starting to catch up to Craig Pigeon as well.
Piers Mingham in the Mark 1, beg your pardon.
Yeah, but a bit of a lock-up through Fulton Hogan. Piers another one in the pre-78 class.
Just to make a comment that to you people out there and watching this on the stream, that we're commentating this from the track and the viewing platform. Whilst we can see what's on you're seeing, we are so primarily commentating from what we're seeing on the track in front of us. I just hope at the end of the day we have the same winner.
Wanted to mention the car behind Wayne Perkins, that Leyland Mini of Marvin Turton. He's just coming under some threat from Tony Pearson at the moment, but he's doing a really nice job in that Mini.
Another regular competitor is Marvin Turton. The name rings the bell big time, even for Dave Gow, who hadn't been here for 100 years, eh, mate? Yeah. Ewan McPherson, the lovely Anglia, and then there's Tim Stace and the dear E-type Jag that his dad Jeremy ran here for years and years. So it's great that Tim's come down from the Auckland area to run his dad's beautiful E-type Jaguar.
Yeah, it's really good to see an E-type Jag, especially at such a great meeting for it.
Not many Jag survivors yesteryear. There used to be groups of them, and Bert Govan Bert Govan. Yeah, there's another Jag out here today too, I think.
Yeah, it is Bert Govin's car.
Yeah, Bertie Govin.
The Jaguar Mark II.
Mark, there's another one too, I think, as well as the E-type of the Stasis.
Yes, you might be right.
Anyway, where are we? We're heading in 2 laps to go, is it? Yes, 2 laps to go.
2 laps for Gavin Jackson.
Yeah,
He's just
all
coming
right.
through the park accesses at the moment. He last time by was holding a 3.3 second lead over Gary Cliff. Now Piers Mingham's got through, and as has Craig Pigeon. So something's happened to Gary Cliff. He's dropped right off.
Yeah, he has. Well,
He's stopped somewhere, I would think.
Not to be seen, that's for sure.
There he is.
We've got more jelly beans to dish out here, haven't we? We've put the blimmin' jinx on so many people. I think tomorrow I have to be quiet about this sort of thing.
So Gary Cliff, he's dropped behind Ewan McPherson. Not 100% sure as to what's happened there, but
So Gavin Jackson's got the last lap board.
he has 2.7 seconds ahead of Piers Mingham, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. 1:56.813. So good time start times really starting to fall as the track gets drier.
And the lads at Muri Motors will be getting excited about selling more Triumphs tomorrow. You remember Muri Motors? Josh won't, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100% not.
Muri Motors on Cambridge Terrace, I recall. Oh, you were there, you're in North Islander anyway. No, on the terrace, on the terrace. Yeah. Triumph Heralds, yes. I bought my Mazda RX-3 from there.
Piers Mingham almost right up the back of Gavin Jackson, so there is an opportunity for Piers Mingham to catch him on this last lap.
Maybe I said far too much.
We'll have to wait and see. It's really all dependent on the exit out of the park cesses. If Gavin Jackson can get a good exit out of the park cesses, he should be in prime position to hold on. But Piers Mingham is closing the gap.
Oh, he really is. Whether he's got enough mumbo to get there now, particularly with the track still drying, it's a bit slippery.
Time's starting to fall down, Lindsay. The track is definitely drying up, which is really, really good. That's what we like to see.
Piers Mingham got the quickest lap of 1:36, is it?
1:56.8.
Oh, 1:56, I mean.
Yep.
Not 1:36. No, they qualified in 1:40s.
Yep. Out of the final
So
quarter.
here we are as a drag to the finish line. Can Mingham do it? He's coming alongside Gavin Jackson. Will he get there? Yes, he does. Just off.
And it sets the fastest lap on that last lap.
Poor Gavin Jackson. What a wonderful race.
He had a
But, hey,
personal best lap last time by as well.
That was great.
That was fantastic.
A great race, that.
We've just had a lose with the E-Type Jag. Tim Stace has had a lose with the Parks S's, but
Craig Pigeon crosses the line for fourth place. Wayne Perkins in the Viva, Marvin Turton in the Mini, Tony Pearson in the Mark II. And then Ewan McPherson and Gary Cliff. So that was a wonderful finish and a good race for those guys. Very good race.
head down to Rob Cope Williams in the pit lane.
Good news is that the track is starting to dry up, but I've come to see a man who drives a magnificent little car. Can I tell you, his number is 335. You've got to have the prettiest car in this class.
I love this car, love this event.
Tell us a bit about the Mark, because we don't see very many of them.
This is a Series 2 right-hand drive. I think they only made 172.
Not very many of them, I wouldn't think.
No, there's another one in Christchurch.
There is another one in Christchurch. Yep. Why isn't he out here?
Yep. Oh, he's a scrutineer here. He's the road car.
Well, I mean, you could put a roll bar in it.
That's right, definitely. So he should.
Yes, absolutely. So, tell us a bit about yourself. Where did you get the car from?
I bought it in Christchurch about 25 years ago. I took it to Australia, raced it in 7 Targa Tasmanias, umpteen endurance races. I brought it back to New Zealand about 8 or 9 years ago. Done 1 scope before, done Targa New Zealand. I actually prefer hill climbs. It's quite good on hill climbs.
Thank you for bringing it out to us. I think it's getting a wee bit noisy, but have a wonderful run. I think what we'll do is we'll go from to something which is a bit of a hard case car. Can I just cut in and just... Oh, that's a better idea. 5 litre Mark III Zephyr.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, no, it's our 6th year in a row down here, so yeah.
This is a collector's item, it's got to be.
Yeah, well, I suppose it is. Yeah, I've got another couple at home, but they're road cars. Yeah, yeah. So,
how does it handle if it does?
Hey?
How does it handle if it does in fact handle?
Yeah, not so good in the wet, but anyway, we'll give it a go.
Well, the track is drying out a wee bit, so you'll be fine.
It is now, yeah.
I expect him to be quite dramatic actually, because he's got race tyres on, he's got a 5 litre 308 and a Mark III Zephyr, and that's got to be an absolute handle. So I've seen a farmer. I used to do a lot of television about farming, and this is a guy called Gerald Hargraves. Gerald, you're driving this time, you weren't driving last race?
No, not the last race. I've got to go to a funeral. It's the age gap, isn't it? It's bloody awful. But remember, we're here to have fun, aren't we?
We are indeed.
This is now my daughter's car.
This is your daughter's car?
This is my daughter's car, so I thought I'd see if I can still drive it.
Now, you made a bit of a comeback because you used to race in the 60s.
That's right. Long time, had a 40-year gap and suddenly thought, I've got to go and see my mate Cope Williams again. So.
Good, I'm very glad that you're here, buddy. You better go and have some fun. That's Stewart Hargraves. He did race in the 60s, and he had a Mark I Cortina. Okay, I'll just keep talking and you go. You sort it all out.
All right, we've got our Rutherford Saloons. This race over 6 laps.
Ron Rutherford, another name well known in this part of the world. Of course, Woodford Glen. He was one of the. He was the wood, and building that track, but also raced the 260M Zephyr. We'll see in the VCC class. Raced that for quite a number of years, and with great success actually.
Yeah, obviously good to have these saloon classes named after really important and special people within the motorsport industry.
In fact, I lie. Woodford Glen Wood. He's the Ford, and Errol Inwood was the Wood, and they got Woodford, as opposed to Watkins Glen in the States, where the idea of with something Glen that was hatched. Anyway,
lots of great competitors in this field, Lindsay, and lots
yep,
of great cars.
Other great cars, great collection of cars again. Marvellous collection actually.
Here we go, and underway. Lots of wheel spin for Miles Cockram, and that Datsun 3 wide in that front 3 cars.
Graham Menzies alongside in that BMW.
Going 4 wide for a second there in the midfield. Heading down into Abbott Insurance. It still remains to be Miles Cockram and that Datsun 260Z. Lots of variety in these kind of this group of cars, Lindsay. We've got Porsches, Toyota Starlets. We've got even Lee Crew's little Fiat Bambina, powered by a motorcycle engine.
Indeed, indeed it is. Been around for a while. There's the Collins Fordina out there, the A40 for running with the roof chopped.
Yes, Tom Collins in that number 62 car. You can see that one out on track.
As raced by his grandfather in the day, with Thomas now driving it. Great to see it still in the family, actually.
Got the likes of Gerald Hargraves, one of our keen, I believe it's 2K Cup competitors he runs in.
Oh, he's done most things, hasn't he?
Yeah. Big slide for Miles Cockram, who's just slid out of the
Miles Cockram and the 260Z. That's going well, isn't it?
It is.
Then we've got Jonathan Phillips, I beg your pardon, in the BMW 3-litre BMW, and Graham Menzies in the 1200 Datsun. It's quite a modified Datsun 1200 too.
Everyone just filing their way through the park sisters at the moment. There goes Miles Cockram, just finishing lap 1.
Yeah, it's pretty rapid, that car, isn't it?
It is. It's very quick.
That's it.
So there's Tom Collins, that Fordina A40. Behind him is Graham Menzies. Jeff Lusky, one of our key Continental Rennsport competitors, running his Porsche 944 once again. Mark Denton, good to see him back. Brent Finlay, Lynn Hatton, Scotty Lee, that Toyota Starlet, one of our faster cars from Scope last year, as well as our club days. Ooh, big slide, and he saved it. Miles Cockram really pushing the limits of that Datsun 260Z.
Yeah, in qualifying, Cockram was significantly quicker than anybody else. He did a 1:38.8, followed by Phillips with a 1:40.5. Then there's a whole group in the 1:41s, but it was Cockram in that car that is really, really very, very rapid.
It's taken off. You can just see it going through into the park sisters now. But yeah, Scotty Lee, that Toyota Starlet, very, very quick car. You can see Ray Hurst diving down the inside, and a very clean pass, but also very light work for him, as he's just got through. Sorry, that's Stephen Hurst, just got through on Jared Owens.
There's Tom Collins looking at the inside of Jonathan Phillips.
Yep, the Fordina having a look on the inside of the BMW.
Look at Miles Cockram go. Gosh,
he's miles in front of everyone.
Excuse the pun, he needs sandbags in the boot.
Good to see Phil Redmond here as well, another one of our Porsche 944s. Liam McMahon.
So, Phillips
holding on,
holding on with Collins and Graham Meages and that quick dash, and then there's Jeff Lusky, one of our regulars, and Mark Denton and his BMW, another one of our regulars, and Brent Finley in the Shell Sport Datsun 1200. Well, there's a big group. There's a big group down the back here. Big group all together, a big gaggle of them.
Led by car 302, that's Bruce Goodwin. So that's Gerald Hargraves, Bruce Goodwin, Ian Stevens, and Paul Goodwin. And I think Tim McCulloch might be in that battle pack as well. No, there he is. He's just dropped behind Hewitt Anderson. So some struggles early on for Tim McCulloch. We usually see him about the midfield, if that up the front.
Oh.
Miles Cochran really pushing the limits of that.
There's been quite a few. There's been quite a few who have thoroughly enjoyed that small straight in the S's.
It's a very tricky complex, but it's well worth the fun. Tim McCulloch now just jumping to the inside of Hewitt Anderson, trying to make a move down the inside at Euromark. He's still holding inside. Still wheel to wheel. Hewitt Anderson gets the run out of the corner and is clear of Tim McCulloch. We have lost Lee Crew, Lindsay. He's pulled in.
Oh, it's more jelly beans, I suppose, isn't it? Thomas Collins is doing a great job in the 14. He really is hassling Phillips. In a straight line, the BMW is pulling away, but in the tight stuff, he's got this little 14er humming. He's going under brakes. He's really outbraking him, but can't quite get up far enough to make any impression.
Yeah, you've got to really think that car has been designed very, very well with the, the nose so slipstreamed and streamlined. Sorry,
and the top being chopped off.
Exactly. So it's a very adequately designed car, and I'm sure he's having lots of fun with it.
Graham Menzies doing a good job in that little Datsun 1200 behind him as well. Not sure what that would be powered by. I'm presuming it's a Datsun 1200 engine.
Lynn Hassan, one of our regulars as well, Datsun SSS.
The Triple S Datsuns, Josh, yes, they were made with a New Zealand invention. Well, not invention, but they were badged the Triple S. They were modified in small ways, and they were the sporty version that they brought out, and they were very successful. The Datsun 1200 Triple S.
Yeah, they were a very successful model within motorsport as well as outside of it. You can see car 111, that's Paul Goodwin. He's had a lose on the exit of the CMG motorcycle sweeper. Miles Cochran, 1:39.477 is his best time. What was his qualifying time, do you know?
Yeah, it was a 1:36.8.
So not far from the track being quite good. So
it shows it's a drying track. But there's still patches of moisture out there, though, isn't there?
That's one thing you've got to be careful of, is just the patches of moisture. It really does catch you out. Phil Redmond, he's jumping to the inside on Liam McMahon, trying to make the move stick. He's had a look to the inside, but it just wasn't quite close enough. Stephen Hurst and Jared Owens having a battle as well. And Owens gets the spot on that one. Car 335, that's Keith Walkerton. That Lancia, that's one car model you would usually see in the Rally Championship, but don't usually see it on the road racing side of things, Lindsay.
No, I don't.
It's really good to see Ken running that Lancia.
You're going back a few years, I must admit.
Yeah. Right, well, Miles Cochran coming up to the last lap board.
Yeah, he's the lead is absolute night and day, as was expected, I guess, from the from the practice session, the qualifying sessions yesterday. And in the meantime, that battle for that
It's still going.
podium, well, there's 4 of them involved there now, and it is all go.
It's not over till it's over for that one.
No, it's surely not. And Collins is doing everything he can, everything but get past Phillips. That 3 litre is just in the straight line, just a bit too much for him.
Here they come down the straight. There is Jonathan Phillips.
And Mark Denton is putting up a real move on Menzies in the 12. That's in 1200.
A lot of great pace out of Mark Denton. Jeff Lusky wheel to wheel with Lynn Hatton. And that group of fighting for the podium starting to spread out, I would say, on the last lap. It's probably going to take a lot of effort to catch up to second place Jonathan Phillips. But battle for third really still on there.
Actually, it's good to see Jonathan Phillips back racing. We're used to seeing him in Rensport. He was one of the pioneers of Rensport, actually, and we haven't seen him for a number of years. So it's good to see Jonathan back racing.
There's car 302, that's Bruce Goodwin, that Ford is Zephyr. And checker flag coming out, Miles Cockram will take the win for the Ron Rutherford Saloons. Race number 1, we'll catch them later this afternoon as we do it all again.
How's that scrap for second? Where are they? About a lap back, just about? They are, you know, half a lap back. And Phillips is about to come up on the
lapped car of
heels of Paul Goodwin, yes. A wee gap now to Tom Collins, who's under pressure from Mark Denton in the 318.
Checkered flag. There we go. So that's Neil Green coming across the line and that Ford Anglia as well. And here comes the battle for the podium spots. We're going 3 abreast.
Oh, look
down
at
the
this.
Straight. Who's
Look
gonna
at
get
this.
It? Oh, Tom Collins.
Just got there.
By 600ths of a second.
Well
over
done,
Mark
Tom
Denton.
Collins. He got a podium finish. Mark Denton is 4th in the 320i. Then there's Menzies in the Datsun 1200, and Lynn Hatton, and also in the 12 or the 1600.
Well,
okay.
great race from our Ron Rutherford Saloons. We'll hand it down to Rob Cope-Williams in the pit lane.
There's lots of very, very pretty cars here, especially this one. I'm about to have a chat to the man who's driving the Lotus Elite. Tell me about the car, because we haven't seen many of these.
No, I hadn't seen one before either, to be fair. I'm not sure there's too many in New Zealand. They only made just over 1,000 of them, and this is a 1960 version. So we've done a bit of work on it, but it's a fun wee car to drive, I'd have to say.
Well, Colin Chapman was a clever bugger, wasn't he?
He was a clever bugger. It was all about weight with him, and the whole car's fiberglass, very, very little metal in it. So totally fiberglass, little alloy engine, wee 1200cc engine, and the whole thing weighs 500 kg.
So, that's a lot of horsepower going through a very light frame.
Absolutely. Of course, that's not with me in it. I add a bit to that.
I'm not going to use the word ballast.
No, exactly. No, look, it's a very cool little car, and I'm really pleased to have it going as well as it is, actually.
Well, I tell you what, we love having you out here because you should be very proud of the way it's presented.
No, it's very, very cool. I am happy with it. There's no
Good
doubt.
idea. Have a safe race. And of course, if you're going to be doing British, and you're going to be doing Jaguar. So, Dave, just before you go out, very, very lovely replica. This is a family replica.
Yes, it is indeed, Rob. It's built by Peter Bruin and Jeff Owen. A combined effort.
And you happy with the times and things today?
Yeah, it's going well. It's, we need to bring it home in one piece.
So there you are. It's going to get rather noisy here, but this is the Vintage Car Club. They run their own rules and regulations, and I tell you what, there's some beautiful cars with more history than you could ever shake and stick at. Just have a look at them as they go past.
All right, Davey Gow, here we go for the vintage car.
History.
Yeah.
The Nash
it's
Metropolitan.
We shouldn't laugh.
The Mistral. Oh,
yeah,
man,
we shouldn't laugh at that car. It's forming a great place. Hey, a great field here. To get as many as they have is just a testimony to the Vintage Car Club, the Baxminster Vintage Car Club, who organise these races. There's some great bits of history out there. I would like to. Oops, we've lost.
Open your door.
Open your
Close
door.
The door should be shut.
Mark Barrett. Yeah.
Mark Barrett.
I have to say, car number, I think he's 49, 77, Peter Levisich, and the Stewart Special. Our oldest car in the field, built by Neil Stewart in 1949. One of the many specials that were built in a sort of a 10-year period where really you couldn't import many cars into New Zealand, let alone racing cars. And Peter's owned that car, and I do have the date there. Can't quite get at the moment. It's a long time. He's competed in it for a very long time. In fact, Peter competed here when the track was opened in 1963, and I believe this is his last meeting on Tarsiel.
Well.
Peter's 80 plus now.
So he's going to
hit. The car's almost as old as that.
Yes.
And he's decided that he's going to hang the helmet up on this type of surface anyway. He'll still be involved with the Vintage Speedway.
Go with the Vintage Speedway, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Because you've been in it that long and you've had put in that much dedication to it.
It's hard to give
Pretty
it away.
hard to give it away, I think.
Hard to give it away.
Well, it's a bit like commentary.
Well, here you are. When was the last time you did something like this?
Well, this is it would have been
when you were here.
I don't know, 10 years, 15 years, 10, 15 years.
15.
It's been it would be at least. I think I came back for one other one, but
okay.
We'll be back next year for sure. It's just like coming home. It feels like I'm home, which is really great. And thank you very much to everybody that's made me feel so welcome.
Very good, young fella. Very good. Nice to have you here.
Hello, someone's gone in pit road.
Yeah, we've lost one already. Tracy Barrett with the 23C. Good on you, Tracy. She's the coordinator for the VCC racing, and she's qualified herself on pole. And her husband in the 23B, car number 12, is alongside, dutifully alongside. And we've got Brian Ashworth in the Daimler SP250 Dart, and Tony Steer, number 42 in the Terrapin.
Can we just make sure that someone goes down and closes that the door on the
Lotus?
On the Lotus, please. I'm sure they would have noticed it.
Sure they will. We Terrapin, I think it's the first time we've seen that car here. There was a kit set car built in the UK, and I know that Kevin Ingram, who's running the 5000, won the New Zealand Hill Climb Championship in a Terrapin. It's not this one, so he tells me, and he's not sure where it is, but just the example of what they look like. They look like great hill climb cars.
Brian Ashworth there in the beautiful Daimler.
David Owen and the equally magnificent C-type Jaguar replica. And the Barretts on the front row. This is going to be an absorbing sort of battle, with Tracy being on pole and Mark being dutifully alongside.
Will he stay there? That's it.
We go back.
Well done.
We go back. I can't see. Oh, you're Graham Hamilton and the Ace 3, another car that is one of the real bits of history here, alongside Peter Levisich's Special, one of the other long-time specials that are out there.
And the Daimler's doing what the Daimlers do best.
Yeah.
Little puff of smoke past the rings.
And I also see there Royce Bayer's Bellow, Royce built himself, being pedalled by Doug Moody. Royce doesn't like the car on this track for some reason, built it but doesn't like racing on this track, but Doug thoroughly at home with it. So this is Doug's first meeting for a long, long time.
Just having a bit of trouble with the door there now. They've done it. Beautiful. Dave Owen there too in the Jaguar C-Type replica. Beautiful, beautiful motor car. Again, if you get the opportunity to come down and have a look at these cars close up, please do come down. You will really enjoy looking at them and talking to the guys and girls that run them and keep them running for all these years.
And the back of the field, we've got an Austin A35 at the back of the field.
That's why I love. That's why I got my licence in an Austin A35.
Early days of Avon Hyde, Kerry Rout.
Right.
We're
There
away.
they go.
Great start from Graham Hamilton from row 3, and also Russ Haynes in the Holden Special.
Just watching Mike Crane go through there too in the little shade tree special.
Yeah,
Mark 1 changing gear between his legs. Great field of cars.
Same with Brian Reid in the 260 MZF, and now that car was a Ron Rutherford car that Ron did it very, very well in this, here at Ruapuna and also in Waimate and then Timaru. And Mark McFadden has owned this car for many years, sold recently to Brian Reid. So here's Brian's debut meeting as well, and it's good to see him out there.
Graham Hamilton getting up onto the back of the little Lotuses.
Yeah, Graham, he'll be into this one.
Absolutely.
Another wee terrapin.
They're almost the same size as the little Formula V, weren't they?
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Same as the Formula Vs.
Very similar.
They still run here, mainly always in Manfield and Taupo, I think.
There was quite a few. There used to be a few of them here in Christchurch too, but I don't
not
see
really,
them.
Dave.
They're all up there, mainly North Island.
Never run them here. Never run them here.
They're a good little car. I had fun on those.
Well, you're a North Islander.
I'm a North Islander.
You're quite mixing your loyalties, aren't you, really?
Yeah.
So this would be interesting for the family duel at the front. This will be who's making tea tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Don't park your car there. I'm parking it there tonight. Dame Ladart as it heads down. What a beautiful, beautiful motor car that. And Brian's had that for quite a while. He's been around.
He has quite a while.
Look at these two. Look at these two ladies battling their way.
David Owen hanging on to there. Russell Haynes doing a great job on his beautiful Holden Special. And the wee terrapin buzzing along there. Then there's
Hamilton's just sitting back watching and letting it all unfold in front of him, because I'm sure Graham, a very wise character from Teddington in the AC3, and it's been round this circuit a long, long time, Linz.
Yeah, for sure. A long time. In fact, we'll have a look
Just have a look and see there.
How long it is. I know that the special of Peter Levisich is the eldest. The eldest one.
And Jared Dakin from Stoke in the little Nash Metropolitan. You know, what a tremendous effort to see that car here out here racing. It is just so good to see them. And the little A35, I mean, for heaven's sake, it's just cars you used to see around the roads years and years ago and thought, well, no, you'd never see them on a race circuit.
Well, we have,
I said
before, we see, we go back to all those years ago when the track was new, people like Avon Hyde, Kerry Rout.
Oh, yes.
A35.
Yeah, A35s, yep.
I'm just flicking over to find.
The Lotuses are just having so much fun out there.
Yeah, that car of Graham Hamilton, that was built by Wally Darrell, and it is 1957. This is the Ace 3, his third one, and powered by a Ford Zephyr 6 engine with a Raymond Mays cylinder head. Yeah. And it's only had 4 owners in its life: Wally Darrell, Barry Lee, Neville Patterson, and Graham bought it in 1979.
David Owen in that magnificent Jaguar C-Type replica.
Yeah.
And doesn't it sound beautiful?
It does. The real McCoy, doesn't it?
He looks like he's going to give Graham Hamilton a bit of a hurry up. Carmen and Ray, Phil Thompson going through all the way up from Mosgiel.
Doug Moody in the Bellow.
Oh, yes.
RNB1. We're waiting for RNB2, Royce. all the modern technology in the world with computer systems and drawings. Royce designed the car sitting on the garage floor with a piece of chalk in his hand.
Whether it's a 12-inch ruler.
How it's going to fit. That's true. That is absolutely true. Oh, we're talking a long time ago, though. 6 years.
Good old Royce. One of the gentlemen of the motorsport, and of course all these guys here are all thorough gentlemen. And one of the great things about this the vintage car club is that everybody gets out and helps everybody else. There's, if you've got a problem with the car, you can guarantee that there'll be other people there with tools and bits and pieces to loan you.
For sure.
To get your car going again. So it really is a great, great club to belong to.
You know, I was just looking at what's around here, and not simply vintage cars, David, but the number of camper vans up there.
Oh.
We could have a lunchtime camper van race.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, just bring them out here. Bring your camper vans. Yeah.
You better not say that too loud.
No.
But oh man, it looks like it's going to dry out. Hopefully completely dry this afternoon.
Yeah, looking better and better, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. We're looking forward to these the big muscle cars when they get out here this afternoon. But boy, these blokes are putting on such a show. Well, there's one of our overseas visitors as well, and his little Malik U2, Jack Nellam. Number 8, Phil Thompson from Mosgiel in the Daimler Special. They just sit back and enjoy their racing, these guys. They really are. They're not racing for sheep stations, but you can wait until tomorrow when everything's finished, then the stories start. I could have got you here and I could have got you there.
But you blocked me there.
Yeah, you blocked me there. I won't forget that. The Mistral of Don Gerard from Rangiora.
Yep, and Paul Taylor, Rangiora, car 303, the Mistrals.
Out here in Rangiora.
The Mistrals were a bit like the Terrapins. They were kit set cars in the UK. And Weltex Plastics in Christchurch got the licence, this is the body, to reproduce them here. And they sold quite a few to the South Island. Again, back in the days when buying cars was pretty expensive from offshore, and there's quite a few Mistrals were produced out of Weltex Plastics. And as I say, there's 3 of them here today.
Sanford Huckle in the little Triumph Spitfire as well. Just having a great time out there, just stretching the legs of the little Spitfire.
You hear old Peter Levison go past.
It just sounds
Isn't that
beautiful.
wonderful?
It just
the chugs along.
Tracy giving it a bit of stick there, the little Lotus 23. Graham Hamilton, and we've got Dave Owen. They're battling amongst themselves, which is really good to see. All good friends and all good company. They're just missing, there are a couple of cars missing out of here.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, that's a... Stanton Corvette's not out there, which is a shame.
Russell Greer is here.
Yeah, I swear. And the car is down there. I saw it down there before.
So our leaders did change. Mark Barrett did gain superiority over Tracy, which...
and they've lapped the little A35.
A35,
so
yes.
Peter Livsich. What a legend.
Yeah, I've got to give Peter. I mean, that car he's won. Yeah, I should add. Apart from running in this, he's also run the. He's also won New Zealand beach racing title at Tahuna a couple of times. And that car, yeah, amazing.
But just an amazing character in himself too. That's just the things he's done, and the great things he's done for motorsport here in Canterbury. The checkered flag's about to come out for our the Murray Maxwell vintage cars, and what a great display they've put on for us.
Yeah, Mark Barrett and Cope Willie's old car.
Is he cooking tea tonight?
Followed by Tracy.
Tracy, yep.
Yep, then the Nash Metropolitan, he'll claim 3rd place.
I did so, beat
Even
you.
though he's a lap behind there. There goes car number 19, the little A35. Graham Hamilton. David Owen and Russell Haynes.
Yeah, here he comes. Come on, Pete.
Good on you, Peter.
Good on you,
well
Peter.
done, mate.
Well done.
Yeah, he's 82 years old coming up.
Well done.
And his car's 75.
Absolutely magnificent. And a big thank you to all the guys and girls that are here that are doing all the volunteer work, the flag marshals, the starters, the finishers, the people who work on the grid positions and everything. Without you guys, the race meetings cannot take place, and we really, really do appreciate all the help that you give us.
Right, lunchtime coming up now. Now we have a VCC parade, and I'm also told now that Murph as in Greg Murphy will do hot laps in the Peanut Slabs era, and John Bauer is here.
Oh, really?
Who do hot laps in the
Is he taking
Aussie Mail Supercar?
Aussie Mail Supercar. Is he? That's
now,
that's
whether
his
this
car.
is for the doing laps here or in the race, I'll confirm that. I did hear before that Murph was definitely going to drive that, the Sierra. But John Bowers here, well, yeah, that's throwing. He was here last year, and I think he drove the Lance Copeland's number 17 Sierra,
I think he had
which
that.
is one of the, which is a genuine one.
That's the real one.
Yeah, but I don't think the car's not here. All right, folks. Well, that was a pretty good start to the day. We've had the rain looks to be it's backed off, although I see it threatening a bit in the south again. So fingers crossed we can get through the day with a minimum of fuss.
So go and have something hot to eat and cold to drink. There's plenty of it all around the place. There's hot dogs, there's pies, there's sandwiches, you name it, and plenty of hot coffee. Go and enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back after lunch right here at the Euromark Motorsport Park at Ruapuna. Of course, it is the only place to race.
Thank you, my friend, Mr. Gow.
Adam, you've had more changes than the jolly weather has today.
Well, it's getting warm, so I thought I'd, get ready for it. So I've got the hat and the t-shirt.
Tell you, I'll come in with a wee secret, mate. It hasn't got that warm yet.
Oh, for the viewers out there, it looks warm.
Yeah, they're sitting in a lounge.
But anyway, I am actually wearing it because we've got a winner for the t-shirt and hat.
Okay, they're now second hand, but that's okay.
I know, we'll get them a fresh one in their size. The winner, he might actually be an accidental winner. He kind of jumped the start, but it was Conrad Timms who said yeehaw Stewart Black, who obviously won the historic touring cars race.
So he wins the t-shirt and hat.
Well, there may be a protest in, but he did officially win it. He is actually a driver in a Ford in the class himself, but he couldn't be here because he's too busy going overseas, I think. But he does win a t-shirt and hat for his trouble.
For his trouble. What an amazing memory to have. You know, that every time he puts it on, he'll think about you and the racing at Scope.
Exactly, and the weather's cleared up, and I think after lunch we're going to see everybody back out and going a bit quicker.
It's interesting the number of cars here. I mean, they're all historic. Most of them have got more history than Winston Peters.
Well, and I think there's 250 of them. There's only one of him.
Well, that is true, I suppose, yeah. But this afternoon we're going to go through it all again. Slight drizzle at the moment, but it is forecast to be clearing. The thunderstorm didn't happen, which was good.
Yeah, we don't like thunder. So just for the people who are out there watching, what we're going to do is we're going to break the stream on Facebook. So we'll come back after lunch on Facebook, and we'll just leave YouTube running, and you can see some of the things happening on track. And we may sneak an interview in over the lunch, but we're exactly half an hour behind on schedule. Obviously, races take longer to run when it's raining.
Yeah, they do rather. Yes. Nobody's that brave.
No, but we're half an hour behind on the official schedule. So what we'll do is we'll come back after lunch, and you can watch us on YouTube and on Facebook again at that stage.
Oh, yeah, by the time they've had a bit of a lunch and a cup of tea or a glass of wine if they're at home and not driving, yeah, absolutely. But look forward to seeing it. I'm interested to know what you'll be wearing next time you and I talk.
Well, I'll probably take the white hat off. I've already had some hassles from people who'd spotted me wearing the hat before we even went on camera.
Oh, really? You think your mates are taking the mickey out of you?
I don't know. I don't know what their problem is.
Okay, we will be back after lunch anyway. In the meantime, enjoy your day because we've got a lot more to show you this afternoon.
too cool.
Scope's meeting for me is just about the atmosphere and the people and the competitors. I call myself a Kiwi and I was born here but now live in Australia, but just the guys out here are so passionate about what they do. They are in Australia too, but it's a very different feeling. Everyone's really together here in New Zealand and they just support one another, and when the chips are down or things aren't going quite right, everyone mucks in to make it happen, so it's great.
Finally get the chance to run at Scopes, there's something I've been wanting to do for a long time, so it's really good. And to be here with the Mobil 1 Mainland muscle cars this weekend is really testament to the club and how it's run. So hopefully we get some good clean racing, and excited to be here for the Scope.
The best classic historic meet in New Zealand. Wonderful atmosphere, great crowds, it's just a fun place to be.
Scope's always been there, whether you're driving or an enthusiast. It's been a very constant big meeting of the year for classic cars.
And to run with a whole lot of like cars and the camaraderie, it's fantastic. We've got guys from all around New Zealand and around the world.
Just a fantastic event. There's a variety of cars. It's wonderful for the public to come in and view them in their natural glory.
Well, I've been doing the SKOPE Classic right from the very start. Great event, lots of friendly people.
SKOPE Classic Day for me is a family day out.
There's some great cars here, great people actually, and awesome track to be at.
It's purely about just demonstrating the history and the amount of, just in these sort of tents along here alone, the amount of European and Australian history is just mind-blowing.
The meeting of the year, as far as I'm concerned.
It gives a lot of enjoyment to a lot of people.
All right, welcome to this afternoon's program. Let us hope that we are imagining what's before our eyes on the skyline. Nathan?
Yeah, it's looking a little bit gloomy, isn't it?
Is that going to move around, or is it going to come over here?
Well, I guess we'll find out as the afternoon progresses, Lindsay, won't we? There's been some thunder and lightning during the lunch break. No doubt about that, but yeah, you can see it's not looking too flash to the south. But anyway, we'll press on with the afternoon, and our first race of the afternoon, handicap starts, 6 laps, John Osborne Saloons. And of course, John Osborne was a real character at
he was
involved in motorsport, wasn't he? Running Oscar,
ran
and
Oscar,
the likes.
ran a Camaro and a RX-8, and won the championship in '83. I think 1983. John won, and he had a really bad accident and ended up in hospital in Auckland for about 3 or 4 months, and only returned to racing in the last few years and ran a Nissan 300 ZX at the Scope here. And we lost John to cancer a few years ago.
Yeah, real shame, but thankfully and very gracefully, we're able to dedicate the class here at
Story
SKOPE.
is that I can share this. After he died, and Andrew, his wife, was cleaning things up, which took her quite a while, quite a bit in the garage, bits and pieces. Under the bed, she found engine bits in a box.
So was he going to build another car?
I don't know. I do. Who wouldn't know?
No. Well, I think we've got a couple more coming back out after this morning's weather just halted a couple of cars' progress.
My Wednesday morning coffee man, Don Alvey's back again, which I'm very pleased. Fingers crossed he can keep it going, having rebuilt that car over the last couple of years.
So we're looking at 5 lights for our 6 lights, I should say. So this is handicapped, so the cars will group off. Now, didn't think I'd see car 1 pulling up in position number 1 after he had a little bit of a whoopsie on the warm-up lap in the first race this morning. That's Randall Dix. Had the bonnet fly up, and it's caught the windscreen, and I thought that maybe day done, but he's decided to push on it. Obviously not too bad. So what do we got here, Lindsay? We've got 5 going on scratch, then we've got half a dozen or so going on 15 seconds, then we've got a gap back to the third flag drop, or a light start, of 25 seconds, and then the next drop will be 10 seconds later, and that is 35 seconds. 40 seconds for some of the supercars, and Miles Cochran will be on the final flag drop, and the Porsche 944 at 50 seconds. So 6 groups of cars.
Yeah. So Don Alvey with the Capri, Oscar Capri.
He's a little bit outside his grid box.
He is, Don. Come on, mate.
Back, buddy.
Yep. And alongside him is Peter Blomfield in his RX-7. Another colourful character in our ranks. Hasn't been around for quite a while, but he's got this car from the States and has been working on it for a couple of years, I think, to get it going.
One of the Alphas beside, it's Steve Galbraith in the Alfa Romeo 156. And they're in the first flag drop, or first leg light start.
Yeah, first light start.
You've got, we've got Paul Kelly, who's just not quite sure where he's supposed to fit in here. Just looking at where he is. He's supposed to be on 35 seconds with the likes of Guy Stewart, Chris Giles and co, which is actually further back than where he's sitting. So I think we're going to end up with a delayed start here, Lindsay, I feel. He's sort of sitting in front of grid 8.
Well, you see, Don Alvey's nowhere near as
no, and of course Motorsport New Zealand will be they do stipulate you must stay within your grid box.
I mean, he's 3/4 of a car length out of his grid box.
Oh, his rear tyres are just in.
Yeah.
So not sure if he's just missed the box or he's looking at the motorcycle lines. But not sure. Paul Kelly's still not in his right grid spot. He's supposed to be back on a flag drop number 4.
But the reality is, though,
what are they going to do? Give him
who cares? I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. First flag drop. Going.
All the way. Good start from old Peter Blomfield. The scream of the RX-7, and he's away.
Doesn't take long for the
Don Alvey. Yeah, Don Alvey's. Let's hope Don can get a few laps in here. I really do.
Oh, that was tight.
That was well. Look at those guys go.
Big group of cars here in that second group. Third group now away.
So it's Randall Diggs and Don Alvey jumping the lead. There's a group of Porsches there now, and
a couple of Beamers.
And Wallace, yeah.
So you've got Paul Carter and Chris Giles, and this is where Paul Kelly was supposed to start, according to the timing system. But anyway, we'll race on. Away goes some of the faster cars towards the back. Chris Hatton.
The Hatton Camaro.
Yeah, well, he hasn't been around for a day or two. for Miles Cochrane, this will feel like forever.
Whatever.
And away he
That's
goes.
a quick car.
It is.
Cochrane's, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, now I was just looking too earlier, down by the Cochranes, there is a car for sale. If you want to go Porsche Boxster racing for $70,000.
Okay.
Miles Cochrane
there's quite a few of those on that last year, in that championship.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They've got that down there for sale if you want to get into Boxster Porsche racing, to a race car. $70K. That's all you need. Nothing.
Say it quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 7-0.
Randall, Don Elvey's got a lap in the box. Well done, mate. Well done. Paul Kelly, there he is. Let's go through now.
Yeah. Philip Hoffman. First time we've seen him all weekend.
And Lewis Lowe. Good to see Lewis Lowe out again.
Yeah. Oh, problems for Jim Wallace in the Beamer. He's just the BMW. He's coming to the pit lane. Oh, number 2 as well. Mike Baker in the Porsche 964. Just didn't seem right as he came down the front straight. Certainly not at full pace.
I tell you, who's missing is Steve Ross in the PDL Mustang 1.
Yes.
Not there.
Yes, very true. I did see that car in the trailer yesterday when I was out here.
Oh,
They
okay.
were unloading it. Well, they had it in the back of the Ross trailer. Good to see the Castrol Commodore, car 194. That's Andrew Havel. Now, they had some problems. Temperature gauge went through the roof this morning. That's
Oh,
why.
Don Elvey.
Oh, he's
Great
gone.
spin, Don. Well controlled, well kept up. He's away again.
The slightly damp grass.
I'll hear all about it on coffee on Wednesday. Yeah. Better come out, David, and learn about it.
Oh, now this is the problem. He's got to wait forever to be able to get going.
You're right.
We've got to wait for that big train of cars.
Oh, Don.
It's all happening. John Osborne Saloons. Robert Ralston. The Nissan Bluebird.
There's Guy Stewart going for him. So much of Guy all weekend, actually.
No, he sort of started a wee bit further back in this one.
Yeah.
He's had a little bit of work to do. Here comes Chris Apple. Boy, that thing is... How old does that car, you reckon, roughly?
Car 90 has a time penalty. That's Paul Kelly has a time penalty.
Yeah, not surprised. He was in the wrong. He was in the wrong spot.
Wrong grid box, wasn't
Yeah.
he? Yeah.
Oh, Randall Diggs' shortcut.
And Randall Diggs is... Oh, yes, too.
Oh, a little bit of water on the inside of the cup. So obviously he's got problems with that car. He's just going to pull off into the pit lane. So the race leader's gone.
So that leaves Peter Blomfield in the RX7.
Technically, it's Paul Kelly, because Paul Kelly was second on the road. He got past.
Oh, okay.
So he has got a time penalty. Not sure how big the time penalty is.
Yeah, of course.
We haven't seen that. But so Paul Kelly is leading with a time penalty.
Be 5 seconds, wouldn't it?
I don't think it's going to affect him too much, to be fair. He's just going to pull away.
Yes.
Philip Hoffman. That's a beautiful car, isn't it?
That's a lovely car, isn't it?
And Philip's been here year in, year out.
Year after year.
He's one of these.
There's in fact, he's been here
21 times.
Yeah.
21 times from 1991 to this year. That's a great little list we've got. Great little piece of info. I was saying earlier about Dennis and Debbie Chapman, of course. Been here for all 34. There's a couple of those who have been here for all classic race meetings. I'll get some spits on the window up here. I think that we'll see how things unfold. looking at the line of Porsches as they come through Fulton Hogan. A couple of BMWs out there as well. 415, that's Martin Irvine out of Auckland in the yellow 1994 BMW 325i.
30 years ago, Eden was driving a Viva GT.
Really? Yeah, you'll find that in your 30-year write-up in the program.
You will.
So, unfortunately, looks like the weather's come back.
We thought it was going to miss us.
Yes. Track's still dry, so we should be alright. But no doubt the umbrellas will pop up very shortly.
Robert Ralston goes past Peter Blomfield on the start-finish line. 2 laps remaining here.
Looking at the fast guys, where are they up to now? Up to P12 for Chris Hatton and Hayden Knighton in P13.
I suggest this might get a bit slippery quite quickly, actually, Nathan.
Yes. It's coming in fairly heavy, isn't it, now, that rain? Mind you, don't see too many umbrellas yet. Yep, the BMW going well wide, trying to pick up one there. That's the yellow 325i. Oh, Peter Blomfield has got some problems in the
what a
RX-7.
shame, Pete. He got 4 laps in the book, which would be probably a record for Pete with that car. But hey, it's an improvement. Well done.
So this is going to get this is up there, a bit of dust as the chasing pack is sort of fighting their way through. Lewis Lowe's about to get a handful of cars, try and squeeze on through. You've got Hayden Knighton
and you got Guy Stewart putting the heat on Robert Ralston. Guy Stewart in the Porsche, and Ralston in the lovely Bluebird.
Tell you what, Hayden Knighton is moving. We've just lost Paul Kelly. Paul Kelly's decided to bring it in. Maybe a precaution to the weather. Windscreen wiper on for Hayden Knighton. So what do we got? Last lap board is out. 1 to go. And it's Philip Hoffman in the Ford Mustang, who's just about to put Andrew Havel a lap down. So Andrew there has changed the thermostat, and that seems to have sorted out the overheating issue in the Castrol VP Commodore. Chris Hatton looking up the inside of Lewis Lowe. Makes the pass. So Philip Hoffman, he's coming up through the carousel. He's got Guy Stewart closing in. Robert Ralston, he's got the Ford Falcon, who's going to easily pick him up down the inside as they run into the Parks S's. So that's up to position number 3 now for Hayden Knighton.
Chris Hatton's moving pretty quickly to that field too.
So, okay, we've got the last lap board coming in. I must have miscounted the laps. Our lap scoring says had one to go, so that should be the checkered flag, but we've extended this by a lap. The start finish is...
They've definitely done 6 laps.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately...
So, over 7 laps.
Yeah, we're putting an extra lap on. That's going to help Hayden Knighton, because he is looking at Link. We've got it done there on the Guy Stewart Porsche. How good is modern technology? Look at the difference. Look at this close-up speed on Hayden Knighton's Falcon V8 Supercar. Philip Hoffman's in a world of trouble here. as they come through the carousel. Hoffman's going to try and make that car as wide as he can, although Hayden Knight just sitting in behind him. Through the park cesses here for the final time.
He's going to get him.
Yeah, he's going to have the straight line speed.
Go up the inside as they go into the sweeper. In fact, that was made to look easy, wasn't it? Yeah. Look at Hatton. Hatton's coming home pretty strongly too, isn't he? Yeah, he's going to grab that third place off Guy Stewart. Robert Ralston have a lonely 5th place. And then we have Lewis Lowe.
Wayne Graves.
Richard Atkinson, Martin Irvine, Chris Childs, and Miles Cochrane went in 11th.
Not too bad from 50 seconds, is it?
Pretty good, isn't it, really? Point of that car as a weapon, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a weapon. Absolutely. Yeah, it's got some run.
All right, that's our John Osdo race of the afternoon. Next up will be the Formula Juniors.
And we'll head down to Rob Cope-Williams, who will have some more interviews for us before they come out. one.
Dear old Formula Junior, thank you, Nathan, for turning me on.
You're welcome.
Yeah, the history of these cars, as we touched on this morning, is played a significant part in the history of motor racing, and in particular Formula One. When they came to the rescue in the late 50s, the rescue of Formula One essentially, which as a feeding ground was being fed by drivers in little 500 Jap-engined cars, and the Italians were onto this, and Formula Junior was evolved. There was heaps of cars that came out of garages and factories in Italy. Hence a lot of the names then. Not so many of them there now today. Here, maybe some of those are away. There's Stangalini, Autostud, Alva, Volpini, and it wasn't too long before the British were onto it with Lotus and Cooper with the rear engine cars, and essentially that became the end of Formula Junior because they quickly evolved into your Formula 2 type cars with the bigger engines. And one car of particular note here is car 24, which is Kevin Anderson, and a beautiful little Cooper T52. It's a car that Denny Holm was involved with building it when he was with Cooper, and he brought it to New Zealand. Kevin has owned this car for many years and runs it every year here at Scope, so it's a car with a lot of history particularly for New Zealand, that car. It's car 24. Keep an eye on it, folks.
Black Cooper T52.
Yeah, green or black. I can't work out what it is.
Yeah, it's listed as black. So we got just another scratch grid for this one. So Grant Clearwater and the T59. Those guys had a great little battle in race one. Martin Bullock, Keith Pfeiffer, and car 39.
You can see that. You can see both those cars on the front row, how they evolved, like the Cooper and the Brabham there on the front row, how they evolved into the F1 cars that followed Formula Junior, even the lower classes, lesser classes than like F2, which quickly came onto the scene after those initial years.
We can see the forerunner in Formula Junior there in car 3. That is Tony Olisov, and the Emerson Experimental Alpha Mark 1, and then car 34 as well, Michael Sexton in the Gemini.
You're right, that
Mark
car
2.
of Olisov, that's the clear example of the front engine car versus those ones on the front row. And they've probably only built a year or so between them.
Yeah.
But, you know, that was the actual cause of demise of the front engine car at Formula One. When Brabham and Lotus sort of Cooper took over. And indeed, Jack Brabham won his first Formula One championship in 1959, I think it was, driving for Cooper.
Here we go, we're getting set for Formula Junior, second race of the weekend for them.
Great start from Clearwater.
Again, Woodford. Noel Woodford gets a blinder of a start as they head on down to Abbott Insurance. He's gone right to the front. There's Noel Woodford. He started out position number 5.
Yeah, Noel's always been a very competitive man here. He's come down many times in that car and very, very hard to beat. In fact, I recall when they had that Formula Junior festival, or the worldwide celebration, and they came here with all the Europeans and English, and Noel was the one to beat then.
Yeah, I was probably standing in a flag point about that point. Back then.
About 12 years ago.
Yeah. Be about right.
Still at school, weren't you?
Yes. Yeah, something like that.
Well, Dave and I were still, so I mean...
Yeah.
School of Hard Knocks we've just been through, again.
So the field making their way through. hopefully we've got a nice wee clear break in the weather. We've had a wee shower.
Looking better, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of stuff on the ground. There's some umbrellas up, so we've got a slow at the back. One of the cars just a bit slow. Just trying to pick out who that is. Plenty of
Bit of spell spin there.
Yeah, not a lot of traction coming through the park S's.
A nice wee battle for second place here. Meanwhile, it's our man on the front row with Grant Clearwater in the T59. Grant all the way from Kerry in the far north.
Got this sorted out.
That wee car sounds beautiful.
You got the little wee run of three.
You got three front
engine
cars, yes.
Another one coming through there. That's car 30. That's Nigel Russell, Formula Junior, FMZ. They call that colour silver. I don't think it's got any colour.
No colour at all.
And he's right there
just your polished aluminium.
With the auto stud, chasing Paul Halford in the auto stud.
Yeah.
The originals.
Famous names, auto studs.
Oh no, Black Jelly Bean, Kevin Anderson.
Oh no.
And the T52.
Where have we lost Kevin?
He's just coming down pit lane.
Oh dear.
Just about to
appear. We've given away thousands of jelly beans today, mate.
Haven't we just?
Been a shocker.
Yeah. Talked about those who have come through the Formula Junior ranks of note. Jim Clark, John Surtees. Of course, we know John went on to build cars.
The late Jochen Rindt,
yep,
who won in Wigram, and the year he won the World Championship posthumously. He won at Wigram that year, but he's also his road through here was via Formula Junior at some stage. Yes.
Yeah, 1970 he was
1970? Posthumously, yes.
World champion.
Well, I think he must have won Wigram in 1970 then too.
Dr. Goo.
On his way to the Formula One season. I think he drove for Lotus too.
Yes, he did 60 races.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, we've lost another one. Into pit lane, that's Peter Benbrook and the Gemini. So, survival of the fittest out there. Tell you what though, out in front, Grant Clearwater has absolutely just
nailed
driven
them.
away
Yeah,
from
he's just nailed
that
them.
little battle in second. Mark Woodford and Martin Bullock, of course. Martin in the Brevin BT2.
He had a good first race, didn't he?
He did, yeah, and then he spun. He spun on the last lap.
That's
dropped
right,
down to
did
about
too.
7th or 8th. I was going to say so the BT2, that would have been the predecessor to Brevin building Formula One cars.
Oh, yes, it was absolutely. Yeah.
That's where he learned.
That's where Holm was involved too. You see.
Yep. Learned the skill of building fast race cars.
Yeah, did.
Then applied the trade to building Formula One cars. Lotus out there as well. That's Mark Barrett. Again, another manufacturer who stepped up from Formula Junior cars and built on that knowledge and experience to build Formula One.
So Mark with Lotus 20. They must have a garage full of Lotuses at their place. 3 of them.
Yeah. I think they'd be a fanatic of Lotus. Low-tie.
Low-tie.
As it is commonly referred to.
As we've often referred it to, indeed. The low tie.
The Alva, that's one of the original cars at the time.
Yep.
And Gary Langsford is driving that. Gary from Big Omaha.
Where's Big Omaha?
It'll be somewhere. I think, isn't Omaha up in the North Island? Dr. Google will find out.
I want to say America. Dr. Google will find out. The handy man. He'll be asking you for a donation soon if you keep this up to date.
It's in the Auckland region. There you go.
Big Omaha. God, don't they go off up there? Goodness sake. Fancy calling your suburb Big Omaha.
I know, right?
Sorry, people up there. I forgot we're going nationwide streaming.
We're not trying to offend you, but we've never heard of it down here.
Well, Omaha would have sort of...
Yeah, Omaha.
So, yeah, that sounds right.
The Omaha
Big
Beach.
Omaha. Was there a small one?
Probably.
But, you know, everything's bigger anyway.
Yeah.
We'll put that one down, I think.
Just looking for Gary. And there he is. He's just onto the back of Keith Pfeiffer out of Otaki, the Talesman, Formula Junior. Built in 1963, the Talesman. Not quite one of the originals.
Martin Bullock's doing a good job here. He got himself by Woodsford.
We got 2 to go.
Yeah, he came up in a hurry then, didn't he?
He did. There's a good little scrap there, isn't it? For we're looking at 4th and 5th. Roger Hurricane, another one of the Lolas, just coming through the CMG motorcycle sweeper. Roger out of Auckland. 1960 Lola. So Lola entered the year after the second year after Formula Junior began in 1958.
Yeah, all those British ones. The first year was mainly the Italians and the French, of course.
Yep.
And the Brits then were working hard. John Cooper, for example, and they were all, and when they all came out, they were with the rear engine cars, and as we said, that changed the face of single-seater racing forever, really. Because up until then, those big front engine cars, the Ferraris, etc., were doing the business.
So we must be about to start our last lap. The last lap board about to come out.
Indeed, the last lap board.
That's it, Greg. I can get in there, can't I?
So it's Noel Woodford. And that battle at the front with him and Martin Bullock. There's absolutely nothing in it between them. Half a second, you can see them nose to tail as they come through Abbott Insurance. It's going to be a good little scrap here, Lindsay.
It is.
Isn't it?
Yep.
I can hear problems, or has he let him go? Noel Woodford up to Euromark. He's just let Martin Bullock go.
He has, hasn't he?
In
fact, he slowed quite.
Yeah.
In fact, he really has slowed down. He's coming in.
He's going to take the shortcut.
Something has happened there.
Oh no, he's come to a stop too.
Yeah.
Maybe he's run out of fuel, Lindsay. Oh no. Oh dear. We'll have to find out what's going on because he's stopped completely. So what we were hoping was going to be a great little battle to the finish is being spoiled.
It's all puffed up and gone. Yeah, right. So
we've got
that leaves.
Just noticed we've got another one parked up down between the carousel and Abbott Insurance as well, down by the.
So Martin Bullock all by himself by some margin now.
And looks like Noel Woodford's getting out of his car too. He's climbing out. Don't know if you want to be doing that quite yet, Noel.
So Tony Ollis will take over second spot. There's a checkered flag will come out for a good win from Martin Bullock.
Oh, look at this little scrap here coming through the Parks S's. Got a little three-way battle. In fact, Paul Halford's just dropped off that wee battle, but yeah, look at this side by side.
Yeah, number 3, that's Tony Ollis. Ollis, he is very pleased to have snatched second place there as he waves to the start-finish man.
Do my eyes deceive me? Did Paul Halford get through here on these guys? He has. Not sure what happened, but it dropped off these little little battle. He was behind those two.
He's come back on them.
Yeah. Paul Halford gets ahead of Michael Sexton and Keith Pfeiffer.
I apologise. Gary Langford is in third place.
Yes.
Galva.
Yep.
Then there's Paul Halford.
See, there's these front engine
Formula
Juniors
they'll be
coming to
doing
the
the business, aren't they?
Oh, apart from Martin Bullock, though, he took that one convincingly. 6 laps for Formula Junior.
All right, another one in the books, and we see these lads again tomorrow. Next up, we have the John Fairhill Historic.
Car number 77 is going to be driven by Greg Murphy, but in the books it looks as though it's his son Ronan. Now, did you pull rank, they reckon?
No, this is definitely Ronan. I'm Ronan.
You really? I mean, you two look so bloody similar, it was very hard to tell.
I'm just sticking with the fact that Ronan was entered and I'm going to run with that.
That's fine, because the word on the road is that when he's run, if he's won 3 Bathursts, he can outdrive you and he can therefore get the car.
I hadn't thought of it that way.
Well, we did, so anyway, you've got to enjoy it. You haven't had a good weekend, have you, really?
Well, no, I'm looking forward to this because I haven't done a lot of driving so far. Unfortunately, you know, I'm in the privateer car. I've got the factory Nissans in front of me, which is, you know, it's David against Goliath, the factory team versus the little privateer behind in the Super Tourer. So, you know, I've got to somehow try and wangle my way through Stephen Richards and Stu Rogers and, you know, get to the front and extend the lead.
If anybody could do it,
it's Ronan.
You can.
Yeah, Ronan.
And he's got, I mean, the serious thing is, if you have a look at those two, you probably would not know which one was which, so very good luck with you, buddy. Let's just say the Murphy in the car. Hang on, I think it's starting to get a bit noisy. Okay, let's go across to, I thought they were going to do a runner, but they're not. Somebody who is absolutely no stranger to Ruapuna. Kane Scott, greetings to you, buddy. You're no stranger to this track.
No, that's true. I have done a few laps down here before.
Tell us about that. I mean, has the car been behaving? I don't think it has been.
No, it's a little naughty, really, this car, but it sort of has a reputation for doing that. But every race is a new start, and we give it our best at this one.
Well, go out there and have a lot of fun because you've got some pretty stiff competition, but you can handle that. I mean, you did all those amazing things and Trans Ams and stuff.
I'm surrounded by Nissans. What's happened?
Thanks, Kate. I tell you what, he's a lovely, lovely competitor. Now I wanted to come in here because this has got to be the most colourful car out there. Can I just very quickly come in and say you've got to have the most interesting colour scheme in the whole pit area?
Well, you have to talk to Peter Zukowski about that.
Tell us a bit about the car because we don't always hear what the history is.
It's a German touring car. It won the Privateer DTM with Peter Zukowski. It's a Zaxby, and then it won the Nordic Cup with this.
You go out there and enjoy yourself. At this stage, I don't think it's going to be wet, so I think you're going to be okay. Are you right to come down? Oh, that's good. Yeah, you knew I was coming, didn't you?
How are you?
I'm bloody good, thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, I'm great.
Comfortable in there?
Sorry?
You're nice and comfortable?
Yeah, I'm comfy enough, yeah.
It's good. Apparently there's going to be a bit of a hold-up, so we can have a bit of a chat. What's the history of the car?
Sorry?
What's the history of the car?
This is the 1990 Sierra that Tony Longhurst raced at Bathurst.
Tony Longhurst, you know, we were just, Adam and I, the cameraman, were just saying, we don't hear much of Tony anymore. He's gone a bit quiet.
Yeah, I guess he's done his thing. I mean, he's done a lot of racing in his day, but I guess he's on to bigger and better things now, maybe.
I think he will always be remembered over here because of the win that he did at the Wellington Street Race in the BMW, which was these colours as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
How long have you had the car?
I've had the car about 5 or 6 months now. And it's quite nice that it's got a Kiwi connection because it was built by Jim Stone and Frank Gardner.
Right.
So it's nice.
5 or 6 months, you haven't had much time to sort of settle into it.
No, I did Taupo a couple of weeks ago and the car went really well there, so it's my second race meeting, really, I guess you'd say.
Well, good on you, it is.
Thanks very much.
It's a beautifully prepared car, so congratulations. We thought we'd come drifting in here. Excuse us if we could sort of quietly come in and say, "G'day, how you doing in there?"
I'm good, thank you, Rob. How are things?
Yeah, good, thanks, good. Tell us about the car, because a lot of people like to know what the history of the car is and where it's been, who's been driving it and everything.
Yeah, right. This car's a 1995 Ford Mondeo. It was built by the German team known from F1 Wolf, who are one of the 3 Ford-supported teams who are running Mondeos, and what we call Super Tourer, but it was actually DTM Class 2. But international rigs were the Super Tourer rigs. So this car is Wolf STC 001 4-wheel drive. It was built as a 4-wheel drive car. It's still got a diff carrier in the back, but it's actually a front-wheel drive car now because Audi are the only manufacturer, I think, that made 4-wheel drive work in super touring because of the weight of the 4-wheel drive and also the drag of drive shafts. So this is pretty much same as every other front-wheel drive Mondeo. Cosworth built the V6, X-Track 206, 6-speed sequential gearbox, 1,000 kilograms, and we have fun.
Front-wheel drive, difficult to drive compared to the rear-wheel drive ones?
Not too bad. We've had the diff sort of uprated to make it handle better and not have the torque steer the early cars had. So like in the rain, it's not really a problem because it gives you traction coming out of a corner, but no oversteer.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the rain because we don't know whether it's finished or not. It can't make up its mind. It's a bit like my cameraman, he keeps changing his clothes every 20 minutes. But yeah, how do you reckon you're going up against some of these other, probably more recognisable, like the Nissans and stuff?
Yeah, well, in the dry, probably not much hope because these things are only 280, 290 horsepower, but they're very fast through a corner. But the problem is you catch the faster turbo cars in the corner, they hold you up and then disappear again. So, yeah, if you had a very, very wide track, the 6 cars wide, would take different lines, we get held up through the corners and lose it in the straight. Whereas you saw in the rain, it was much easier because they couldn't get the power down. With anything, we probably could. We haven't got much.
So you would have enjoyed the sporting a hell of a lot more than you got if it doesn't rain. So good idea. Have a wonderful time out there, and lovely. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
I think we might just come down here just a wee bit. Just before you go and make a name for yourself, we've just come to say g'day and ask you about your car.
Yeah, so this is a 1995 BMW Super Tourer.
How long have you had it?
I've had it about 4 years now.
So you're starting to get used to it, I would imagine.
Yeah, we've developed the car quite a lot and need a lot of work, but yeah, it's going good now.
What sort of development can you do? Because, I mean, obviously these cars were pretty famous when they were new and being driven communally when they were new.
Oh, there's no development. It's basically restoring it back to period. The only thing that we're allowed is basically modern ECUs. But essentially, the principle of the group is that all the cars must be period.
So where the hell do you go to find parts for a car this old, with all due respect?
It's difficult. There's a lot of BMW Super Tourers, and BMW Motorsport do sell parts for these cars. So there's parts on the shelf in Germany. But the other cars, like the Honda Accord and the Ford Mondeo, if something breaks, you've got to make it.
Bit of advantage for you, I must well, you and the bank manager, I guess, but no problem adapting to the left-hand drive?
No, I've been driving left-hand race cars now for a long time, so I'm pretty used to it.
Good man. You go out there and thoroughly enjoy yourself. Thanks very much indeed. How are you feeling? Do you reckon you can walk a bit further? I mean, it's a pretty big pit area, I must confess. So anyway, Toyota Camry, almost a wolf in sheep's clothing, I would have thought. We're just going to come in and say g'day. For those of you who are watching, it's a very interesting little car. Tell me about the history of it.
It was originally built by Tom's GB in England and campaigned in the South African touring car by a guy called Mike White and Julian Bailey, and it was sort of mixed success there. Like, it was only sort of a top runner, top 5, top 6 car. Then it went to America, where Rod Millen drove it in a couple of races, and then it did two seasons in Australia in the Australian two-liter touring car.
So when did you get your hands on it?
It came to New Zealand about 15 years ago, and a guy on the west coast, Richard Atkinson, owned it, and then he sold it to a guy who lived in Japan, and it sat in a garage in Dunedin for probably 12 years untouched.
Oh,
and
really?
I bought it from there.
So 12 years, things would have started to have deteriorated, I would have thought, sitting for 12 years.
Yes, absolutely. It needed lots done to it, but we're getting on top of it. It's getting pretty close to where it should be, I think.
Well, I'm sure if anybody could do it, you will. Go out there and have a wonderful time.
Yep, all good.
And it still is actually quite fine. So I wonder if we can just come in here and... I thought I'd better not, because otherwise you'd think that somebody was breaking in. Once again, car number 25, a bit of the history, please.
Yeah, it's ex-Tony Longhurst car, came from Italian 1993, and then Tony Longhurst won it in 1994. So yeah, Tony Longhurst drove this car, and it was the crash from Paul Morris and Tony Longhurst at the Winton racetrack, as everyone knows.
So how long have you had it?
Dad's had it since 2003, and he did endurance racing with Scott and my dad.
So it's a family car?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And Dad restored it in 2015, and it's been fully restored, and I started racing in 2009.
Are they easy enough to drive?
It's hard work, yep. Yep, hard work. Yep.
I think you're about to get stuck. You've got to get busy, so I better let you go. But thank you very much indeed. We're just waiting for the Camry to get sorted. In the meantime, have a lovely time watching these cars.
From the guys that own the cars, and these are the historic touring cars, and boy oh boy did we have some fun with these cars when they're out earlier and the track was a little bit damp. Now that it's dry, it's going to be all on, Nathan.
Yeah, it sure is going to be. We've got a few more cars that have rejoined us. The weather is playing ball. Stu Rogers back out in the GTR R32 Skyline. We didn't see him in the first race. Of course, as Rob spoke to Greg Murphy in the Phil Major owned Primera, is out there. So they're still filing on out. We should be looking at hopefully a field of 24 if all make it out. There's
there it
Lance
is.
Copeland and the DJR Shell. Ford's here, of course. Upright issues, suspension, and the right front corner of that car. And Lance has only got slick tyres, so hence the MIA this morning in tricky conditions.
I would say Trevor Crow's probably feeling a little bit happier with himself too, that it's a bit drier out there, so he can bring the 635 out and really stretch its legs, because boy oh boy can that car absolutely fly. But look at the Nissans, they're both out the front, and then we've got a Sierra and a BMW. It's just a Primera. Now those 3 or 4 cars there, I think they're going to be the ones to watch, particularly the Primera that's got our friend Murphy in it. and Murph knows his way around here pretty well. Kane Scott, no slug around here either. And of course Jimmy Richards' boy, young Stevie, he's going to do a good job as well in the other Skyline.
I honestly wouldn't count out our race 1 winner in the Toyota Camry,
Wow.
Stuart Black. He was bringing it to the guys at the front of the field.
There was an awful big puff of smoke there from one of the
That might be
Sierras.
some kitty litter maybe.
Oh, of course, that's where you're right, sorry.
Picking it up and bringing it round the track with them. Looking forward to a great field. Looks like we should have 25 cars out here for this if everybody is out there. Graham Cameron had a strong showing in the M3 BMW. Andy Greenslade dropped off the pace in this morning's race, and the Ford Sierra, hopefully the crew have got that all sorted.
I think with the bigger rolling start as well, it's going to be very interesting as they come onto the front straight, and just as they tool themselves up to get going. Everybody seems to have made it round on the warm-up lap, which is great. That's 635 CSI, isn't that the most beautiful looking car? Trevor Croby, absolutely thrilled to bits to be behind the wheel of that. Now the two Nissans are lining themselves up.
Isn't that a great opportunity?
Oh,
the
man.
two Nissans, and the two different shapes, two different models, two different eras of Nissan Skyline.
The BMW's working their way up there too. So yes, it's going to be a very, very interesting start when they come round this time. Just watching where Black is, he's about, what is he, about 6th or 7th, 8th on the grid there probably.
Yeah, he's got a 14th.
He's got a fair old group of cars to get through, that is for sure.
Yes.
But if he worked it out this morning, the way he worked it out this morning, he'll be okay this afternoon. Isn't it a fantastic field though?
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars has brought the grid.
It would be, Lindsay, you did right. Lindsay just said it would probably be one of the best field of touring cars, historic touring cars we've seen at Ruapuna for many, many years. Ever, probably. Yep, you're probably right. Because they've all come today to Euromark Motorsport Park to enjoy the fantastic hospitality of the Canterbury Car Club. And thanks very much to the Canterbury Car Club for the invitation for me. It's very kind of you.
Oh, well, loving having you here, Dave. So the safety car has got the field.
Dave Stewart and that lovely new Alfa Romeo that we can't say the name of properly. He seems to.
The Giulio?
I was talking to him earlier on, he said he thinks they've misspelt it. So that's why he won't even pronounce it.
It is Italian after all.
Yeah, that's right.
They do come up with some great names in Italy.
Now look at Murph, he's getting himself up there right up behind Richards. He knows where he wants to go, and that'll be straight past him if he possibly can.
What have you got? Full drive on the front row.
And you've got Kane Scott just lurking in the background.
Two-wheel drive on the second row. Yeah, this is going to be a great one. The sun is shining through the clouds. Not a single drop of rain in the air.
Just up through the cement dust there, so that's no problem. We know what that is now. Not too far away, and they'll be coming down. The safety car should probably pull off and let them go. And we will have, it will be on for young and old. You wait and see right here at the Euromark Motorsport Park. And you know that it's a fantastic day so far. I mean, the track is just an absolute picture. And these touring cars just make it, just top it off beautifully.
All right, lights are out, safety car is away. 8 laps, John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars.
And this 8 laps won't take very long, I don't think, in this weather. They will be hammering it.
Plenty banked around the circuit, ready to watch the action.
Just watching where Mr. Black is. He's down, he's just lurking back there a little bit, just leaning back. Wait and see, he's got a good inside line there, so let's just see what happens here. But these two Nissans, I would imagine, would just clear out and leave them to it for a little while anyway.
Okay. Red lights are on, waiting for a start. John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars, 8 laps. We are underway.
Here we go. And look at them go, these two cars. Oh, Kane Scott up there into 3rd place. Then you've got Murphy, who's been challenged there by Greenslade around the outside, and look at them barreling up into that corner.
Yeah, up into Abbott Insurance.
You've still...
One off.
Someone's off there. Is that Murphy, I think, has gone off, is it? No.
Bruce Miles.
Oh, is it?
In the,
Righto.
the Jägermeister BMW.
Murph is still there. He's back in 4th place. He'll be watching the back of Kane Scott very, very carefully. And look at these two Nissans. They absolutely fly down this back straight.
I think Stu Rogers just might have missed the corner there, and he has paid for that dearly, Kane Scott. But look at the GTR.
Look at the GTR. Just takes off and leaves him to it.
Through the cement dust, down into Fulton Hogan.
Just watching down the back of the field, there's no incidents going on down there. Everyone's sort of got themselves sorted out now, so that's good. But out in front, it's still going to be one of these magnificent little Nissans.
Look at the scrape of the BMWs, Dave. In behind Andy Greenslade, you've got Graham Cameron on the outside. Aaron Black trying to sneak up the inside as they come in through to Parks, and Aaron Black, he gets his way past the BMW there. Oh,
Kane Scott just waiting. Just one mistake is all you've got to make, and Kane Scott will be through. There's Greenslade. Look at the power of those the Cosworths. Incredible. They just pull in these other cars like they're standing still almost. Onto the front straight they come again.
Look at Kane Scott trying to come around the outside.
Yeah. He knows his way around this circuit, that is for sure.
Stu Rogers.
1:37.03, so that's not doing too bad.
They're going almost side by side into Abbott Insurance, Dave.
Kane Scott having a look around the outside, just not quite brave enough there. I don't think it just ran out of room more than anything, I think. Once they wind these Nissans up, look at Richard just taking off. Here comes Kane Scott, going to come down the inside. No, he had us a look, decides better of it. Andy Greenslade is there as well, along with Greg Murphy. So these 4 or 5 cars are just cleared out and leaving the rest of them to it just for a little while. These Nissans are the most incredible thing, and they're just the four-wheel. They put the power down so fast out of the corners. But Kane Scott's keeping them very, very honest.
Look at Greg Murphy
up
the inside,
Murphy, the inside of Greenslade.
Greenslade. So he's
There
managed
we
to
go.
get that pass. Up into 4th now.
Still got Kane Scott hammering away, just sitting back there, just letting it all unfold in front of him. Murphy, he's there waiting there to pounce as well. Greenslade keeping a very watchful eye on him. Then back to a gaggle of BMWs, and our man Black there in the Camry.
Yeah, Scott O'Donnell in the Ford Mondeo, just in behind Stuart Black. And we've...
Here they come again.
6 laps to go. And look at Rogers.
Look at Greenslade coming up the inside of up around Murphy
There's
now.
a pass for the lead change now.
Yes.
Stu Rogers down into Abbott.
Murphy went hard underneath Greenslade and really made his eyes water into there, I think.
And Greenslade's got the run now.
This will be interesting.
Here comes Steve Richards back up the inside out of Link. He's on the inside, wheel to wheel into Euromark.
Watch out, they'll be flame to flame very shortly, these two, because man, oh man, they are absolutely flying. Kane Scott just getting dropped off just a little bit there. He seemed to be a bit slower out of that corner that time. You've got Andy Greenslade starting to creep his way up. Greg Murphy in his little mobile there, and he's sort of getting on the back of Greenslade again, but in a straight line. I don't think Murph's quite got the grunt that he needs.
No, he's certainly got the corner performance.
Absolutely.
Just looking back a couple of the Sierras further back, Brett Stevens has got past Bruce Miles and Lance Copeland in the DJR Shell car, has made his way out through a couple of spots as well.
Stephen Richards is giving them a driving lesson though. That is for sure.
Just looking at the battle between the Coke BMW of Matt Martin and Harry Cleland and car 124, the DHL livery Beamer.
So, well, that's another one. Murray Cleland, he's been round this circuit a long time.
Andy Greenslade
Greenslade's going to have a crack at him.
He's got Kane Scott. Wheel to wheel.
I think he just didn't he tell Rob Copeland before he's only had that car a few weeks. I tell you what, he's a pretty brave man to be doing that to it, and look at it fly.
Yeah, he's almost close up on the back of Stu Rogers there.
But there's Steve Richards is making absolutely no race of this. Really big, the flame shooting out the side of the Nissan, and he lines it up and lets it go again. Greenslade is going to be the man to watch here.
So that race order, Steve Richards from Stu Rogers, Kane Scott is now behind Andy Greenslade, Greg Murphy, Aaron Black, Graham Cameron, Nick Donaldson, Stuart Black, Scott O'Donnell, your top 10.
As the guys disappear up into the murk and the gloom that's heading over towards the west coast, hopefully it'll just keep going that way and leave us alone.
Oh, Stu Rogers has dropped a couple of spots there, Dave.
Yes, he has. He's got a problem, I think. He did slow up there a couple of laps ago. Now you've got Kane Scott has been harassed by his arch nemesis, I would imagine, in some ways too, Greg Murphy.
Aaron Black and Graham Cameron having a wee
Here they
fight
come onto
here.
the front straight again. Look at this, Nath. What's going to happen here? This Kane Scott, he must just have a mirror full of that Primera, I'd imagine, right behind him.
He's pulled about
He has
4 or
too,
5
look at
car lengths. Mind you, Stu Rogers
Seems to have come right again.
Look at this, Graham Cameron and Aaron Black just Graham Cameron up the inside of Aaron Black. There's just, no matter where you look, Dave,
Yes,
there
it's
are
just
battles galore.
they're all over
Here
the
comes
place.
Brett Stevens at the J-line. Sierra just making another move there. Here comes Lance Copeland up behind Bruce Miles. Got Stephen Kelly, the BMW. Kevin Pateman. Boy, that's a great sounding car, isn't it?
O'Donnell's.
And the Ford Telstar. Lindsay O'Donnell in the Volvo.
That BMW sounds a little bit flat as it went through there that time.
And Warren Goods 320i. Trevor Crow.
In the 635.
There goes Gary Johnston on the XJS. And Dennis Ham and David Beattie round out at 25 car field. Look at the battle for second.
Because the battle for first is well and truly won. But second, third and fourth is going to be battle royale.
Greg Murphy round the outside into the Parks S's.
Absolutely beautiful. And he's just opened up a bit of a gap, but you watch the car of Kane Scott, it'll gather him up again before the corner, but look at the Nissan go up the inside. He's going to go diving up the inside into the sweeper. No, Kane Scott just says, you're not coming around that way, mate. You're going to have to go hard on the inside and go round me if you have to. And here he comes, the Nissan winds up.
Ooh, problems for Steve Richards. He's slowing on the
Slowed
straight.
up.
He is slowing, brake lights on. Oh, a real shame for Steve Richards.
He's gone straight ahead, I think, to the
to
the drag strip to get out of the way.
Oh,
So now we've got Murph.
Wow.
Murph
just
the
like that.
Smurf. It just happens so quick, doesn't it?
Flick the switch and she changes all up.
Yeah, he's headed off there, so that's a real shame.
We did have a spin from Murray Cleland and the Euromark hairpin on the previous lap. He's managed to get up and running again, but a heartbreak at the end of the straight. Steve Richards couldn't even get off to the end, off to the right. So could we see a safety car here, Dave? He's well up the end.
He's well up the end. I see there's some marshals up there. I'm not sure whether he's got the door open from the look of it. So
That would be a shame here with 2.5 to go. If we were to condense the field in the safety car, hopefully they can go and pull out and grab Steve Richards.
They've got a rescue vehicle up there and see the flashing light.
And a tow vehicle.
So that's good.
Tow vehicle up there.
Gary Johnson of the big J.
Big smoke.
Oh yeah.
Coming out of one
of
of
the BMW.
I think that's Nick Donaldson in the Total Wheels.
It's weaving all over the place. It looks like he's had a real wheel, maybe suspension collapse or something in the back.
Yeah, that's some serious
His tyre rubbing there, but we didn't see anybody run into him or anything. So through goes Murph.
Stu Rogers on
But Stu Rogers is on his case now, that is for sure. And Kane Scott's not out of this yet either.
So they've left it going. Have deemed it.
They're just pulling.
Steve Richards is in a safe position out
He's
of the
out
way.
of the way, so that's all good.
So we continue here with 2 to go, Dave.
As I said, it wasn't going to last long, this race, was it?
Well,
the Chapman BMW goes through there. Well, they've got a magnificent stable of cars, those guys over there. Debbie and Dennis, they've been around for so long, and they're such good ambassadors to the sport, not only here but also over in Australia as well. So they're very highly thought of, and I know they're very highly thought of here at the Canterbury Car Club. Great stalwarts of the Scope and the PDL beforehand, and just really, really nice people.
Here comes the first light traffic for Greg Murphy. So he's got a bit of a gap. Dennis Ham just in the way there with the Alpha. Now Kane Scott and Greenslade, they've lined themselves up, so now they've got some more clear in front of them. Lamont's little the Sierra, the
David Beatty Corona, I'm sorry, yep. And look at this.
So last lap board out, we've got one to go, and here comes
There he goes.
Rogers. Oh, here we go, this is on.
Murph won't give him much room there. You're going to have to go around me, Sonny.
Yeah. He's got forward drive there. Stu Rogers. And
Greg Murphy's making that car very, very wide.
That's the widest Primera I've
Yeah, it is.
As they come through
sort of
late.
one of those Kenworth Primeras. Down he comes. Murph will be doing his very, very best to keep him right where he is for the moment. He's going to get some real squirt out of this corner. But once they get into the twisty, windy bits, that's where Murph's got him.
Yeah, you can see he's.
But what a race!
Track.
Trevor Crowe having an absolute ball out there in the big BMW. Gary Johnson as well in the XJS. They're just having such a great time, and they are beautiful, beautiful motor cars. And you don't blame them for driving them a little bit slower, because you
got to look after them.
Absolutely.
Mind you,
they're all one-offs.
The guys at the front are certainly not taking it easy.
I have a funny feeling though that this Stu Rogers might just be able to take Murph here.
Around the outside.
Just straight down the outside.
Greg's going to come
he's going to hang in there. No, he's got him. So it's going to be a run for the line. The checkered flag will be out for them this time. Car number 4, Stu Rogers from Amberley in the Nissan with Greg Murphy. Then across to that was Kane Scott and Andy Greenslade.
Graham Cameron home in 5th. That was a good little scrap between he and Aaron Black. Stuart Black in 7th.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad actually. He had a pretty good run there.
Well, close there at the end. The Mondeo getting a home in 8th. Scott O'Donnell, Brent Stevens in the Ford Sierra, Matt Martin rounding out the team and the BMW.
Stu Ham there. Through comes the Chapmans.
Lance Copeland in the DJR Sierra. Stephen Kelly.
I'll tell you what, there'll be a couple of guys out there that'll be very, very pleased to see that checkered flag, because they have worked extremely hard. But put your hands together for him. There's no two ways about it. Those magnificent Nissans, they just can do the job. But Murph held him up for a long, long time.
He did. It wasn't all his own way.
No way. No way.
Well, if that's what today's like, though,
man,
I can't
imagine
wait to see.
Imagine tomorrow's going to be. That was one of the best races I've seen for a long, long time.
Absolutely. Well, moving from our John Fairhill historic touring cars, we will move to our Pat Hoare Formula Libre, and they will be due to go over 6 laps, and we'll head on down to pitside with RCW for some more discussion.
Yeah, that's Julie, yeah. Well, I tell you what, I've just had a report that in Timaru they've had 3 serious hailstorms cleaning out people's gardens as far as with tomatoes and things. Let's keep it down there. The car that everybody's talking about is a thing called the SID, the S-I-D. I'm just coming here to say, just compliment you on your car. It's a fabulous looking thing.
Yeah, this is a car called SID Mark II. Built and raced by Jamie Hazelby back in the 70s.
So how did you get your hands on it?
Oh, that's a long story, but I bought it from a guy that I know, a good colleague of mine who had the car for 20 years. And I happened to say to him, you know, if you ever see a scan sports car come up for sale, let me know. And he said, well, it just so happens I do, and I've got this one. So,
What's in the back? What's behind you? What's the motor behind you?
it's a Lotus twin cam. It's been bought out to 1760. So,
Brilliant.
it goes very well.
You go out and show them. Have we still got time?
Yeah, look, Rob, she's got the mascara, mate.
This is Russell Greer.
Joker.
What's it like having an amazing daughter driving an amazing wee car?
Oh, she's doing very, very well. Oh, proud of her.
She's
really
going like a duck to water, hasn't
Mate,
she?
she's doing real well.
Yeah, I'll just have a wee word with
Good
her.
boy.
Darling, I just got to say well done you, because you're flying the flag for ladies.
Oh, stop it. Thank you so much, though. I'm very nervous.
Yeah, but nerves are good. Nerves are very good. And the track is dry.
Finally, thank goodness. That was my first ever wet race earlier. It was exciting, though.
Will you thoroughly enjoy yourself? Can you just come with me? Because, whoops, I just want to come very quickly down here. Excuse me. This is Julie's mum. So I want to ask you, darling, you've got a husband who drives, you've got a daughter who drives. How are your nerves?
Good.
I suppose
they all want to do good.
And I guess, you know, you're very used to it now, aren't you?
I am, yes. Been doing it a long time.
Yeah, but you must be very proud of Julie.
I am. Yes, I think she's doing very, very well. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very
nice
much.
to see you.
You too. Let's have a look at them as they go out, Adam. Thanks, buddy.
Good to see you.
You too.
Pat Hoare Formula Libre out for their second race of the afternoon, or of the weekend I should say, first race of them this afternoon. So can report on the Steve Richards Nissan Skyline. The slide deck down there, the park slide deck is loading up. Tail shaft is gone on the Steve Richards Nissan Skyline GDR R31. So yeah, that's never a nice thing, Josh, at over 150 kilometres an hour to disconnect from the rear of the car. So that's why Steve Richards was on the brakes as soon as he had it happen. Must have happened right here about the start-finish line, because he just instantly got on the brakes and slowed that car up. But hopefully they can get that sorted ready for tomorrow's run. For them, of course, up before lunchtime tomorrow, so a bit of time for John Fairhill Historic Touring Cars tomorrow. But Pat Hoare Formula Libre out on track, and a good run from them this morning, where again with the weather playing havoc, we didn't quite get all the Formula cars out there, but we have
didn't quite get all the action either.
Pretty much got a full field for our second race over 6 laps.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. Formula Libre was a staple of our SKOPE Classic meetings, so good to see them out for the second time today. And we'll just have to wait and see how everyone's going to perform on a dry track, because the conditions obviously in the first race were very different to what they are now, and we'll see what the gap is going to be like with the rest of the field and see how close everyone will be. I'm expecting it will be a lot closer than it was before. And it will be interesting to see how Ian Clements will run this race.
He did win this morning's in mixed conditions.
We've got a couple of other wings and slicks cars now to add to the field. Brian Dixon and car 188, that is John Williams. So a couple of others in the mix as well. We've got one retiring to the pit lane, that's Ben Stiles in the Reynard FF2000. So you can see them just parked on an angle. I don't know if they're changing something and going back out, or if they're done. I'm hoping it's changing something and going back out. Have to wait and see.
Well, Brian Dixon and also Keith Cowan, who's in this field, have all done every classic race meeting from the inception in 1991 to current year, but looks like we're missing a car off grid number 4.
That would be,
that'd be Ian Clements.
No, Ian Clements is, I think the grid's
he's
a little
on
bit.
pole, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got Ian Clements, then we've got Stephen Donaldson, then it will be car 16, Royce Bayer, and then I would expect it's Ben Stiles that's missing in grid 4.
Right.
And then it's 188, that's John Williams, and then we have Michael Hay. Getting ready to go for the Pat Hoare Formula Libre. Just going to get everyone sorted onto their grid spots and get that all ready to go.
So a great mix of cars of wings and slicks and sports cars and classic Formula Fords. So we're going to start delay board, and that'll be because we've still got the recovery truck at the end of the front straight down by the drag start area.
Yep, just reversing back now and we'll get that cleared up and ready to go.
So haven't seen too much of car 26, Stephen Donaldson in the Argo FA2000. We have seen Royce Bayer's car number 16. Another new one that we've not seen too much of is Ben Stiles in car 87.
Yeah, I believe Ben was racing Formula Open, if I remember correctly, last year at Scope, so it's good to see him back. And Steve Donaldson usually races the car number 67. That is currently driven by Ian. No. Trying to remember the name now. Here we go. It doesn't matter. 5 lights ready to go. And we're underway. Steve Donaldson, good start on the outside. Ian Clements about equal as they go down the straight.
Yes, everybody getting away there. No one stalling, which is
preferable. Oh, as you say that, Ben Stiles has just stalled the car.
He's in pit lane though.
Yep, so that's good.
So Ian Clements got a lot of wheel spin off the line.
He did.
He got a good secondary start. And Royce Bayer's already made a move up the inside.
He's ahead of Steve Donaldson. And it is Ian Rowley, car 67, apologies. So Ian Clements makes his way through Euromark hairpin for the first time, followed by Royce Bayer and Steve Donaldson. Then it's car 188, that's John Williams. And then we get into the first of our Formula Fords.
Everybody making it through Euromark hairpin, nice and clean.
Got someone making a hell of a lot of moves, just getting past Avon Dunn.
Oh, we've got a spinner in Fulton Hogan.
Oh, we do.
Getting by. Oh, we've got a second spinner as well. So we've got 2 around. And Ben Stiles has not made it past the hairpin. He's pulled up there. So we've got 2 around.
And 1 off.
Well away from the lead pack here as we see car 72 having a good little wee scrap there. That is, of course, Ron Wilkin out of Tuakau in the Alden. And he was battling away there with Duncan Wright in the Johnston car number 261. So
here comes Royce Bayer on Steve Donaldson. Wheel to wheel on the straight. John Williams having a look there as well. Royce Bayer around the outside, and he gets the move done. So nice work from Royce Bayer. I believe it's Robin Arnold, one of the ones that we've lost going around there. And I'm just trying to figure out who the other one was. It's a bright yellow car, which I would expect would be Graham Kerr, car 54. Yes.
Ian Clements is cleared out in the early part of this one.
Yep, he's checked out and checked his bags off to gosh knows where. He's doing a nice job controlling the field at the front.
A lot of these cars running out here are more than eligible, especially the Formula Fords for the historic Formula Ford Championship.
Yep.
Great to see them mixing it up here. We've got a couple of sports cars out there as well. I believe we've got Gerald Duncan in the Sid Mark II. Car number 1 out there. He's just come through the Parks S as he's sitting down in position number 9 behind Keith Cowan. Look at this little scrap for second, Josh, as they come down the straight.
I know, it's great.
Royce Bayer and Stephen Donaldson.
Fantastic race between the two of them. Stephen Donaldson running a Argo FA2000 and Royce an Argo SMR001. So two slightly different models, but the makers are still the same.
And they're bringing John Williams into the fight as well.
Yes, they are.
188.
John in that Crossall FF2000. Fastest lap, a 132.1 by Ian Clements. So cars behind him, Bayer, Donaldson and Williams, they're all sitting 135. So they're about 4 seconds off the pace. Here comes Steve Donaldson again. He just backed off that time. Had a little look, but wasn't quite close enough to make any moves.
Yeah, just looking a little bit further back there, you've got Graham Dickey in the car 111. And he's having a good little wee scrap there with the 5 of Kim Crocker. Graham Dickey in the Lola T644, the bright green and black machine. They're having a good little battle. Ron Wilkin just in front of them. So plenty of battles right throughout our Formula Libre field at Hoare Formula Libre.
Yeah, great to see so many battles.
We've got one around there, Josh.
Oh, we do. That's Keith Cowan in the Johnston Formula Ford. 1970. That car was built. So he's got back onto the track and all dandy there. Brian Dixon and Ian Rowley having a bit of a scrap there. Rowley comes out of the corner. He's got a better run. Now dives to the inside on Dixon. Can he make the move stick? Answer to that question is yes. So Ian Rowley moves up ahead of Brian Dixon. Avon Dunn, a relatively new competitor this season. He's only just joined in that Formula Subaru for our club days and now joining for Scope. Brian Dixon coming under some pressure there from car number
40, that's Peter Bogle.
There we go.
The Lotus 18. He's managed to squeeze on by. Some of the sports cars out there, you've got Greg Mowat and the Bavista Clubman. Car 28 as well. That's Trevor Fairley from Dunedin and the Lotus 7. So what have we got coming up 2 to go for the leader as he exits the CMG Motorcycles India Motorcycles sweeper. Oh, we've got a big crash down at the hairpin, and
oh dear.
We've got Kim Crocker involved in that one, and 46 is Grant Campbell from Auckland in the Swift FB4. So
drivers are out of the car, so that's always a good sign, but that understandably will probably be a safety car there, Nath.
Well, not sure if it's being picked up by folks upstairs, but
wheel off one of the cars, so one of the wheels has come off, so obviously
yes.
wheel-to-wheel contact there.
Big damage down at the Aeromark here, but both drivers are out of the car.
It's great to see as always. Still going a big battle between Royce Bayer and Steve Donaldson. Bayer just holding on. Just going to wait to see official word on if we're going to keep this one green. It looks like so far we are.
Yeah, we're carrying on for now. Just might be a yellow flag down there at the hairpin. A no passing zone. So just looking for the leader coming through the CMG Motorcycles India Motorcycle Sweeper.
Checkered flag and a fly.
So
going to call this one a lap early. Here comes Ian Clements to take the checkered flag. So Ian Clements will win the second race of Pat Hoare Formula Libre for the day. We'll see them again tomorrow, of course, but we're just going to wait to see our battling peer, Royce Bayer, just going to hold off Steve Donaldson to the line.
John Williams comes through in fourth.
Robert Arnold crosses the line a lap down. There is Hamish Carpenter and the Andy McElray ex-championship winning Formula Ford.
Great
Michael Hay and Peter Grant. That's me.
Great little finish. As we can see the skies off to the west. Looking very, very ominous.
Can confirm it's a not a great storm system over there, so we're just going to hope that rolls right around and we can keep the track dry.
Keith Cowan comes home behind Gerald Duncan and running out the top 10 there as the rest of the field come on through to finish off the Pat Hoare Formula Libre.
Next up's our Formula 5000s, and I'm sure Rob Cope Williams will be down in pit lane ready to interview some drivers, so we'll hand off to...
It's getting interesting too there, Josh. The drizzle just starting to fall.
It is starting to fall, so rain kind of starting to mix things up a wee bit. It's been doing that all day. It will be interesting to see how things will go from here, but we'll hand down to Rob Cope Williams in pit lane.
So before we wait for Rob to jump in here, if he is going to jump in between sessions, we are going to have a slight delay with those cars down at the hairpin. It will need to be tidied up. Of course, our recovery team will jump into action there and do as they have been doing all weekend so far. Don't forget, folks, too, if you're still hungry or feel like some coffee, there are food options around. And I know the weather is coming back in again, but if you do want to head around and have a look at the cars down in the pits, you're more than welcome to wander down and have a look. So the Hilton's crane truck is going to lift up a couple of Formula Fords and prop them up there onto the back of the trucks before we get into our Formula 5000 field for their race, due to go over 8 laps, a rolling start. I'm sure it'll be a fantastic race ahead for our Formula 5000 crew, as long as the weather plays ball. We saw a very wet qualifying session this morning. It was allowed drivers to go out on either slick tyres or wet tyres, and of course we heard from David Abbott in the qualifying session this morning explaining the tyre situation with the unavailability of new wet groove tyres. So some choosing to run on slicks because that's unfortunately all they have. But still, it's going to be a great race ahead for the Formula 5000 field. As I say, just a slight delay while we get these Pat Hoare Formula Libre cars picked up off the track. We head down to Rob Cope Williams.
We just come in here and we're out of the rain a wee bit. Is it okay? Well, I tell you what, motor racing is a game where volunteers make it happen. And with all due respect, you've been a volunteer for I'm not going to say how long, because that would be very...
mind. Coming up 30 years.
And the neat thing is, as far as everyone's concerned, apart from you, is that you come to every meeting, but you never see a race.
Only the 5000s.
That's a fair comment. Because just to explain, you're in the Secretary's office, you do all the results, you get everybody, you meet everybody who comes in, and you're just always there. You must have met some very interesting people.
I've been very lucky with the people I've met. Our lovely drivers like Brocky, Johnson, over the years, got photos, autographs, and of course all our own New Zealand drivers.
The other thing is, it's a family business, it's a family sport as far as your family is concerned. Tell us how everybody gets involved.
My husband drives the safety car. My son, or our son, drives the IV.
Which is?
Intervention vehicle, and that's John.
Yep.
And our daughter, Anna, granddaughter rather, she helps me in the office.
So basically, I mean, you guys are just stalwarts. You're also you're a member of the Motor Racing Drivers Club.
Yes, yes.
And I might say to everybody that the only reason you get invited to the Motor Racing Club as a member is because you've given a hell of a lot to motor racing. And I just want to say publicly that you and your family have been absolutely amazing. So you're going to go humble on me, aren't you?
Yes, yeah. Thank you for that, Rob. No, I just love it. I love the driver contact, and as you said, it's a family thing, and we just all come together, and it's part of our life. Can't give it up.
I mean, with all due respect, I mean, the hours you work here voluntarily aren't short. You don't sort of turn up at lunchtime, do you?
No, yesterday I realised when we finished we'd been here 13 hours. Which is ridiculous, but yeah.
But you do get a cup of coffee. Mark does shout you a cup of coffee.
Oh, we definitely get coffee, and we get lunch. And a free drink at the end of the day.
I should jolly well think so. I should jolly well think so. I'll just thank you, Anne, and thank you from our hearts for all the work that you, your family, and all the other volunteers do. It's absolutely amazing. I'm just going to go and walk and see who I can embarrass. Just tell you what, I might just quietly snick in here as we are here. Thanks, Anne. That's tremendous. Greetings, how's the car and how are you?
Oh, fabulous. I've just finished the Libre race. It just had a quick little swap into the 5000, but it's been a nice wet qualifying this morning. Qualified P3 behind Russell Greer and Steve Ross, so it's my first start on the 5000, so we'll see if we can make it work and see what happens.
The first time with the 5000, you've got slicks on and it's raining.
It's a bit of a handful, but just be a bit careful on the loud pedal and it should be right.
What are they like to drive? Because I mean, I hear them and I see them and they look absolutely terrifying to myself, who's already driven things like sports cars.
I honestly find them very much like a Formula Ford, but with a lot more power, obviously. But they're very stable to drive. Just got to be careful on that gas.
And when things go wrong, you've got a hell of a lot of weight just behind you, so it'll be very quick to catch.
Yeah, very quick to catch. Just get on that clutch and that brake and see where it goes.
Gear change, I mean, we watch television and they've got all these sequential boxes and things. You got the old H.
I actually find the H pattern in this car very forgiving. It's got a nice sort of throw, it's very direct, and it's a 5-speed box, but once you're out of first gear we treat it like a 4-speed, like a Formula Ford, so it's a pretty easy transition from the two, just a little bit more power.
Rolling start's a bit of a help for you?
Never done a rolling start, so I'm glad to be in third place, not on the front row, just to kind of see how it goes, and maybe we'll see what happens next race.
Oh, good idea. Well, the very, very best, and may God send you some wets for the next race. Where did he go? Oh, so I totally lost you there for a minute, buddy. It sounds as though they're going to start getting very noisy here, so I'll leave it to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. MSC, Pacifica, SAS Auto Parts, Avon Tyres, NZ Express Transport, Exide, Bonnie's Container Transport, Web Design, Mobile One, all on board the Formula 5000s. Lindsay, as we get set for their first race of the weekend.
Mate, fingers crossed that we get this in all right, because this weather is really threatening now, and it wasn't before so much at all.
We should have swapped it around, should have put it in a
But
race early.
it really is looking bad now, so I hope we get these guys through. As we were saying earlier on, you know, to have, they're a bit embarrassed about only 7. Well, give us a few years ago to see 1 or 2 we used to see. It was absolutely wonderful to see them doing some demonstration laps. To have 7, okay, it's not 12, but I'll take 7 any day if it means that or nothing. So there we are. And all right.
So the last of the last couple of cars coming out for this race. As the grain truck brings in the 2 strict Pat Hall Formula Libre cars. And of course, final round of the New Zealand League for the 5000s.
Yes, before they disappear over to Australia.
Phillip Island.
As part of the deal, part of their revival series. So we've got the good old Lolas, which were I guess the T332 was the most successful of the Formula 5000s. And of course, there's a McRae there. I'm very pleased there's a McRae there.
There should be 2.
There's 2 of them, yeah. Steve Ross and Michael Hay. And
T400.
T400.
Shane Windleburn.
Your old car, David? No. Oh, 430, yeah, beg your pardon.
And Kevin Ingram in the T330.
Kevin Ingram, former New Zealand Hill Climb champion, former New Zealand Formula Ford champion. And later in his motor racing career gone to Formula 5000s. And why not? Is Russell Greer out there? An ex-Graham Lawrence car?
Yes, tucked in behind Steve Ross there. So this is their warm-up lap, so 2 warm-up laps for the 5000s. Getting those brakes and tyres up to 10. Tony Galbraith out there, car 88. Another one of the Lola T332s. Oh, gorgeous sound, Lindsay, aren't they? They sound absolutely beautiful.
Well, that's why the crowds, you know, they just lean over the walls and can't get enough of it, can they, really?
The Alfa Romeo Giulio safety car will pick up the field as they come down into Ian Udermark. As I said before, a great sponsorship.
So, be Steve Ross who has the pole position in the McRae GM1, a car that actually comes out of the United States, not one of the New Zealand ones, and Russell Greer in the ex-Graham Lawrence car behind him, and he's had this car since about 2007 is when Russell purchased this car. And Graham Lawrence, of course, with this car, he won the 74 New Zealand Gold Star Championship. There we go. And he was second in the Tasman Championship the year after. So that has local history as opposed to Steve Ross's, which is ran in the American Formula 5000s. Rain looks ever more threatening.
Mind you, in saying that, though, it has dried just here on.
Yes, it has. It's all good so far.
I think we might be all right here, Lindsay.
Are most of them on slicks, David? All of them on slicks, yeah. Right.
So here we go, safety car enters to the pit lane, and it is Steve Ross and Russell Greer on the front row waiting for a start. Formula 5000 race 1 of the weekend. Lights are away. Thunder down into turn 1 Abbott Insurance.
Well, pictures say it all, don't they?
Oh, they do. There was a bit of a lock-up there from the 88 of Tony Galbraith, just to pinch the right front.
Meanwhile, Steve Ross, a predictable jump from the front there.
Tell you who had a brilliant start is Michael Hay.
Yes, he did have a brilliant start, didn't he? They're pretty evenly bunched still.
Bruce Kett in car 48, that's the blue Lola T32. Just dropped in behind Kevin Ingram and Russell Greer.
Yeah, Ingram and Greer keeping closer company there. Ingram a relative newcomer with the 5000s.
Oh, Michael Hay and even more.
Yes,
newcomer.
exactly.
First weekend in the car racing.
Yeah. Of course, Russell Greer's had his car for, as I say, since 2007. He's a good old campaigner in the Stanton Corvette, of course, as well.
Tony Galbraith looking racy further back there, Lindsay.
Some good racing in that pack there, very good. Meanwhile, Steve Ross has just said goodbye. Michael Hay a move then, and as he moves up into second place. No, I beg your pardon.
He's fitting off the challenge from Russell Greer.
Then Ingram, yeah.
Tony Galbraith, Bruce Kett.
And Galbraith, yeah.
Shane Windleburn. Yeah, Steve Ross has certainly opened up that gap. He's done plenty of laps around here, Lindsay.
Well, he always does triple duty sometimes, doesn't
he? Yes, usually throws the Jaguar Trans Am into
Jaguar Trans Am.
The PDL1.
The PDL1 and this.
So the second group has got away here. Michael Hay is he's doing a very nice job keeping some hard charges behind him. That time for Steve Ross, McRae GM1.
When did they qualify this morning, didn't they? In the rain, of course.
Yeah, they qualified in the rain.
Yeah, 1:38.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, very tricky conditions compared to what they are in
Yeah.
now. Track is fairly dry out there, and there's Michael Hay moving up from the Formula Ford and doing a nice job there in position number 2. Oh. Lightning and thunder in the background, lightning and thunder on the track.
Yeah, it's a great backdrop, isn't it? You see that shot now. If you had well, I want to watch lightning, but that lightning in the distance with those cars, that'd be a great. Ewan Cameron's out there, Terry Marshall's out there. You never know what they'll pick up from this. Pretty close company for that second place there. Nothing much going on at all between those three. They're very close, and anything could happen now.
Yeah, and Tony Galbraith there in the 88. He's managed to pull away from Bruce Kett, and Shane Windleburn is sitting on the tail of the car of Bruce Kett.
Bruce Kett's a new name in that group.
Yeah, former muscle car racer. From up in the north. Oh, a little bit of contact, nearly a brake lock up. Was that down at the hairpin for Kevin Ingram?
Ingram and Russell Greer.
I think Kevin Ingram's quite keen to try and make a way past Russell Greer. He's the only one with a rain light on.
Ingram.
There's Russell Greer. He's got the rain light on the back. Yeah, great to see new names into the class. And, fairly new people as well to the 5,000 field. Our benchmark continues to lower, 1:23.5 now for Steve Ross. He's just turning it up lap by lap, Lindsay.
There he is.
And the gap is...
That car sounds incredibly strong. Not saying the others don't sound strong. It just there's something fraction different, isn't it? That exhaust note.
Well, any chance he can get, he drives that car. Very famous in the Quicksilver colours from the American.
Yeah, American scene.
American scene.
As those raindrops look to be getting more consistent and a bit heavier.
Yes, you can just start to see them on the pit lane exit now. So, but these guys have pretty warm tyres. We're 4 laps in, so 4.5 for the race leader. So they'll still have plenty of grip out there. Shane Wimbledon looking to make a move up the inside of Bruce Kett.
It's certainly not a race to do heroics, is it?
No. Well, they've still got 2 more to go tomorrow, so
yeah, for sure.
There's no point trying to be a hero in race number 1.
Russell Greer staying right under the bumper of Chris Hay and Michael Hay, and actually Ingram is also there as well. So anything can happen with these guys, and Ingram is looking racier again now.
Oh, we've seen various different people in that car. Of Michael Hay, we've seen Anna Collins.
Anna Collins last season.
Michael Collins has driven that car previously as well.
Drove it very well.
And Michael Hay for the first race weekend.
Yeah, he's actually pulling away a bit now, isn't he?
Starting to become comfortable with that car.
Michael Hay and the GM won both first 2 cars of the McRae GM1s, and the 2 behind are the both Lola 332s, T332.
T332s. Tony Galbraith. Oh, just as I say that, Black Jelly Bean, he spun out at Hogan. I put the mockers on Tony Galbraith. Yeah, fired it up. That's it. Man from Auckland. He's away again. A little bit grip limited, I think, in that corner for him. So 2 to go.
Yeah, they talk about sort of younger age and people driving racing cars. Well, Russell Greer in his late 70s.
Yeah. Wow. Age is no barrier. I mean, you look at Ken Smith, prime example. Kenny was running 5,000s for up until...
Well, he was, yeah.
And around the 70s age bracket.
He preferred the 5,000s to the other ones he called roller skates. When the TRS came.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see the rain starting to get heavier.
Russell Greer looking up the inside there of Michael Hay.
Desperate to...
here he goes up the inside, but he's got it.
Yeah, Kevin Ingram, you got that pass done.
Yeah, that's right. 7 laps of planning. Yeah, you're right.
So now he's going to try and hunt down Michael Hay. Oh, we've got a yellow flag down at start.
Oh, yeah, we have got
Bruce Kett.
Bruce Kett there in the blue car. The other T332.
So last lap for Steve Ross as he comes across the line.
Look at these 3 that dash for second place. This is worth watching to come by itself. This is good racing, isn't it? Good racing.
Kevin Ingram to the inside.
You couldn't have organised this better, guys.
Brilliant. for the run, but he's not going to have it.
He's going to try on the approach to the hairpin. He'll try and out break him, I reckon. No, he's not. Yep, here he comes. Here he comes. A bit far behind to do it then.
And Michael Hay had
Hay's got the inside running and kicked it nicely too. Just needs to keep his tight lines through the middle part of the circuit here.
Problems for Tony Galbraith. He is slowing.
Yes, he is slowing down on that back straight there.
These guys fighting it out through the Parks S's.
This is superb stuff from these three.
No doubt about the race winner, Lindsay, Steve Ross.
It's as though Michael Hay will hang on to his second place. But oh, gee, what a great battle from those two guys behind.
No, it's not over yet through the CMG Motorcycle sweeper.
You're going to stream him, you're going to try, but well done, guys. Good racing, good clean racing.
That was great stuff.
A great spectacle.
Kevin Ingram home in third, Russell Greer home in fourth. And then we go back to Shane Winterburn and Bruce Kett with an unfortunate finish for the 88 of Tony Galbraith a lap down. So there you go, Steve Ross taking the first race win of the weekend for the Formula 5000s.
And we see these guys again tomorrow at 11 a.m. in the morning. So, yep, thanks, guys. Hope you have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
What's up next, Steelers?
We have next is the Ron Silvester Saloons over 6 laps as a handicap affair.
Right, we'll head down to the dummy grid. Rob Cope-Williams is standing by.
Rob Cope-Williams happens to be in Jaguar heaven because the first 3 cars on the dummy grid are Jaguars. Tim Stanton, you and this car go back a long way.
Jeremy Stace owns the car, and I've known him since I was 14 and worked on the car for more than 30 years. I first met it when I was an apprentice for Dave Silcock, and Jeremy's been a valued client of mine.
Did you ever, when you were little and young, think you'd ever be driving it at a scope meeting?
I'm still little and young. If you'd asked me this time last year, I wouldn't have expected to be driving this car. It never ever occurred to me that I'd get the absolute honour to be able to sit in Jeremy's car and race it. And it's, I really struggle for the right words to say how much of a privilege this is. It's a beautiful car, and I'm very attached to it and Jeremy, and it's incredible, absolutely incredible.
Well, I tell you what, he would think that it's a great person for you to be driving. He's an absolute gentleman, and I know deep down that you're quite emotional.
Jeremy is an absolute gentleman, you're right. Yeah, there's not many gentlemen left around these days, and I love that he's watching at home on the live feed, and not having to endure the weather and make tyre choices.
You indulge yourself because it is a beautiful machine, and as I said, it's 3 cars at the front. They're all Jaguars. One of the cars that you'd expect to be at an event, at a historic meeting, would be one of these gorgeous things. This car's got a fair bit of history as far as racing is concerned.
Yes, it has actually. Unfortunately, Rex Bentham passed away, and I was the lucky one to be able to secure the Mark II and bring it into the Stace fold. So it's a bucket list car for me, and this is its first outing, including mine. Not racing, but in this car, so I'm very fortunate.
I mean, they are the classic racing Jaguar, aren't they?
Yes, they roll around a little, and I'm very much getting used to it, but the weather's probably not going to help me, but anyway.
No, the weather's not, but have a wonderful trip. I mean, it's just amazing to see these cars. I'm going to come down here a wee bit, Adam, because it is getting a bit wet. From the North Island, you'll be used to the rain.
Well, we have the last couple of years, that's for real.
Look, I love this car as well. I'm a Jaguar fan, everybody knows that. But to have 3 cars here, all very, very different. What's the history of this one?
We started back in about early 2000s. We tried to get a Jaguar sort of class going in Auckland, but it never eventuated. We never got enough cars, so we just 3 or 4 of us turned up, and we've just been racing in a classic series. So I've been racing this since 2003.
It looks heavy, it looks solid. It's not like an XJS or one of the two in front of you. Is it a heavy car?
No, I've sort of lightened it as much as I can, but any more will be taking the car away from it just about. So it's, it seems to handle pretty well.
Do you want to say thank you to the engine builder, because I understand he's got a pretty good reputation?
Yes. No, it's only the second rebuild I've had on the car in 20 years, so it's still going pretty good.
Good idea. You go and enjoy yourself.
I'd like to introduce a good friend of ours, Michael Clark, who's down the program as being a comments man, but Michael's come down from Auckland with his little Formula Ford, and overnight we've had a bit of a misfortune with his spanner man. I'll let Michael carry on the story, please.
Well, Martin Lucas is far more than a spanner man. Martin's the guy that you always dream of in any group. He's the guy that can fix everybody's car, then at the last minute jump in his own car and then still go out and beat everybody. He is the guy who in Formula Ford in the North Island Historics just really was the nerve centre of everything, because he could fix anything, he could do anything, and he could drive the cars almost better than everybody as well. So very sadly, at the age of 55, in the early hours of this morning, Martin was found dead. We'd had dinner last night, and it was a lovely meal, and we talked about whether he'd come out early this morning with me or whether he'd come out in his own car, and I got a belt on the door at my motel room at about 2 o'clock, I suppose. So fit, healthy, clean living, it's just clear proof that life's not fair sometimes. But what do we learn from this? I think we learn that it's important to do the things that are important to you when they're important, and Martin did a lot of things that he wanted to do. Lindsay, last weekend I booked flights and accommodation to the Indianapolis 500. Why? Because it's been a bucket list of thing for me for years, and you go through something like this and you think, well, what's the point of waiting for doing something that you want to do, because you never know if you're going to be able to do it. So dear old Martin, we miss you, we love you. You were just such a wonderful cheery face around anybody with a Formula Ford. He loved Formula Fords, and he was the guy that just was so crucial to our series in the North Island, and loved coming down here. There was a time, Lindsay, where I was almost as fast as Martin, but we were joking last night. I said, Martin, something happened to you about 5 years ago, and all of a sudden you became unbeatable. And but lovely boy, and we're just so sorry for the loss of a treasured member of the North Island Formula Ford community. Thank you for letting me have a few words about my dear mate.
Thanks, Michael. We appreciate your comments, and I say the courage you to come up here and say that, and we are with you all the way on this, and we'll let you off doing comments for today anyway, and we might see you tomorrow, fella. Okay. All right, we go from sad little discussion with Michael to a great little bit of news. The Toasty Shack is behind the stand at the hairpin. The Denny Holm stand, the Toasty Shack's there, selling hamburgers and lots of loaded fries. It was there for tea time to coincide with you folks, and also with those who are arriving at the Speedway. So don't forget, chaps, if you turn around, Toasty Shack should be there. All right, we move on to, what are we, Dave?
We're on the Ron Silvester Saloons, and they're going to do a handicap start. The young man on car number 25, that's Tim Stace from Waiheke Island up there in Auckland. Oh, no, you shouldn't say Auckland.
Well, it
It's
is.
from Waiheke Island.
It's in the it's in the Auckland province.
The Auckland Isthmus, yes. And his Jaguar Mark II. So he will be off the first row of first time up. Let's have a look and see. Okay, John Munro and his Daimler. XJ6.
So Tim Stace is down, and he's Jeremy's son. He's down to drive his dad's E-Type as well, so he's doing double duty. Great Jaguar family is the Staces, much to Rob Cope Williams' delight. See all these Jaguars there.
And he's on his way. The next group will be at 20 seconds.
Yep, Tim and the Jaguar Mark II, lovely motor car.
Listen to it though. Listen to that beautiful, beautiful sound.
And we have John Munro and the XJ6.
Yep.
He's down from Auckland area too, from Albany, and then we have everybody.
There's a whole heap of them.
336 Monty McAfee in the Capri.
Okay, the next group gets away at 30 seconds. Ron Sylvester's old jalopy. And what a magnificent car it is. With
and
young Grant driving it.
Bert Govern in the Mark II. It's a car Bert's pedalled for a long, long time around here. Bert's 4.2 Mark II. Good field, this. Very good field, you know.
Indeed.
Yeah. In fact, they all are. They're quality fields. I guess they always have been, but it's quite noticeable this year for some reason. Our numbers are higher than last year. I guess as COVID sort of got over COVID and all that carry on, we're now getting back to a bit of normality now.
Well, COVID they had their opportunities to have the cars in the garage and pull them all to bits, and now they're getting out to say, right, I've done the hard yards, I'm now going to get out and enjoy myself, which is really good to see. So just looking out there in front still, we've got the Jaguar from Waiheke Island, Tim Stace, in the Mark II. Lights blazing, windscreen wipers probably flapping away there as well, but he had a very good start. 20 seconds behind him was the second group that got underway. Just taking a little bit easy, which I don't blame them for that at all. It's pretty slippery out there. Cameron Neal in the big Chevrolet, the 39 Coupe. Just going through our picture here. He's taking it nice and easy too, Linz.
Yeah, I think I would be too.
I would be, that would be for sure. Good handicapping, I think this we'll find with this one. Paul Pinnell from Nelson in the MGB GT. He's always one to watch because he is very, very fast indeed. Through goes the Jag for the first time. 6 laps. Yep, 6-lap handicap race. And the Daimler and the Capri chasing out after him. Car number 4, the big Holton HQ Premier, that's flying up there as well from the man from Christchurch. Grant's put his hand up. I would imagine he's probably called it a day. That massive car with those huge slick tyres on it must be an absolute handful.
It brings back the memory and the great story now of his dad having an accident because he was wearing jandals and his foot got caught under the pedals. True story, folks. Back in the late 60s when his dad ran one of the forerunners of this track being formed and constructed, and he running this car.
Oh, the E-Type's gone off as well.
Is that Tim Stace? No, that's Tim. Tim's in the Mark II.
Tim's in the Mark II. So this funny weather. Coming and going. Now he's very slowly going around as well. The E-Type, not quite sure where. He's given it away as well.
That's Tim Stanton in the Stace
the Stace
E-type.
E-type.
Sort of having a couple of drivers this weekend. So is that Monty McAfee and Sturge's old Capri, is it?
Capri, yep, getting very sideways, but thoroughly enjoying himself. So Tim Stace has been taken over by the Capri and the Daimler. But they're still out there thoroughly enjoying themselves, but they'll be working pretty hard in this weather.
Yeah, pretty dangerous sort of stuff, pretty treacherous stuff.
Sort of one of the Chapman cars out there, or is there only just one out? Yeah, I think there is only one.
Only one, I think, out there.
That'll be Debbie, I guess.
The Fiat, is Debbie out there? The Fiat, yeah, I think she is.
Yeah, it's one of the.
Yeah, Bruce Henderson goes through in the RX3. There's a good article about Bruce and the latest classic driver. Oh, there's Debbie goes through.
Alpina. Here's another. So this I think this one will be Debbie.
It's a classic shot, that camera angle there now.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, it's gone now, but that's Tim Stanton and the Stace Capri E-type, for goodness sake.
Birdie Govan having an absolute ball behind behind Debbie, just following in the little bit of clear road that he'd have, or the little bit of clean track that he'd have in front of him. And look at this again, straight up at you. Well, the weather forecast for tomorrow is supposed to be a lot better, Linz, and I think we're going to have
an absolute cracker tomorrow.
Yeah, from the sound of it.
From one extreme to the other, really. But as you appreciate, Dave, being ex-Cantabrian,
yes,
this is pretty familiar for you.
Pretty normal.
From one to the other.
It is what it is. We can't change it. Bruce Henderson really winding up.
Yeah, Bruce is doing a good job.
Doing a great job. He seems to be around for years.
Well, he has.
With that Mazda as well.
As I say, there's a good story on him in the latest Classic Driver magazine. Well, and I think it's only his second one he's had. He ran a station wagon for a while.
That's right. Yep. So John Munro and the Daimler XJ6, the blue and white number. That would be an absolute handful, I would imagine.
Don't recall many Daimlers racing them.
No, not really. No, not really. Oh, Bruce, he's not frightened of the rain.
Oh, he's not, is he?
He just gives the old RX3 and just points in that direction. Look at that, he picked up two cars as he came up the front straight, so, or one anyway. He's out after the Holden from Christchurch.
Yep.
Gawanig.
And Gawanig, he's got a campaign around here. Yes. Gawanig here at most of our meetings.
Very lucky at the Canterbury Car Club to have so many loyal members and people that want to come and race.
Well, I say, Dave, I think since your days here, our club days, or our Mag and Turbo days, have gone up a notch.
Good.
Yep. And with the competition. And I think from that, we have gained quite a few more competitors because of that.
It is a very friendly club for any of you that don't belong to the Canterbury Car Club and you're looking to join a motorsport club in any way, shape or form, because there are so many ways that you can join the club, as far as you can be a helper or you can be a watcher or a spectator.
Well, you can just compete.
Just compete.
Compete in gymkhanas and trials and sprints and club events and bents and all sorts of things.
Go down and see Annie Stewart, the secretary of the meeting, down there in her little office, and I'm sure she'll be only too happy to give you a form to join up for the Canterbury Car Club. And then you can be part of the action right here at the Euromark Motorsport Park here, right here at Ruapuna.
Which, of course, is the only place to race, Dave.
Ruapuna is the only place to race, and please remember that when you're driving home in this weather. It's I saw some crazy things coming out here this morning, but oh boy, I don't like this rain. So settling down into a bit of a pattern now for these guys. We've just still got Bruce Henderson is just absolutely blitzing everybody at the moment. It's such a great little car.
I think Bruce is going to be hard to pin back.
Yeah, he will
actually.
be very hard. He's come up through the field. He started off pretty well down the back.
Well,
now,
I've got to say, Monty McAfee is still quite a way ahead, really. In fact, he's a long way
Yeah, I
ahead.
think he's away. Yeah, he's a long way
I
ahead.
mean, actually, Munro and that and the Big Daimler is doing a good job by hanging on to it. Doing a very good job.
You can see Bruce, I think,
but I think
if they extended it out another 3 or 4 laps, I think you'd have him.
Yeah, Bruce is
He's
gaining
doing
big time, though.
Big time. Well, he's getting down into the corners a lot deeper than those big cars can, and he's because he's been round and round so many times here, he knows exactly what to do, and those are all the good lines around here. And he's just pulling away from the big V8 hole.
Well, we've still got a couple of laps to go. No, 1.5, I guess. So it's going to be, pretty hard for Bruce to gain any more. Really, that's going to be worthwhile. But those two out in front are doing an excellent job. Excellent job. That big Daimler.
John Munro, he's just waiting.
You'd have hairy arms.
Would
you'd
you?
have big hairy arms to handle that thing now, wouldn't you? Wow.
You'd have arms like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I think.
Well, yes.
But
yes.
see, look at this. He's coming up through the
He
inside
is.
now, and they tell him
Look.
he's going to put his foot through the firewall, and he's off.
Look at the power of the big car. Look at it go. Yeah.
And the little Capri just hasn't got an answer, but let's see what happens when they come around to the twisty, windy bits. It's obviously starting to blow a little bit out here too. I see a couple of umbrellas turned inside out, so that's good. Let it blow, because we want to blow all this rain and wind out of the way. The Daimler has got himself out there, and he's away.
He's away, all right. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen the car here before. No, I'm pretty certain we haven't. Yeah, he's pulled out quite a nice wee gap now, hasn't he? So where's Bruce? No, Bruce has just exited turn 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I think Bruce might have had a bit of a
whoopsie,
an off somewhere, because he's way back now. Never mind.
Yeah, Edgar Warnig is too far back from Bruce to really tackle him.
Oh, round goes Bertie Govern into the grass.
You keep the car neat and tidy, please.
Yeah. Get the crew to fill up the bucket of water and the mops and everything, because they'll be...
Jaguars are not meant to be used like that. Here he goes. He's away.
He's away. Oh, Bert, he won't like that. Where are we here? There. John Munro just moving his way around through the twisty, windy bits of the circuit. Right here, Rupuna, fantastic place. What a fantastic circuit. Oh, he got himself very wide out there, which
put a couple of wheels.
Put a couple of wheels into the dirt.
The dirt there.
So that'll be another one that needs a wash. Bertie Govern said, "No, I'm not doing this anymore." He's decided to give it away. He's pulled into the pits. Maybe he had a flat tyre or something there.
Checkered flag.
Because he went over that.
Checkered flag coming up for John Munro and the big Daimler.
Big Daimler. Well done.
Well, I wonder how many times we can say a Daimler's won a race here. I don't think we can. I challenge the historians to tell me otherwise. All right, we're still waiting for Bruce Henderson as he exits the...
Not going as quick as he was, just getting nice and sideways.
Motorcycle sweeper. No, he's behaving himself
he's a good
here.
boy.
As the rain drives in harder, and Bruce Henderson will take 3rd place, and Edgar Warnig is the Monaro will be 4th, and sounds like Rob Copeland is getting excited.
Yeah. You want to say something, Kobe?
Yes, I will say something. I will say something probably about you guys sitting up there in a lovely dry area and not at all cold. But anyway, I'm here to tell a story because I want to come and have a wee chat to the Matt Corey. Hey, buddy, you had a pretty good run in that last race.
Seems to like the wet, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just trying to keep it smooth out there, mate. And I think it's a bit of an equaliser when you've got a few faster cars in front of you. A wee bit of rain, it sort of brings them back to me a bit, so it's good. I'm pretty happy for this one too, obviously.
Where are you on the grid?
I'm back on grid 23, flag drop 5, so fair way back, and a few fast boys behind me, so yeah, it'll be busy.
It's a handicap.
It is a handicap reverse grid race, so yeah, I'd say look out for this one.
Good idea. Well, the thing is, spray will probably be your biggest problem.
Yeah, I didn't dare use my wiper in that last race, just kept it off, and it wasn't so bad, so we'll soon see when we get out there. It looks a wee bit wetter than last time, so yeah.
Well, I would love to tell you that it's easing, but it ain't.
If I had a spare seat in here, I'd ask you to come for a ride.
Well, you have a jolly good one, buddy. And I tell you what, he did very, very well in that last race. I'm just trying to see where...
You're missing your umbrella, Rob. I come to put the umbrella up, but I couldn't find the Jaguar umbrella.
Well, the thing was that it's ended up a wee bit like Mary Poppins. I thought I'd end up in Brighton.
Oh, no.
It was all good, very enough for you guys up there, but tell me, Nathan, the racing has been excellent.
Oh, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? I mean, hey, the weather hasn't played ball, but, you know, everybody's getting out there and having a red hot crack at it. So, you know, we're just loving the fact that everybody's getting out there in the cars and just absolutely having an absolute blast, and that's what the Scope's all about. It's about the cars, it's about getting out there, it's about the history, it's about just looking back at the cars, and I'm loving every bit of it. Hey, whether we've got some good weather, some bad weather, some thunder, some rain, it doesn't matter. These guys are out there putting on a show, and the fans love it.
Perhaps I better explain that you're one of our commentators.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I am, absolutely. It's
I mean, they've been hearing your voice, now they've seen your face.
I know, that's a scary prospect, isn't it? Yeah. No, hey, it's great, it's fantastic, and appreciate these guys, you know, especially the ones who are out here on the wet tyres, braving it and putting on a show for us. I love it.
I mean, bottom line is, you probably weren't born when a lot of these cars were racing.
No, I was not. I haven't quite got to the 3.0s yet, so didn't get to see a lot of these cars, but certainly appreciate the history behind them and learning all about it. So just absolutely loving it. It's awesome. Loving the history. I think we're about to get hailed on. I think it feels like it's getting a bit heavier, so this is going to add a whole nother level of excitement, isn't it? And to be fair, we haven't got windows upstairs. We need some windows in that commentary box. Window wipers, I should say, because it gets so covered in rain when it comes in sideways, we can't see. So
you poor
I
things.
know, but we're upstairs in a nice dry room, so I shouldn't complain too much.
Hey, listen, I just want to publicly announce that you're going to be a father fairly soon.
Yes, I am. Yep. Start of June, we come into the journey of fatherhood, so it's going to change my life for sure, and I can't wait. It's going to be exciting.
Nathan Clark, congratulations, buddy. Well
Thanks,
done,
Rob.
buddy. I'm going to just come around here if we can. Oh no, that's the call for them to start up and become rather noisy again. Let's have a look at the cars stream out.
Live. What's going on? There we go.
Windscreen wipers up here.
Next thing he's going to...
Maybe his eyesight suffering.
Next thing he's going to want lunch and everything. That'll be the next. You wait and see.
Just talking about you, it's all right.
Boy, this is going to be very, very interesting because there's a fair bit of almost standing water out there now.
Yeah, it is now.
Is there quite a few not doing it? Yeah, I tell you what, I don't blame them really. It's pretty nasty. Michael Eden will be loving this. Michael Eden, Sideways Eden. I tell you what, he loves this weather, and he
comes from Wanganui, the rain
well,
up there,
that's
so
a lot of rain
Michael
up
will
there.
be quite used to it. I think.
And he just gets that big GTO He gets it beautifully sideways and magnificent control.
Yeah, you've got to give Michael a great plug. Him and Sandra, they come down here every year and have been for years and years. And it's not just a sort of Wellington across the ferry trip, or it's from rural New Zealand and the North Island, and we really appreciate him coming down here every year.
And every year he comes down, he puts on a show.
Yeah, he sure does.
He never disappoints.
Well, do you remember back in your day when you were commentating full time?
Yep.
He was here, wasn't he?
Absolutely, he was. And he was one we always, and in that car. We used to love watching him.
Yeah. When he first came down here originally, he was driving a Viva GT for a few years.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, he was. So we've got another handicap race, and I think they say it's a reverse grid handicap race. Is that what they're talking about?
Something like that.
Something like that. So that'll be. So who are we going to have off the front row? Yep. Red flag waving down there to stop them as they come around. So if they're staying that way. Just wait until they form up on the grid here before we make any announcements. We haven't been given any formal information about the grid positions for anybody. The brand new Alpha coming down the grid straight, the safety car.
You pronounce it, please.
No. I'll go with Dave Stewart. They made a spelling mistake, so he's not even going to try.
No.
It's a gorgeous looking car.
I have to admit, it's a gorgeous looking car.
All the way from Euromark, right here at Motorsport, the Euromark Motorsport Park.
Motorsport Park.
So the flag drops are going to be 0, 19 seconds, 32 seconds, 41, right up to 78 seconds. The last guy is going to be off. And I would pick that's probably that big Falcon. And probably the other Monaro as well.
Here we are,
so
down
Reese Gold and John Hepburn. So up the front we're going to have Barry, who's that? Barry Fairbrass, and he's out. Oh, okay, he's stayed away.
We have got quite a few absentees here.
Okay.
I guess they haven't got the rubber.
That's just fair enough. So that's Tony Johnson, I think that third, is it? Yep. From Fairley. So he's going to be on his own after 19 seconds in the maroon Commodore. That probably doesn't help much, does it? Oh, geez. Yes, very depleted field, but I don't blame them for these guys. They've got another day tomorrow. They've got a couple of races tomorrow. Why would you go out and bend it for the sake of a little bit of rain? Because as we say, you know what? We're not racing for sheep stations. We're racing for fun. There we go. Tony Johnson from all the way up from Fairley. This is the wheel spinning the whole way up.
There's VM and Commodore.
Oh, okay. So the second drop we've got one as well. Third drop we've got two cars. Michael Eden is one of them. I can see. What's the other one? Is it Tirana?
It's a Tirana. Yep. Yeah. Ellen Tirana.
Listen.
Car numbers.
Go, Michael.
Colin Campbell from Tauranga, is it?
Tauranga.
Yep, that's him.
This is a magnificent Monaro. I've had a look at this down there before. Boy, this is a beautiful car.
Bruce Tonelli.
Yeah.
Good regular competitor here, Bruce Tonelli and the Tirana. And the Monaro, beg your pardon.
Well, we've got 3 Mustangs here.
Here we have.
3 Mustangs. Wheel spinning all the way up.
One's McLaughlin, isn't it? And the red one.
Yes. Braden Phillips is in the other one.
Here we have Rod Heyman and the Firebird. Johnny Hepburn.
Johnny Hepburn,
Alan,
number 52.
And all the way up the back is that Magic Falcon.
Now what's going to happen here? This will be very interesting because number 75, he doesn't make Reese Gould. Yeah. He doesn't make
Reese Gould and the
well, he lives at
Dean Perkins.
Oh, is that Perkins?
Yeah, Dean Perkins' car.
He lives out here in Prebbleton, so he's used to this weather as well. Very, very gingerly through the twisty, windy bits goes Tony Johnson in the Commodore, and still daylight between him and Michael Eden, who's going to be coming around in second place, but not for long because Michael will put his foot down and he will be off. Now just watch him as he comes through some of these corners. He just gets this car so beautifully sideways. Magnificent car control. There goes Tony Johnson through. Michael Eden down into the big sweeper. On the brakes. Turns it in and will start feeding it to it very gently now as he comes onto the front straight. Beautiful, look at that.
Number 3 has a time penalty. It's Tony Johnson and the our pole man. Tony Johnson's got a time penalty.
Oh. Braden Phillips in the Mustang goes through, as does car number 89.
Matt Curry from
Dunedin.
Yellow and black Mustang, then Johnny Hepburn.
Johnny Hepburn's getting the bit between his teeth and he's underway.
Graham Allen.
Graham Allen from Christchurch. What do you got a time penalty for? Must have,
yeah, I can't work it out.
Did he start out of position or something? No, I don't think. Oh, did he go on the 0? Okay. Let's hope they don't ping him 19 seconds. The field still very, very spread out, but that's not going to take too long because, as you can see, the Mustangs are starting to group up a bit now and gather up the little Tirana that was sitting in second place. Michael Eden, round through, there he is. Time penalty flag being shown to Tony as he comes onto the front straight this time. He's saying, what's that all about? But never mind. And I think he acknowledged that time as he went through. Just a friendly way. Michael Eden, car number 165. As you say, Lynn's from all the way up north. It's a long travel for these guys.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Having Sandra come down here.
43, Braden Phillips from Christchurch. And the Shelby, number 89. He's doing what a great job he's doing. Matt Corey from Dunedin. It must be exceptionally hard out there to see when you're sitting down as low as what some of these guys are.
Oh yeah, it must be heck of a hard.
Very, very difficult. Someone's just come into the pits down here. One of the Mustangs. Yep. Steve McLaughlin has just decided to call it a day. Discretion is the better part of valor. I'll be in to battle again tomorrow. Johnny Hepburn lining everybody up. He's got a couple in his sights now. Where's our race leader?
Tony Johnson's our race leader. There he goes, going through the S's now.
And here comes Michael Eden.
With a time penalty hanging over his head. So Michael Eden could be the one who could be the man to beat, I think. What do we got?
We've got Matt Kuroy in the other Mustang there. He's up in third place, which probably move him up into second, I guess. Look at Hepburn, Johnny Hepburn. He just loves this track. I don't say he loves the rain, but I tell you what, he's doing a great job for someone in the wet weather, because it is, and that's really driving in quite hard now. That rain, looking out there.
So Perkins, for goodness sake.
It's Perkins' old car.
Reese, I'm trying to say Reese Gill. I'm just watching his progress because I think he is, between him and Hepburn, the ones to beat, all right.
So Michael Eden is certainly pulling in our race leader, Tony Johnson, that is for sure. And then back to Matt Corey. And then we've got Hepburn. He's on a charge. I tell you what, it'll be a fantastic finish, I think, with these two, because if he gets up close to Michael Eden, the game will be on. Tony Johnson will be starting to look at his mirrors a little bit and be able to see that there's a big blue falcon lurking very close by. And in the mirrors of the falcon is a very fast blue Mustang. Matt Corey doing a terrific job keeping Michael Eden under control and keeping him very honest as well. Michael just treading just a little bit more warily as he normally would. Tony Johnson streaks his way down the back straight coming into the sweeper, and there he goes. There, boy oh boy, there's Matt Corey, just goes sailing straight past Michael Eden.
Brad Phillips has just gone through.
Oh, sorry, it was too. Yep, do apologise.
Braden Phillips.
Braden Phillips. Here he comes.
He's now got Johnson in his sights. We've still got 2 laps to go here. Look at the spray as they go to turn 1 for the 5th time.
Johnny Hepburn, he's right in there.
That's a great camera angle out. That's their new camera. They brought in I think 7 cameras this year. That's the extra one is down there. It's a wonderful shot, isn't it?
Straight at him. Yes, that's terrific.
We have the yellow flag down there.
Now,
what is going on?
So we've got Braden Phillips has gone past Johnson. Hepburn has gone past Johnson. Eden's gone past Johnson. So he's been shuffled back to about 4th place, as well as getting a time penalty. It's not a good day for him.
A fairly average day.
But Braden Phillips, he's got himself out there. But I'll tell you what, he's got that John Hepburn will be breathing down his neck very, very shortly. With only a couple of laps to go. They come round now into the twisty, windy bits of the Ruapuna circuit. The Euromark Motorsport Park. What a place. And it is the only place to race, of course. And these guys are doing an incredible job in the rain.
Well, it's been a feature actually of the day. Is we don't have many wet meetings here at all, wet tracks, and the guys today at a classic meeting have done a wonderful job handling the conditions.
You have a look. We haven't had that many cars go off. None, touch wood, so far we haven't had any that have been damaged.
You careful, we've had blooming black jelly beans all day, son.
But they are doing a magnificent job. Now here comes Johnny Hepburn. He'll line him up.
Last lap.
Yeah. Braden Phillips in the Mustang from Christchurch. You can just see the brake lights go on as he goes into the top corner, and it's very, very hard for anyone to see.
Here comes Reece Gould in the Falcon.
And Michael Eden. Yeah, look at that angle. That's amazing. What have we got there? Number 14, Graham Allen.
Johnny Hepburn just gone under Michael Eden.
He's got round him. Hepburn's got round him. Watch him come up through here. Braden Phillips, he'll be a little bit upset about that because he's had to fight his way all the way to the front, and all of a sudden this the Redmobile comes out of nowhere and just takes his first place off him.
Yeah.
Michael Eden, and they sure are. Braden Phillips, he's just going to have to sit back there in second place and just see if he can pick him up here. But Hepworth, he is away.
No, he's not.
Now have a look at the Mustang. Gather him in.
Phillips is going to gather him in here.
Oh, round. He's going to come round the inside.
He's going to come the inside. Is Hepburn going to give him some room? No, he hasn't.
He has not. He's shut the door on him. And on to the front straight away they'll come. The checkered flag will be out for him.
Is it going to be Hepburn or going to be Phillips?
Who's it going to be? Hepburn or Phillips? Hepburn or Phillips? It's going to be Hepburn.
Hepburn by Carly.
Oh boy, oh boy. What an incredible race that was. That was very, very well done.
I think Reece Gould is going to salvage third place out of this. Oh! Reece Gould will still salvage third place.
And he never touched anybody. That was excellent.
Michael Eden goes through.
Fourth place. Tony Johnson coming up through the field as well. Of course, he does have a time penalty. Listen to it, still wheel spinning into just about every gear he goes into. A very, very good race indeed. Good handicapping as well, might add, for the reverse grid nonsense as well. So that was brilliant.
And Matt Curry did keep Johnson out. So there we go. That was very good, guys. Extremely good, actually. Another one.
Braver than you and I, Linz.
Braver than you and I, Big Dave. Absolutely. Mind you, wouldn't let that much to be braver than us.
No,
would it?
you did. Did right. A couple of years ago, maybe, but not now.
Of course, yeah.
Slow down a bit now.
All right. Well, we changed the tempo. We go into the Harold Heasley Saloons soon. Then we have the Ron Rutherford Saloons, and we have the old chaps and the old cars first.
Do you want to say something, Rob?
He's pushy, isn't he?
Isn't he pushy though? He never stops.
Just 10.
1, 2. What do you mean it's my turn? I tell you, yeah, goodbye. I just got to come over and have a wee word, if I may, with Gary Cliff. He's got to wind his window down because he's very good like that. Gary, the word is that there's a bloody great big dent in your back right hand side.
Yeah, I had an escort trying to pass me on the inside with quite enough room, Rob.
Yeah, that's very, very nice wee way of putting it. There's no malice or anything. So, conditions out there, buddy, they're absolutely atrocious, but this is you've done a lot of rallying.
Yeah, I've done lots of rallying, but rally's on shingle, Rob, not tarmac, wet. But I've done a few targets as well, so yeah, done a little bit of tarmac stuff in the wet. We'll just see how it goes. It's not very fast in the dry, but I can make a wee bit up in the wet.
What I was trying to say was you can go sideways and recover it. That was what I was aiming at.
Yeah, it's just a natural thing we do, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, the Datsun's doing okay? You happy with it?
Yeah, Datsun was good. The last race I started 10th and was up a second until I got the escort deciding to pump me off, but otherwise we were fine. So, yeah, no worries.
Good on you, buddy, and thank you for coming out and sharing it with us. We'll just come down here if we may, because the British cars, of course, British cars are British cars, aren't they? So if we can just very rudely open the door and say, greetings to. Tell us about your MGB.
I actually don't own the car. I'm very fortunate that Alan Dibby lends me the car. I've run it for the last 3 or 4 years in different classic meetings. So yeah, just wee MGB. We roadster thing, bit of a different wee thing. But yeah, I don't know if I like this range stuff, but I had a bit of a spin in the last one, so room for improvement.
It's pretty nice to have mates that lend you race cars.
Yeah, it is very, very nice of Alan. Me and my father work on his cars. We fix his race cars, so this is his thanks. So no, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, British cars, British MGs, it's all part of the history of motor racing, isn't it?
Yeah, it shortly is.
Okay, buddy, have a good run.
Righto, Harold Heasley Saloons heading out for their second race of the weekend. So rain continues to fall here at EM Yudo Mark Motorsport Park, Ruapuna.
And we have the wee fellas back on track again now, yeah, which is good. Well, they're the smaller capacity cars and the slower ones, yeah. The wee fellas.
These are roughly around the range of 60s to 70s in terms of year of vintage. The Vauxhall Viva out there, that's Wayne Perkins from Queenstown.
Yeah, he's been a leading light in the pre-78 class that's doing the rounds. And I was explaining before that while it's good that he's doing it, to change what's going on here at Scope would be difficult because of how it's been organised with the four different categories, the way it's been done, and it's worked very well. So why change it?
Oh, I mean, if it's not broken, don't change it.
If you've got a lot less cars, then pre-78's a good idea.
Absolutely. So we'll see how many have not made it out. Well, I think looking at the muscle car race just then, Linz, a lot of cars were on the grid.
Yeah.
And they were on slick tyres.
Yeah.
So they weren't on wet tyres.
And you can't blame them either, really. I mean, yeah.
The track has been declared wet.
Wet, yeah.
And if they don't have the wet tyres, then unfortunately they don't get to run out there. And that's probably, it's a very, very wise safety call.
Yeah, for sure.
Safety comes first. As much as we'd love to see out there, safety is paramount.
Sure, it's absolutely. And also, we don't want to see bent cars. We want to see cars to come back tomorrow.
Exactly. So it's the grid line up here for their handicap. So we've got 6 flag light drops, I should say, for our Harold Heasley Saloons. So first lot will go off scratch, if we do have any. Then we've got 15 seconds to the second group, and then another 15 seconds back to group number 3 before we go back 10 seconds to group 4, another 10 seconds to group 5, and Craig Pigeon Piers Mingham of 60 seconds, the 6th and final flag drop for Harold Heasley Saloons.
Harold Heasley, our 1960 New Zealand saloon car champion, the first ever National Saloon Car Championship won by Harold Heasley from here, from Rangiora actually, I must say that. And Harold was a great supporter of this facility and came to every meeting to watch it, right up until the time he died in his 80s, just a few years ago. So aptly named after Harold, this race.
Absolutely, and what a display of minis and Hillman Hunters and MG BGTs.
He would have approved. Okay, it's Matt Christian and the wee mini who's away. Why do I say wee mini? All minis are wee, for goodness sake.
Yeah, no, they're certainly not a big car.
How often do you hear that expression?
A wee mini.
And a young 16-year-old. Well, when's a 16-year-old not young, or it's all comparative. Anyway.
Oh, Mini 7's had that.
Forget my nonsense. Forget my nonsense.
We're going racing for 6 laps, and our Harold Heasley Saloons. It'll feel like an eternity for Jamie Green in the Datsun.
Oh, well.
And the car 56, that's Ewan McPherson in the Ford Anglia. Cameron Laws.
Cameron Laws and the lovely MGB GT, lovely car.
Oh, this will suit Gary Cliff down to a T.
Oh, yeah, and here's car 32, which is the Stace E-Type.
Next
driven by Tim, yep.
178. Marvin Turton. Wow, there's a name from the past. Marvin Turton.
Marvin Turton.
Ran in the Mini Challenge Series, didn't he?
And there's Gavin Jackson in the Triumph 2.5, who won the race this morning in a handsome style. He really deserved it this morning. It was a good race, that.
Yeah, it was.
And as I said this morning when he won that, Yuri Motors would be very busy on Monday selling new Triumph PI 2.5s.
Absolutely.
But you wouldn't have heard of Yuri Motors, would you?
No, I wouldn't have. No. I just agree with you. A lot of things I just nod and agree. Yes, sounds good.
But you have to.
Yes, easier.
Because if you don't agree with me, I know someone in your family will tell you off anyway.
Yeah, sitting somewhere over that side of the track.
And you can go further back in your family too.
Oh, yes. that person will tell me off too.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, a deep enriched history.
I got things sort of you, Nathan. Don't worry about that.
Yes, well, I got publicly announced over the PA by Mr. Cope Williams. My journey into the future.
Well, they're going to be the fourth generation of Clives. We're going to have to educate soon.
Absolutely. Yes.
Good stuff.
We'll cross that bridge when we get
to
yes,
it. I look forward to that, mate. I look forward to that.
Oh, dear. Well, let's get back to the car racing.
Oh.
Enough nonsense talking. Luke Richardson, MGBGT, is...
Whoops, our man in the Mini, has got a wee issue, I think.
A wee issue for the wee
A wee issue for the wee Mini.
Here we are.
Matt Christian.
Missing...
in the Mini.
Missing Tom Henman from Nelson and Austin Mini Sprint.
Yeah.
The white one, he's... they were looking at pulling the engine out when I went down and saw them after the race. It was lock solid.
Oh, I think Gary Cliff's going to do well in this race on the 160J. The Timo Salonen lookalike car. And Gary being very much a rally exponent. I know he said to Rob on the grid that rallying and shingle, but the change of surfaces they are quite used to.
Just lost Jamie Green to the pit lane, as well as here comes Matt Christian in the Mini. So 2 down already. Just looking at Ewan McPherson going through the Euromark hairpin. 2 cars back is lights on for Gary Cliff. Yeah, great to see the field of Minis out here in this little class. So we've got 46 there as well. Gavin Jackson in the Triumph as Rob's come up here and thrown me off. Lindsay mentioned the Triumph.
I'll get excited about the Triumph because it was such a good race from Gavin Jackson this morning. I was really impressed by that.
He drove that race well, didn't he?
He did. He drove it very well.
Colin Hay, Worsley 1500. Do you know what? I'd heard about them, and the first time I'd seen one in person was here at Scope.
Well, I happened to be in Australia in 1961 in Sydney with the Boy Scouts. And our mode of transport was one of those little Wolseley 1500s, and it was new.
It was new?
Oh, it was exciting. Yes.
It was
so exciting to be driven around in that car.
It looks like a big car, doesn't it?
No, it's a little car. It's a lovely little car, isn't it?
Yeah. It's got a high roof line. It's It gives you the Jaguar XJ6.
Oh, something anyway.
Look-alike, doesn't it? With the big tall roof.
Well, at that stage, it'd be the FJ Holden roof line.
Ah, right.
FJ Holden, earliest Holden.
Yes,
all right,
yes, yeah.
young fella.
I've got that one noted in the book. Early Holden, FJ. Tick. Got 232. Sean Turner in the MGB Roadster. Is that a soft top, Linz?
No, I don't think so, is it?
MG Roadster.
No.
Okay. It just the black roof.
Roadsters are soft tops.
Yeah, so it's a soft top.
So
it's a roadster.
But it's not. I don't think it is though. I've often looked at it. Here's our Ann, the secretary. Who's in trouble, Ann?
Somebody's missing debit and credit cards. So, just watching the race leader, Luke Richardson, coming through the CMG Motorcycles, Indian Motorcycles sweeper. And he reels off another lap, so we're halfway through, three in, 3 to go. And our Harold Heasley Saloons. Ian Peary and the Sunbeam Stiletto car 998, and we've seen that car.
Yeah, I was just saying, I did a story on Ian a couple of years ago for Classic Driver, and I think talk about Jelly being cursed. He destroyed an engine not
That's
long
right.
after.
That's right.
So it's good to see Ian back.
He-
He's a computer man. He's not employed in the motor trade, and I'm pleased he's been able to get that all back together again and away racing.
Well, he did run in our classic field earlier in the season.
Yeah, that was the first time out.
That was the first return.
Couple of years, yeah.
And it's gone well for him. Touch wood, touch lots. Of
Oh
wood.
yeah.
Anything with wood. So Ewan McPherson is our quick car at the moment, the 2028 in the Ford Anglia. He's up in position number 4. Piers Mingham is working his way through the field. He's up to 11th from the back. He was the Sean Turner MTB Roadster.
I'm trying to remember Piers Digham. Has he always pedalled that Mark 1 Escort? I don't think so.
It's a fairly new acquisition.
Yeah, it's a nice car.
I think it's a Mexico.
What do you? Yes,
It is a
could
Ford
be
Mexico,
isn't it?
Yes, it is. Because he was a.
But what did he used to drive?
Well, he's got the pre-65.
Ah, that's right. No, of course.
Yes. He's got the.
Of course, well-known name.
Oh, we've gone safety car. Oh, okay. Wayne the Vauxhall V Virginia.
Wayne Perkins.
Wayne Perkins is
our pre-78 man.
Decided that the gravel trap in turn 1 is a better place to be than on the racetrack.
I'll say he slid off there quite easily if it came unstuck.
So the first time we've seen the Alfa Romeo, Giulio, and I won't pronounce the other word of the safety car. It starts with an F and it's very long and it's Italian. So
You could always make it a swear word, couldn't you, really?
yeah, but we won't.
No, we won't at all.
So Luke Richardson pulls up behind the safety car, and my word, he has got an absolute margin back to Ian Perry.
Hey, Nathan, changing the subject, we're talking about your 4th generation coming along.
Yes.
We used to have a discussion tomorrow about picking names. And we can put it into a hat and you can draw it out, and that be it.
We've got one. We've got one. We had a middle name and we had a family relative butcher it.
Rob or Lindsay or David or yeah.
We looked at a
Oh,
middle.
Rob.
We looked at a middle name and tied it nicely with motor racing.
Okay, well that's good.
Had Carson, and then somebody decided to break it up into half and go Carson, and I was like, well, you've just ruined it now.
Oh, I have.
Like, yeah. But anyway, we'll yes, well,
So we won't discuss it tomorrow at all. Okay.
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, Lindsay, Rob. I'll think about it.
Second,
I'll tell you that. I'll think about it. All right? I'll think about it. It's not a no. It's not a yes. I'll think.
I'm not.
I have to run that by the other half, though. That's
Yeah, I figured you might say that.
It's a 50% from me and it's a 50% from her. So, unfortunately, don't know if we're going to get those past.
Rightio, yeah. We'll carry on, mate. Because this is going a bit further than just out here.
Yeah. So no one's gone to rescue Wayne Perkins yet. Not quite sure what we're going to do with this situation.
Yeah, flashing under the yellow flag.
So checkered flag is coming. Is that what we're getting? I can't see the flag though. Oh, last lap board coming out, is it? Is that what she's got in her hand?
Checkered flag's ready.
Checkered flag's ready. There we go, checkered flag. Well, Luke Richardson takes victory. Yes. Pumping the
Hey,
fist.
that happy person is Luke Richardson, car 539.
He'll take that.
He'll take that any day of the week, of course.
Any day of the week.
You go home and you say, I won. I won. So we go on to our last race of the day because we're going to run the vintage cars first thing in the morning when it's a bit drier. We hope.
We hope.
So the next race will be the final one for today, which is the Ron Rutherford Saloons. So we're the...
Yeah, Liam Perry, Ewan McPherson, Barry Evans, Gary Cliff, Cameron Laws, Kevin Jackson, Marvin Turton, Philip Hay.
There we go, a bit of screaming in our ears.
There must be RCW.
Must be RCW.
Well, I tell you what, it might be the last race, but there's some very, very brave people down here who are very, very cold. One of the cars that I've been fascinated by, and I really have been, is the long-nosed A40 Farina. And the name Collins is very well known in this part of the world. Tell us about the family connection.
I am Clark Collins' grandson, Adam's son.
Thank you, because you go back about 3 or 4 generations, I reckon.
Yeah, third generation, yeah. Yeah, it's good to keep it in the family and keep running this old girl, but yeah, she's treats me pretty well.
This car's been around since Adam was a cowboy. Tell us what its history, because it must be an interesting history.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, Clyde, I believe, built it in, was it 67, ran it for a season. This one is actually a replica that they built a while back now. But yeah, we're not too sure where the original car ended up, but Adam's mainly been running this car the last couple of years, just keeping it alive. But yeah, no, it's good.
How does it feel, sort of having the family inheritance under your right foot?
Oh, it's fantastic. No better feeling.
Yeah, and of course the long nose, that's the major part of the A40s. They did that, like the Anglias had the fastback.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, try and get that aerodynamics right. That was sort of the thing to do back then, wasn't it?
Well, I'm very, very proud of you keeping the name Collins flying, because we love the Collins name in racing. You can't have an Anglia, or should I say, you can't have a historic race without an Anglia. Oh. Yeah, we met halfway with that door.
Yeah.
And I've just been saying is you can't have a historic race without some Anglias.
No, definitely not. These things are great, running all sorts of different classes. Yeah.
And simple to work on and simple to keep going fast?
Yeah, as good as an old car can be, I guess.
Well, how old is it? Let's get cut to this chase.
So this is 64. Yeah.
Do you pre-65 race it?
So it's an ex-pre-65 car, yeah, but pretty much still do pre-65 spec. Yeah.
How long have you had it?
So it's been in the family since 2000, so 24 years.
What is interesting, this class seems to have a lot of sort of family cars that are passed out and shared and passed around.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I know there's quite a few in the field that are like that, and it's cool to see the younger guys getting into the older stuff as well.
Yeah, no, that's fabulous. The cars out there at the moment are sorting out a dry line for you, so have some fun out there.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Jolly Anglias, eh? And of course the other name apart from Jaguar, which I don't have to say any more about Jaguars, but Porsche is also a name that comes with motor racing. And as Adam was just quietly walk down through the middle, and we'll have a look at the different cars as we walk towards the start-finish. Yeah, thanks for that, buddy, because I really wanted to show everybody exactly what we've got here. And there's been a bit of a gap in the racing because they've been clearing out cars that weren't able to totally handle the wet conditions. But it's just the wet conditions, you have to drive within them. You drive within well, literally within the conditions, and that's the major part of motor racing in the wet. Tomorrow the forecast is for absolutely fabulous weather, and at the end, in a moment or two, we're going to reveal the cameraman Adam, who has been our mannequin for the day. In the meantime, thoroughly enjoy yourselves. We're just going to, once again, take a look at that amazing lineup.
Yeah, it certainly is a lineup, isn't it, Rob? The Rutherford Saloons waiting patiently to make their way out onto the track for the final race of Saturday here at the SKOPE Classic for 2024. Lindsay Kerr yourself, Rob Cope-Williams, Josh Henderson, David Gow, and myself, Nathan Clive, have enjoyed bringing you the action today from Saturday here at the SKOPE Classic. One final 6-lap handicap race to finish off the Saturday's running, and as we said, the Murray Maxwell VCC will hit the track first thing in the morning, just due to the weather conditions, of course, how late in the afternoon we have run.
You are just standing here and your lady wife has just buggered off because she knew that I had a microphone and you're in.
I don't know why.
What does a CRO do?
A CRO is the liaison between the competitor and the officials upstairs. It's if there's a problem and the competitor's got a question or anything like that, they come to the CRO and get spoken to. Give us the
spoken
reason
to.
We speak. We say g'day, come on in. You know, what's the problem? Can we help?
So you're basically the sieve, so that the upstairs, the clerk of the course, and the Motorsport New Zealand people don't get bothered with little things that you can sort.
Yes. And if there's anything else, for instance, if there's a problem out on the track and they've got a bit of an issue, they can come to us and we can work it out. If it needs to go further, it goes further. If it can be sorted there, it's sorted there. Other than that, we just sit around and I enjoy the race.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, exactly. Well, Adam, I think they're about to sort of go back out, and this will be the last race, I think. So sit back and enjoy it.
Thanks again, Rob. As the cars hit the track, and before that they go through the big puddle of water just as we get the break in the wall between the walls on the front straight for pit lane exit. There's definitely a lot of standing water there, Dave, as we get the cars out for the final session of the afternoon, the run at Rutherford Saloons.
Well, it's an amazing thing, this being a handicap race. Alan was just telling us that the car is starting off pit road 90 seconds behind the last group, so that's a big handicap, but it's a very, very quick little motor car.
Yeah, it is. That's in 260Z.
260Z.
So again, we're probably a little bit light on numbers due to the track conditions, but hey, we've still got more racing to go tomorrow, so savour this afternoon. Keep it on the black stuff, and those who are unable to make it out for this one, I'm sure will be saving up their tyres for the dry track tomorrow.
Yeah, saving up the tyres for the dry track, and good on them. Can't blame them at all. But all in all, it's been a pretty good day. The Euromark Motorsport Park here at Ruapuna. Of course, don't forget it's the only place to race, and we love it. Euromark Motorsport Park. These guys have all come out and they're enjoying themselves as well. Not quite as much probably as what we are. At least we're pretty dry up here.
I don't know. I've been downstairs a few times today and I got a bit wet.
Yeah, but you had to do your cameo, see? So that's all part of it. When you go down to be interviewed by Rob Cope-Williams, you're going to get wet.
Oh, I just went to be his umbrella holder, but he didn't have his umbrella.
Yeah. His Jaguar umbrella.
Yes, his Jaguar umbrella.
Alrighty, so let's just say as they come round. As you say, we are a bit light on it, but it's good to see that little Fiat out there. That was not quite sure what happened in the last race. He didn't do too many laps. It's got a Suzuki engine in it, chain-driven little thing. So
yes, that's
very cute little car.
Lead crew, Fiat Bambino.
Yeah, there wouldn't have been many of those racing around either, I wouldn't have thought.
No. Yeah, got the old Valentino Rossi tribute livery on it. With the old Fiat and the 46 in the style of Valentino Rossi.
Yeah.
Just needs to wind up the rubber band long enough to do the 6 laps.
Well, look, see, the picture, it's there. Look, I mean, it's there.
Yeah, well,
it's in the front of them.
I know, I was going to say that. It's at the front of the field. Let's see where he's going to start this one. Close to the front. So here comes Miles Cockram. He's going to do the pit lane start. I tell you what, one car that could almost benefit based on what it is the beautiful car, the Lancia out there.
Yep.
Yeah, 335.
Yeah, it could well do.
It's based, of course, famous rally cars, those Lancias. And, of course, in the Martini livery, which we've seen in a multitude of cars running in the Martini livery.
Alrighty.
So we're getting set for our Rutherford Saloons.
Miles Cochrane can sit there and have a cup of tea.
Absolutely. And a cucumber sandwich.
And a cucumber sandwich.
As Rob Cope-Williams likes to point out. So we've got no one on scratch by the looks of it. And then we've got a bit of a gap back to our next row of cars, which is the Fiat.
And the Lancia, there she goes.
Ken Walkerton.
The
Italian job.
The Italian job. They're off. Yep.
Yeah.
And the guy, the little Fiat, the bloke had his head forward and he was off.
Yeah. Feel like an eternity for the next group sitting here. Peter Stewart in car 11, car 60 away as well. Hewitt Anderson in the BMW, and Stephen Hurst.
Stephen Hurst in the Anglia. Very, very quick motor cars, the Anglias in their day here, and still are. Soren Stewart, yes, it is too.
The next group away,
now,
George Coates.
So now the eternity waits. Miles Cochrane as the little Fiat goes round through the big. Oh, there goes the Collins car as well. I didn't see that down there.
Yeah, the A40.
Oh, there's still one to come.
Mark
Here he comes, Mark Denton down the back, and he's off as well. So he's got a fair old wait. I think just about almost the Fiat would be just about back round, almost to the point of being close to Miles Cochrane, I would say, almost on the front straight before he goes. Where is he? Oh, no, he'll be a fair way away. It's still, it must seem like an eternity, but he's off. Yes.
Gets up the wheels.
Just had to back off just that little bit so he can get some grip.
And
otherwise he'd still be sitting there tomorrow morning.
Going through the surf on the exit of the pit lane.
This little Fiat, it is just... So let's just see where Miles Cochrane, he's heading down the back now towards the hairpin, and our leaders are coming onto the front straight. So,
yes. Well, these guys were on 19 seconds, so
it looks like it's going to be a pretty good handicapping event too, I think, just looking at it. Whoa, the little Sentra getting a very, very sideways.
It's Jared Owens.
Yep.
Usually see Jared in a Porsche in the endurance racing. This is very different. Oh, and he's gone straight ahead. Oh no, he's touched the tyre wall.
Touch the tyres?
India Motorcycle sweeper. It just didn't turn. So,
oh dear. Bit of a problem.
Yes, it went straight on and just touched the tyres.
It doesn't look
just
like
gave a wee kiss.
I don't think he's going to get out of there in a hurry. Oh, there he comes.
Yeah, he's
proved us wrong. That's good. Because that's going to save us. Is it going to get out? Yep, he's away. So that's going to save us a safety car. You turn your lights off, folks. Everything's good.
Oh, sideways for Miles Cochrane and the 260. Just watched him light up the rears out of the Park Cesses.
In he comes. Onto the front straight. And where's our leaders? Just going up through the twisty windy bits.
Yep, up through the carousel. So the gap, wee moment, is a minute and 12 seconds.
So he's caught up. He's caught up a fair bit of time already.
Yeah.
Just he was 90. He was 90 seconds off. So he's he's caught up a lot of time. The Fiat and the Lancia are out there. The two Italians holding the flag high for the moment. Anyway, let's see how he goes. The guy in the little Fiat is just incredible. That little car. If you can get down and have a look at it tomorrow, It is absolutely amazing. It actually is chain driven with a Suzuki engine, and really is something very, very special. He's in the same tent down there as Grant Silvester and Phil Hoffman. So it's you can't miss it. Look at it.
Winds it up.
He's really winding it up.
I tell you what, Stephen Hurst has managed to run away from the group of cars with Soren Stewart.
He has indeed.
Managed to gap them. But Ewan Anderson, we see Mark Denton just having a little bit of a tough time, and through the middle of the Parks S's. No harm, no foul.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that.
Look at Miles
Just getting
Cochran.
it so Miles Cochran, he's just doing it all. Now he's light her up and away he goes.
I don't know if I think he's just out there to have some
Yeah,
fun and
he's
throw it
just
sideways.
having a bit of a sideways issue at the moment. But that's all good as far as he's concerned. He's got it all under control. The little Collins car pulling off as well. He's had enough, which is a real shame.
Tom Collins in the Fordina A40.
Mark Denton just going through. But look out, here comes the boss.
He's got it down to under a minute, so he's shaved off 14 seconds again.
Jared Owens is just having a marvellous time out there. He's getting in deeper and deeper into that corner. But we've still got the Fiat. The little Fiat Bambina is still out there. Just Lee Crew, he's really showing them that you can race a Fiat Bambina and you can be very competitive in a Fiat Bambina. He will have a smile bigger. He will have a smile like nothing on earth in that little car right now.
I'm sure it'll get bigger as the race goes
on.
on.
Absolutely. And as he's got the Lancia behind him, we think that's absolutely marvellous. Stephen Hurst looks like he's going to start catching him though. The track is starting to dry very slowly. To the little Fiat. All that massive horsepower into the little Fiat. What a day. Now let's just have a look and see where Miles is, Miles Cochran I should say. He's just coming through the twisty windy bits.
He's almost caught the back of Mark Denton. As they come
That won't take long. He'll dispatch him very, very quickly, I'd say, on the short straight. Light her up.
That was a cleaner exit there.
So far so good. The handicapping is really, really good because they're starting to bunch up a little bit now. And this is what we like to see. Sorensen Stewart going through.
George Coates in the 924 being chased by
and here comes Denson now. Look at this. Cochran, I should say, woof, and away he goes.
2 for 1.
Yep, got to it. Thank you very much indeed, he said.
Clip your ticket on the way by.
That is a really neat shot. That is a really, really good camera shot that we get up here. But still the little Fiat persists. Lee Crew is still doing it out in front. Steve Hurst is starting to climb onto the back of this little group. So these three will be, there'll be some stories told tonight, you can guarantee it.
Tim McCulloch just
getting
into the water on the inside of the EMU to Mark Hairpin.
Just trying to sneak around there.
Gets by George Coates, so picks up another position. Here comes Stephen Hurst, looking to the inside of the Lancia. That front three is really closed up.
Boy, they've really closed up, haven't they? But Lee Crew has still got them all under control. Steve Hurst is on his way though. Going to pick the Lancia up, I think, as he comes down into the Indian sweeper.
I think he's got a little bit of pace on him. He's going to hold him through.
He's going to hold him there.
Through the sweeper, I should say.
Yeah, I think it might be the rubber band might be getting a little bit stretched at this stage. Stephen Hurst goes to the outside of the circuit, or the inside, whichever way you like to look at it. Depends what school you went to.
2 laps to go. Tell you what, I think Lee Crew would have liked to have seen the last lap board that time round, just between you and me. Because here comes Miles Cochran, he's already rounded up George Coates.
So how much time? He must have made up a swag of time
down
now.
the straight, 2 for 1, another 2 cars picked off. And here comes Tim McCulloch down the inside of Sorensen Stewart. Up into Abbott, he's got it done nicely. Here comes the battle for the front pack. Down into the Euromark hairpin, Stephen Hurst.
Still the Italian job, hard at it. Look at the little Fiats go. Stephen Hurst, this is for me. He's going to hang in the back of it. The British are coming, you're dead right. That's it. And here he comes, look, straight up the inside of that, of the little Lancia. Now he's got the Fiat in his sights. He'll be looking at his mirrors fairly shortly, though, because he's going to have a very, very fast car coming up behind him.
And he's through to the lead.
Also, Japanese on their way.
Got by the
There we go.
Fiat.
The Fiat's gone, so that's Steve Hurst out in front.
The Lancia's looking brave, feeling brave there. Look to the inside, and he's going to do him around the outside through the middle of the Park's S's.
Yeah, I think the rubber band's gone off completely slack in the little Fiat now, which is a real shame. But by gosh, he's put on a great show.
Whoa, Miles Cochrane again, absolutely sideways. I don't think there's been a lap where he hasn't been sideways, and again just lighting up the rears.
So the last lap board will be out for these guys this time, but I think the handicapping is going to be pretty good with this one.
Stephen Hurst may be able to stay on here. We'll see what the gap is at the line. You can see them, they're all on the straight. Last lap, out now.
And here he comes.
So check them a 146.5, plays a 159.8. And the gap is 8 seconds.
8 seconds, okay.
8 seconds.
Yep.
So it's 10 seconds difference lap time, nearly. 59 plays a 46.
Oh, no,
so it's actually less than that, isn't it? My math is a little bit out.
There we go.
So he's already picked off Lee Crew in the Fiat Bambina down through Euromark for the final time here on Saturday afternoon for the SKOPE Classic 2024 to the Canterbury Car Club. Miles Cochrane chasing down Stephen Hurst.
He hasn't got too far to go, not too many corners to go, but he's very, very fast in this sweepy little bits here.
Ken Walkerton has done a very good job here in the Lancia, but not enough to hold off Miles Cochrane.
Miles Cochrane's gone round him now, and he's going to line up. He'll be lining up Stephen Hurst any minute now.
He's actually probably even going to get him before we get into the sweeper. As long as he can keep it on the black stuff, throwing it sideways.
Maybe another 10 seconds, Al. You're a dry track, yeah, that's it.
Here we go, through
Okay,
to the...
he's got him around the outside.
Well, has he though? He's got him nicely done.
That will help.
Miles
Yeah,
Cochrane.
well done.
Well done. That was a brilliant drive.
Good effort.
And
very,
even
very well done indeed.
Throwing the Datsun around.
Yeah, last corner. That's good handicapping on the guy's part. That's excellent. Come on, Lee.
Yeah, he's got to try and
Come on, Lee.
get through ahead of Tim McCullough. He does.
And he does.
Nice.
He will be very, very pleased with that.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? Fantastic. That was beautiful.
Well,
Nicely
they can all go home tonight and be very proud of what they've done today. They've been in trying conditions, a couple of dry races, a couple of wet races, and they did a fantastic job. Do you want to say something again, Rob, or what are you doing? No?
It's been an interesting sort of a day.
Oh yeah, we've had a little bit of everything, haven't we? We've had dry racing, we've had some wet racing, we had a warning that it might snow.
Yeah, we did. It came out and said that. And we've had about all 4 seasons twice, I think.
Yeah, but we actually had pretty good racing on track, and everybody behaved by the look of it, really. There was nothing major.
The Parks boys who are just sort of leaving the scene at the moment with their transporter didn't have too much work, did they?
No, but we do have to thank some people for their hard efforts today, I think. Firstly, the volunteers, amazing, out there all day and doing hard work, and they got to see some great racing, and also our camera crew who have been standing out in the rain all day.
I tell you what, I've seen a bit of the camera work those guys do, and it's amazing.
Oh, thank you very much, and thanks to all the viewers out there that have been watching all day and commenting on the stream. So it's really great to be able to bring the SKOPE Classic to people, third time now, and it's one of our real highlights of the year for us as a team to come out and be able to do this, because we love this event.
You've been a mannequin. I mean, you've changed more often than the weather has.
Well, I predicted it was going to be sunny, so I was wrong, and I managed to find a nice warm woolly hat, and I quite like it.
Well, I tell you, it sort of says that you really like this track.
Well, I've been coming here since I was a kid. I came to this track first for the SKOPE Classic with a guy called Dave Sampson, who's out in the audience. I saw him earlier on, helping him on a car back in, I think, 1992 or 3. So
He had a Viva, didn't he?
He had a Viva, but at the time we were running Roger Wilson's Mistral, we were running Richard Stemmer's Viva, which David has now, and also Anton Stevens' Tirana. So I've been involved with this event for a long time, not just with the camera. So it's one that I love, and I love coming back every year and doing this live stream now. So it means I don't get to race. 2020 I actually got to race, but oh well.
Your exposure changes, because one minute it's bright sunlight, next minute it's pouring with rain. I mean, luckily I've got my Jaguar, my trusty umbrella, but it's been. How do your guys get around the bright sun to sudden darkness and shooting into things?
Oh, it's just magic. Can't give away all the tricks, can we?
Well, I just want to say thank you very much indeed. It's been a wonderful working with you again, and I do trust you'll be back again next year for SKOPE.
Well, hopefully we're invited back. I think.
Well, I'm just doing it, I think. Sorry, Mark, but I've just invited the crew back again for next year.
Well, thanks, Rob, and it's been a pleasure working with you again. It's like I say, it's one of those ones. You listen to the interviews, you watch your racing, and it's just a really special event, and we love doing it, and we hope we can do it for many years to come.
Thank you very much indeed, Adam, and thank you for joining us as far away as America and goodness knows where else. We thank you for joining us, and hope that you've had as much fun watching as we've had bringing it to them.
And that's a wrap for 2024.